Chapter 52. Master Lu Chen on the verge of tears. Zhang Xian is taken aback. He didn't turn around that quickly, neither did he use that much strength. Why did Master Lu Chen fly backward? Could he be jumping around for fun? Master! He rushes forward to help the other party up. He places his palm on the back of Master Lu Chen's body to support him up. I'm fine. So, before his words can escape his mouth, Master Lu Chen feels his entire body go weightless as he somersaults forward. His head knocks into another bookshelf, causing his face to be showered with books. The master is on the verge of tears. Are you playing with me? Must you use so much strength to help me up? Master. Seeing his current state, Zhang Xian rushes forward to continue helping him up. Upon seeing the sight, Master Lu Chen hurriedly struggles upwards and says, You, don't come over. I can do it myself. Kong. Zhang Xian can only stop on the spot. He blinks his eyes as he looks at the elderly before him doubtfully. He can't help but ask the question that has been plaguing his mind. Master, are you jumping around for fun? Jumping around for fun? Master Lu Chen almost cries on the spot. The heck? You are the one who is jumping around for fun. Your whole family is jumping around for fun. I am a master painter, an elegant person. How bored must I be to be jumping around for fun? Besides, even if I wanted to play, I won't be doing it here. My collection of books, my treasures, are here. Master Lu Chen feels a stifling sensation in his chest, which causes him to be short of breath. Why? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your chest? Zhang Xian walks forward to aid him, and he pounds his back to relieve his discomfort. No. Peng. Before Master Lu Chen can finish his words, Zhang Xian's fist lands on his back, causing his eyes to narrow. So, he flies forward and crashes into the wall of the study, creating a huge crevice in it. Master. Seeing him charge ahead, Zhang Xian scratches his head in bewilderment. What is this master trying to do? Jumping backward a moment ago and jumping forward now, is he afflicted with epilepsy? If his epilepsy is acting up, it won't do for Zhang Xian to ignore his current situation. He immediately rushes forward towards Lu Chen to try to help him up again. Don't come over here. Master Lu Chen wipes the fresh blood off the corner of his lips and hurriedly retreats. He stares at the youngster before him as though staring at a monster, and he looks as though he could cry at any moment. I only felt a coldness in my heart. I am not trying to seek death. Your pound. My old arms, my old legs. Master, what is going on? Seeing him in such a state, Zhang Xian asks, You acted so maturely a moment ago. So why would you pounce and leap around suddenly? What are you trying to do? What is going on? Master Lu Chen stares at him fearfully as tears threaten to fall from his eyes. You don't know what is going on? Fearing that you might have gone berserk, I came forward to remind you out of goodwill. Yet, with a single turn, you sent me flying. Then, you ran over to push me forward. The final blow was the most vicious of them all, a straight pound at my back. If it weren't for the slight cultivation that I possess, I might have lost my life already. Yet, you dare to ask me what is going on? Right when he is about to lash out, he sees the puzzled look on the youngster, and he doesn't seem like he is lying. A thought flashes through his mind, and he recalls something. With his eyes filled with disbelief, he asks, Could you have just achieved a breakthrough? Indeed. Zhang Xian nods his head. Mastering the Heaven's Path Golden Body should be considered as a type of breakthrough. But, even if it's a breakthrough, it is impossible for one to improve so swiftly. Master Lu Chen finally understands what is happening, but he still dares not believe it. There are a few people who use special means to allow their cultivation to leap in an instant. After the gigantic soar in strength, their bodies are unable to adapt to the difference in strength in the short run, causing them to be unable to control their might. What seems like their normal exertion of strength would become an attack of full strength in the eyes of others. When one who possesses 100 kilograms of strength exerts a tenth of their strength, it would be only 10 kilograms. With such strength, they are able to freely lift cups and such without much hindrance. However, if one tries to use the same ratio of strength to lift a cup after his strength has suddenly surged to 10,000 kilograms, The overwhelming strength of 1,000 kilograms would exceed the durability of the cup and cause it to shatter instantly. It is very possible that this is the case with Zhang Xian, as the person in question isn't even aware of how much his strength has grown. Thus, it is natural that Lu Chun would be unable to take it when he is using his previous strength ratio to operate. He has read of this condition in books before, and it will take a period of time before the person in question is able to adapt to the difference in strength. Initially, he thought that it was only a legend. Never would he have thought that such a thing really exists. Just that, he finds it unbelievable that the strength of this fellow would surge by simply after flipping through some books and daydreaming away afterward. Could this be a sudden leap due to his deep accumulation? He might have happened to read something which caused his enlightenment, allowing him to break through in an instant. If that was the case, then his luck is really way too bad. Follow me to the lounge. While holding doubts in his mind, Master Lu Chun doesn't say anything more and instead leads the way back to the lounge. It is easy to tell whether the situation is as he suspects. He only needs to find a strength-measuring rock pillar for Zhang Xian to test his strength on. Since the youngster is seeking for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, then he surely has yet to break through Pishua realm. Since he had not reached Fighter 6 Dan, then as a Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, he could only possess a maximum of 4 ding of strength. If his strength were to exceed this amount, this would mean that he has improved significantly. If so, the situation back then can be explained. In the lounge, Huang Yu and Bai Sun have yet to leave. They are still sitting in the living room as they stare in the direction of the study anxiously. They came here with a request, but Master Lu Chun took Zhang Xian away with him right after he finished testing him, not even giving them an opportunity to speak. At the same time, it isn't appropriate for them to leave abruptly, so they could only continue waiting patiently. Xiao Yu, just now that. Master Zhang Xian, has he really reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle? Bai Sun no longer views Zhang Xian hostilely as he did previously. On the contrary, his voice held a tinge of excitement. Actually, he isn't interested in painting at all. If it wasn't for his father coercing him, he definitely would not have come here. What truly interests him is cultivating. He only feels excitement upon meeting powerful people. All along, he had thought of himself as a genius. Despite being just 18 this year, he has already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. There aren't many in the capital who can compete with him in terms of cultivation speed. Yet, he didn't expect that a seemingly average young man who isn't much older than him would have reached such a realm as well. How can he not feel excited over this? I'm not sure as well. I've already told you that he only came to my store to buy books. I don't know much about him as well. However, since he is looking for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he should have already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. Huang Yu says. As Zhang Xian has yet to make a move, they aren't very sure about Zhang Xian's exact prowess. However, since he is looking for 6 Dan manuals, it is very probable that he has already reached 5 Dan pinnacle. Otherwise, there is no point to him looking for such a high-tier manual. To be able to reach such a level at a young age, I wonder how powerful he is. Let me try it out myself later. Bai Sun titters. He is a battle maniac, and his heart can no longer suppress the urge to duel with someone of the same age who has attained the same level as him. Da. Just as the two of them are speaking, someone walks over. Turning around to take a look, the both of them are taken aback. Master Lu Chun, who was still incomparably elegant a moment ago, is currently extremely gloomy and red blood fills his entire face as he walks over disheveled. Chapter 53. Bai Sun's breakdown. The crowd stare at one another, dumbfounded. This is Master Lu Chun, the Emperor's tutor, who is the one who dared lay his hands on him, beating him into such a state. Besides, didn't you two go to the study? Why did he return like this? Could it be that they didn't go to the study to read books, but to fight? The elegant Master Lu Chun has such interest? I'm fine. Master Lu Chun waves his hands awkwardly. After all, he can't possibly say that. Zhang Xian has just achieved a breakthrough and unintentionally injured him due to lacking control of his strength. He also knows that it will be difficult to explain. Thus, Master Lu Chun walks over to the main seat, then turns to look at Uncle Cheng and says, Ah Cheng, go and fetch a strength measuring rock pillar over. He is a master painter, not a fighter. Thus, no strength-measuring rock pillars are placed in his lounge. However, as this item is related to one's cultivation, there are still a few of them in his house, so it will be fine bringing one over. Yes. Despite being unsure of what his master is up to, Uncle Chung nods his head and retreats out of the room. Master Zhang, have you really reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle? Upon seeing the room turn silent, Baisun can't resist walking up towards him with an excited expression. It might be inconvenient to speak of it in the academy, but it isn't any secret here, so there's no need for Zhang Xian to conceal the fact. I'm also on the same level. May I exchange some blows with you? Hearing the young man's confirmation, Baisun's eyes burn with enthusiasm. Baisun, what are you doing? Look at where you are. Taken aback, Huang Yu quickly tries to advise him otherwise. Master Lu Chun is an elegant person, and he hates people arguing and fighting before him. Don't you think that it's a joke to be issuing a challenge in his lounge? It is just as Huang Yu said, Lu Chun doesn't like others to be brandishing their spears and swords before him. However, while the strength-measuring rock pillar isn't here yet, the best way to test whether Zhang Xian has improved is through Baisun. He is aware of the fact that the latter has reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. With the same level of cultivation, he should be able to see whether Zhang Xian's strength has surged. At this point, he raises his head and says, I don't have any objections if it is just ordinary sparring. However, don't go too far. Great. Initially, Baisun thought that Master Lu Chun would object to it. However, contrary to his expectation, he approves. Baisun almost leaps up due to overwhelming excitement. With a delighted expression, he takes 2 steps towards the center of the lounge, and with a cool pose, he beckons Zhang Xian. Come. All right. Zhang Xian has just completed his cultivation of Heaven's Path Golden Body, and he is curious to know how far his strength has progressed as well. Thus, he doesn't reject the other party's challenge and walks over to the center of the lounge as well. The strength behind my fists are great, so be careful. With hardened eyes, Baisun no longer has that gentlemanly look he usually has, and replacing it is the aura of a powerful person unmatched by anyone. As Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, in terms of strength, he is above even Shang Bin. Voila! After gathering his might, Baisun steps forward. With his strength as a sword, the shock wave of his punch as a blade, he sends a jab straight towards Zhang Xian. To test his level of cultivation, Zhang Xian doesn't bother to look at the flaws on Baisun compiled in the library of Heaven's Path, and instead, he faces his fist with one of his own. The 2 fists connect midair, and Zhang Xian frowns. Why is the strength behind his fist so lacking? Could it be that he isn't Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle? Zhang Xian's fist goes straight through the other party's fist without slowing at all, completely overpowering him, as though a stone has met with a bubble. Thinking that the other party isn't well prepared and has yet to exert his full strength yet, Zhang Xian quickly reduces his strength by half. Even so, Baisun's face pales and he is sent flying like a rubber ball. So, he only comes to a stop when his back crashes onto a pillar forcefully. Why aren't you using your full strength? Retracting his fist, Zhang Xian walks forward and stretches out his hand to help the ladder up. Don't. Upon seeing this sight, Master Lu Chin's eyes narrow. He immediately tries to stop them, but he is too late. So, Baisun, who was pulled by the young man, flies away like a kite who had its strings snapped. With a whistle of the wind, he flies in the air once again. Paji, after flying for a dozen meters, his face crashes into the wall and fresh blood spurts out from his mouth and nose. Wuru. Baisun almost cries on the spot. Big brother, I know that I'm not a match for you, but you don't have to be so merciless. My dashing features, my face. Why are you? Seeing Baisun fly away with a pull of his, Zhang Xian scratches his head with an innocent look. What are they doing? First Master Lu Chun, and now Baisun. Is it really all right for the both of you to be leaping around? If the 2 of them were to know the thoughts that are running through his mind, they would have surely vomited blood on the spot out of depression. You are the one who is leaping around. We were thrown by you, all right? This fellow, standing by the side, Huang Yu's eyebrows twitch and she finds her head unable to cope. Bai Sun can be considered one of the outstanding ones among the younger generation. Except for a few others, he is practically unmatched. This is precisely the reason why he cultivated a competitive, but reluctant to admit defeat personality. He thought that the latter would not be able to match up to him in a duel, but never did he imagine that he would be sent flying with a single punch. He lost thoroughly. This fellow looks ordinary. How can he possess such overwhelming might? Are you all right? Unsure of what the others are thinking about, Zhang Xian walks up to Bai Sun with an apologetic look. I'm fine. Bai Sun struggles upwards and pats the dust off his clothes. As Fighter 5 Dan, who has tempered his bones and skin, small wounds like these do not pose a problem. Great. I realize that you have not used your full strength previously. How about this? Let's spar once more with you using your full strength. Zhang Xian says with a serious expression. Again? Bai Sun's face twitches and he almost cries. If we were to continue fighting, I might die here. He immediately waves his hand and says, No need. Master is indeed stronger than me. I don't think there's a need to continue sparring. There's no need to be courteous, it is just friendly sparring, so you don't have to be so restrained. Also, don't call me master, that sounds so distant. Zhang Xian thought that the other party was acting cautiously due to his identity as Master Lu Chen's peer, causing his reluctance to give his all in the spar, thus resulting in his weakness as perceived by Zhang Xian. When his cultivation had just reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, he crossed blows with Yao Han, and the latter gave him a lot of pressure through his formidable strength. Yao Han's cultivation realm is higher than Bai Sun, but as there isn't too much of a difference between the two, he thought that it would be the same as when he faced him. Yet, Bai Sun was sent flying with a single fist. Finding it unbelievable, he attributed it to him not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, with his 8 ding of strength, it is impossible for him to send a Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle who possesses 4 ding of strength flying with a single fist. Spar? Bai Sun trembles in fear. You call this sparring? With just that single fist of yours, I almost ascended to the heavens. You know that? Besides, as a fellow peer of Grandpa Lu Chan, what do I call you if not master? A thought flashes through his mind and his face twitches, seemingly on the verge of tears. Since you said that it feels distant calling you master, then why don't I call you Grandpa? Grandpa Zhang, I admit my mistake. Okay? I shouldn't have been so hostile towards you, so I beg of you, stop asking me to spar with you. The strength measuring rock pillar is here. At this moment, Uncle Cheng walks over and sees such a sight unfolding before him. Upon hearing Bai Sun's shouting plea, he petrifies on the spot. What? Chapter 54. Hongjin Pearl Fruit. Who is this? The sole son of the number 1 authoritative subject of Tianxian Kingdom, Jinnan Wang. For him to be crying Zhang Xian as his grandpa? Surely I am hearing things. Uncle Cheng only feels his vision blurring before him and almost loses consciousness. I just stepped away for a moment to grab a strength-measuring rock pillar. What happened? Can anyone enlighten me? Cough, cough. All right. Little brother Zhang Xian, there are plenty of opportunities for the both of you to spar in the future. Bai Sun is injured and needs to regulate his cultivation for a while. Anyway, since the strength-measuring rock pillar is already here, I think it would be best for you to try out your strength first. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Master Lu Chun quickly steps in. All right. Seeing that Bai Sun is unwilling to spar, Zhang Xian shakes his head in disappointment. He looks at the strength-measuring rock pillar which is just inserted into a crevice on the ground and walks over to it. With a slight smile, he says, Actually, I have tested my strength yesterday and it was about 4 ding or so. There probably won't much of a difference testing it today. It was just this morning that he had beaten Yao Han into a pighead. Before that, he had tested his strength and had ascertained it to be 8 ding. He had been busy the entire day. Furthermore, without a cultivation technique for him to cultivate, not a single one of his acupoints have been broken through yet. Thus, there shouldn't be a rise in his strength. Although he has cultivated the Heaven's Path Golden Body, in Zhang Xian's opinion, even if there was an improvement with his physical body, it can't possibly rival up to the significance of Zhenqi in determining one's might. As for why he said that his strength is 4 ding, It is because this is the standard strength a Dingli realm pinnacle would possess. He doesn't want to reveal too much of his secrets. At worst, he just has to hold back half of his strength when testing it later on. Since the pillar has been brought here, give it a try, Master Luchan says. All right. Zhang Xian smiles as he accepts the offer. With the intention to only use half of his strength, his fist flies towards the rock pillar before him. His fist propels forward as though a lightning strike, and the shock wave of his fist causes the wind to rustle. Pong! Light shines from the pillar and figures start to slowly appear on it. Look, as I said, for Ding. Seeing the figures that had floated onto the surface of the pillar, Zhang Xian waves his hands and turns around to look at the others with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, he sees Bai Sun, Huang Yu, Master Lu Chun, and Uncle Chang look at him as though he is a monster. Every single one of their eyes are almost popping out of their sockets. What's the matter? Zhang Xian frowns. He lowers his head to look at himself. There shouldn't be anything off about him, though. Look at the strength-measuring rock pillar again. Huang Yu says in agitation. What is wrong with the strength-measuring rock pillar? Isn't it just 4 Ding? Do you all have to be so shocked? Turning around to take a look, Zhang Xian's body staggers and he almost falls to the floor. Unsure of when it happened, but the number 9 had appeared behind the number 4 that he saw previously. Putting it together, 49. The fist that I just threw had the strength of 49 Ding? Zhang Xian is also astonished. When he tested it this morning, he only had 8 Ding of strength. Furthermore, he intentionally restrained half of his strength when striking on the rock pillar. So how could he had possibly reached a might of 49 Ding? Doesn't this mean that if he didn't contain his strength, his fist could hold a might of almost 100 Ding behind it? A Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle possesses 4 Ding of strength, while the strength of a Pishue Realm Pinnacle Expert wouldn't exceed 80 Ding. To be capable of hitting 100 Ding with his fist, doesn't this mean that his strength is equal to a Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm Expert, surpassing the latter even? Could it be that the strength-measuring rock pillar is malfunctioning? A thought flashes through his mind, and Zhang Xian can't resist raising his doubt. The rock pillar isn't malfunctioning. Didn't you achieve a breakthrough in the study previously? It caused your strength to soar. Furthermore, you have yet to adapt to your newfound strength. That's why you thrashed Bai Sun so overwhelmingly. Seeing his thoughts being verified, Master Lu Chen explains. Initially, he wanted to say that he himself was beaten into a pulp by Zhang Xian, but he stopped at the crucial point. After all, no matter what, he is still a master and has to consider his reputation. A breakthrough? An inflation from 4 Ding to 49 Ding? It can't be that you broke through 45 acupoints at once? It is one thing to not hear his explanation, but the moment they hear it, Bai Sun and Huang Yu almost faint on the spot. Surely you are jesting? At Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm, one opens up his acupoints to raise one's cultivation. For every acupoint opened, one will gain 1 Ding of strength. It is said that there are a total of 108 acupoints in the human body. However, only 72 of which can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific order to opening these acupoints. Due to the difference in physique for every individual, they require a different sequence in breaking through them to achieve the optimal effect. If one fails to find the ideal sequence, they could possibly only end up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their life and find themselves unable to advance forward. Normally, one breaks through them one by one, and one's strength will increase slowly 1 Ding at a time. For Zhang Xian's strength to increase by 45 Ding in an instant. Dude, you are about to bash through the heavens. It is not that I have never seen people breaking through, but I have never seen someone break through in such a way. Actually, it isn't just the others who are giddy and in a state of disbelief. Even Zhang Xian himself doesn't know what is going on. Was such a massive improvement induced just from cultivating Heaven's Path Golden Body, allowing his strength to increase by 90 Ding instantaneously? Normally, when he casually sent Master Lu Chen flying and defeated Bai Sun, he should have understood how much of an improvement he had made and how much his strength had grown by, and not be as ignorant as he is now. However, as a transcender and someone who has just started cultivating 2 days ago, It is already incredible that he is able to control his cultivation to exert the correct amount of strength. Going into the specifics to control his strength, so as to manipulate it as he pleases, is simply expecting too much of him. This is just like an ordinary person who is suddenly granted superhuman strength. He wouldn't be able to get used to it initially, and perhaps might even feel slightly lost about the matter. This is exactly the situation that is occurring with Zhang Xian. Initially, he only possessed 8 ding of strength. However, it suddenly increased by 90 ding, an increment of more than tenfold. Furthermore, as this increment originates from his physical body, it is undetectable. Rather, it would be weird if he knew it in advance. It is already a blessing for him to not have reduced Bai Sun into a lump of meat. Little brother Zhang, you can't possibly have opened 45 acupoints just now? Seeing him in a daze, Master Lu Chun asks slowly. It is unheard of to open 45 acupoints in an instant. But if that isn't the case, where could have the sudden boost of strength possibly came from? I am still Dingli Realm Pinnacle. My cultivation has yet to advance, just that my physical body grew stronger by a bit. Zhang Xian says. Physical body? Master Lu Qian is astounded, not daring to believe what he has just heard. I have heard that there are some treasures in the world that allow one's physical body to rival steel when consumed, giving one the strength equivalent to a Pishue realm pinnacle. Could it be that it is possible to reach such a level through cultivating one's physical body as well? Kong, I seem to have eaten some unidentifiable fruit today. Initially, I felt my body heat up after eating it, but I didn't pay much heed to it. Perhaps that could be the reason for the sudden increase in the strength of my physical body. Zhang Xian says. As a member of modern civilization, he understands the logic that possessing a treasure beyond one's ability will attract calamity. If he were to acknowledge that he has reached such a level through cultivation, innumerable people might go red-eyed and try to extort him of his cultivation technique. Perhaps some might even kidnap him to research on. Since Master Lu Chun had mentioned that there are some treasures that can induce a massive enhancement in one's physical body, he decided to go along with it. Fate, this is truly fate. Master Lu Chun doesn't doubt Zhang Xian's words at all. Actually, it isn't that he isn't doubtful, but even if he is, he has no choice but to believe Zhang Xian's words. For one's physical strength to increase by a few dozen ding through 2 hours of cultivation? Isn't this daydreaming? It is as laughable as trying to get a male to bear children. Rather than believing that nonsense, it is more probable that he might have consumed some treasure. May I know the appearance of the fruit that little brother ate? Master Lu Chun continues asking. Appearance? Zhang Xian scratches his head. He was spouting nonsense, so how could he have possibly known how it would look like? However, since they have already gotten to this point, keeping silent would seem much more suspicious instead. Thus, he replies, it is a red-colored fruit. Previously, when he was flipping through the books in the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he recalls seeing a record of a fruit similar to what Lu Qian has just described. The book is an epic of a person's travels, and a character in it had eaten a red-colored fruit and had his strength raised massively. At this moment, he could only blindly try his luck. Red-colored? Could it be crimson-colored? Indeed, it is that thing. Master Lu Chun seems to have thought of something, and his breathing hastens. Master knows of it? It is the Hongjin pearl fruit. Legend has it that consuming it will allow one's physical body to soar rapidly, granting one the strength that even a Pishue realm pinnacle expert is unable to withstand. Master Lu Chun says excitedly. Hongjin pearl fruit? Zhang Xian says with a bizarre look on his face. Could it be that such a thing really exists? Chapter 55. Surrounded 1. Chatting for a moment longer, Zhang Xian was questioned on where he obtained the Hongjin pearl fruit from. He casually replied that he got it from the market, causing Master Lu Chun and the rest to exclaim at his fortune. Right, brother Zhang Xian, are you a local or? Lu Chun asked. I am a teacher at Hongtian Academy, Zhang Xian replied. No wonder you possess such strength and a deep understanding towards painting. Master Lu Chun praised him. He turned around to Huang Yu and Bai Sun, who were sitting by the side, and said, painting can mold a person's personality and train their character. Don't let fighting and killing occupy your mind all day long. Since Brother Zhangxian is a teacher of the academy, go and visit him to learn from him whenever the both of you are free. I will consider giving the person who learns a thing or two from him a pass and give them what they want. Yes, Huang Yu replied with a bitter expression, whereas Bai Sun's eyes were glittering with excitement. Through their crossing of blows, he understood that Zhang Xian's current ability far surpassed him. To be able to learn from such an expert was definitely much more interesting than simply just learning boring painting. At the very least, he felt more relaxed learning from him than Master Lu Chan. My apologies for the sudden intrusion today. It is getting a little late, so Master, I will be bidding you farewell. I will visit you another day. After accomplishing what he came for, Zhang Xian decided to take his leave and clasped his hands together towards Lu Chan. This time, you came here to look for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, but it is a pity that I don't have many of them here. I will speak to Shen Jue about this matter a few days later to bring you to the kingdom's book collection vault to browse through them. It just happens that he seems to be out hunting these few days, so he isn't in the capital at the moment. Master Lu Chan said, "You have my utmost gratitude, Master." Hearing these words, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It was impossible to find more than a few Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals at any ordinary location. However, in the kingdom's book collection vault, the location that was reputed to have the most complete collection of books in Tianqian Kingdom, he was surely able to find many of them. If he was able to enter the vault to browse through the Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he might be able to form Heaven's Path Divine Art and break through successfully. You're too courteous. Lu Chen nodded his head with a smile. Leaving the master's residence, Zhang Xian headed towards the academy. The sun had already set when he was still having dinner with Shan Bairu. At this moment, the moon hung high up in the sky, illuminating the ground with a cold silver glow. Going by the clock of his previous life, it should be around 12 already. Despite the time, he didn't feel fatigued in the least. Instead, his eyes were glowing in exhilaration. The trip to the master's residence was truly worth it. Compiling the Heaven's Path Golden Body has propelled the strengthening of his physical body, causing his prowess to soar. With his current cultivation, even if he were to meet with a Pishua Realm Pinnacle expert, he would be able to easily subdue them. Besides, he also found a dozen books or so on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Even if it was insufficient for him to compile a complete version of Heaven's Path Divine Art, it should still be beneficial to his training. My physical body has already reached 90 ding of strength. If I were to find higher-tier physical body enhancement techniques, will I grow even stronger? There might be many different secret manuals on training one's physical body in Master Lu Chen's study, but they were the simplest and most basic cultivation methods. If such books could possess such effects after being compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, didn't this mean that if he were to assemble together a set of more profound physical body cultivation manuals, the book compiled would be even more incredible? If this was true, his physical body would probably play a significant part in his battle prowess in the future. Just as he was immersing himself in his delight, his ears suddenly quivered. The growth and strength of his physical body had also caused his hearing and vision to sharpen. He suddenly realized that someone was stalking him. His footsteps swayed, and he came to a stop. "Those friends who are following behind me, come out." "Hee hee, I didn't expect that you would be so wary." "What is the use of being wary? Lad, you made us lose money. Don't even dream about escaping from us today." Walala. As his voice trailed off, a few human silhouettes dashed out from the darkness and surrounded him. Every one of them looked at Zhang Xian coldly, as though staring at a corpse. "It's you all?" Zhang Xian recognized them. He recognizes two of those in the group as Master Mo Yang, who was exposed in the market earlier today by him, and the artifact dealer who was working with him. The remaining few should be the supports who were hidden within the crowd. At this moment, Master Mo Yang's face was swollen red, and the skin around his eyes was bruised black. A few parts of his clothes were torn off, and he no longer possessed the serene and enlightened disposition and appearance from before. In fact, if one were to claim that he was a beggar on the street, people would believe him. Looks like after being exposed, those victims didn't let him off the hook so easily. But that's to be expected as well. After all, Which of those who were able to engage in the expensive sport of treasure speculation didn't come from extraordinary families? After realizing that they were scammed, they could already be considered to be kind for not killing him on the spot. The artifact dealer didn't seem to be in a much better state than him. His 2 eyes were bruised black and 2 sausage-like swells hung by his mouth, causing his speech to be indistinct. Glaring at Zhang Xian, the resentment and anger in their gazes were clear to see. This was a ploy that they spent a fortune to set up, only for it to be wrecked by this young man here. Not mentioning how they had to spit out the meat that was already in their mouths. They even almost got beaten to death. Thus, it was understandable that they would feel intense resentment against him. You little bastard. You sure ran away fast back then. Let's see where you can run off to now. A maniacal gleam flashed across the eyes of the artifact dealer. You all want to kill me? Noticing the aura of the surroundings growing eerily cold, Zhang Xian frowned. If you have to blame it for your big mouth for saying things that shouldn't be said. In your next life, remember to keep your mouth in check. Master Mo Yang sneered savagely as he clenched his fists, causing jia sounds to echo in the surroundings. The reason why their fraud failed was due to this fellow. It took them a while before they managed to find him, so naturally, they wouldn't allow him to escape easily. I'm sorry, but I don't wish to die for now, and neither do I wish to keep my mouth in check, Zhang Xian said. You don't wish to die? Ruthlessness flickered across in the eyes of Master Mo Yang. This isn't up to you. Brothers, kill him. Slice him apart and feed him to the dogs. Roger. With a cold snort, one of the support stepped forward, and lifting his arms up, he sent a palm down towards Zhang Xian. The moment he made his move, his cultivation realm was made apparent. Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. No wonder he could still escape to Tianqian Kingdom to conduct fraud even after being outlawed by Luzhu Kingdom. He did indeed possess some capabilities. If it was yesterday night, even if Zhang Xian was able to emerge victorious against this fellow, he would have to utilize the strength of the Library of Heaven's Path to exploit his weakness. However, with an overwhelming progress in the strength of his physical body, possessing nearly 100 ding of strength now, Dingli Pinnacle meant nothing to him now. Chuckling softly, he sent a slap towards his attacker. You're courting death. Number 4's nickname is Metal Palms. His hands are capable of splitting rocks. Back then, in Luzhu Kingdom, a Pishue realm primary stage was killed by a single palm of his. Yet, this fellow dares to exchange blows with him without any preparation? The ignorant sure are fearless. To think that we were done in by such a fellow, what misfortune. Seeing that fellow going against number 4 without dodging at all, Master Mo Yang and the rest sneered. This support may not seem unexceptional, but his strength isn't for show. His palms are capable of even striking through metal. What is a young man who isn't even 20 mean before that? To face it head on, what else can he be doing other than courting death? Just when they thought that Zhang Xian would be crippled by the blow, they saw the one whom they called number 4 Metal Palms being as weak as a slab of tofu. Unable to withstand Zhang Xian's blow, his bones shattered and his ribcage sank in as he was blasted away by the force of the blow. His head stabbed onto the ground first, causing him to look like a bulb of wild onion. Chapter 56. Surrounded too, so, it seems that he isn't weak. No wonder he is so arrogant. Seeing number 4 being sent flying by a single palm, Master Mo Yang froze for a moment before his expression turned even more savage. Waving his hands grandly, as though he was in control of the entire situation, he said, however, your luck ends here. After which, he turned to look at the artifact dealer by the side and said, end it fast. We still have matters to attend to. The artifact dealer nodded his head and advances forward. Boom. Before he even struck, he already emanated an aura from his body. It was similar to the mountains and the oceans, immeasurable. If one were to close their eyes, they could clearly feel 10 acupoints in the other party's body absorbing and exuding spiritual energy, each of them bright as though they were the stars. Pishue Realm expert? Zhang Xian was taken aback. At Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm, One could start opening up the acupoints within their body to absorb the spiritual energy from the world and refine it for their own usage. At this level of cultivation, regardless of whether it was reaction speed or strength, they would be enhanced significantly. In Hongtian Academy, this was the level of strength an elder possessed. It was beyond his expectations that a scammer possessed such strength. Are you afraid? If so, kneel down, apologize and compensate our losses. Otherwise, death awaits you. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, he thought that he was apprehensive of his strength. Thus, with a long cry, he stepped forward, reminiscent of a god who governed over life and death. Kneel down? Apologize? Compensate your losses? Zhang Xian shook his head. I am not that free to be apologizing and giving compensation to a scammer. If you all have such an interest, you all could kneel down to me instead and compensate my losses from your assault today. This way, I can consider letting you all off the hook. What did you say? Is this fellow mad? Master Mo Yang and the artifact owner started to suspect whether this fellow was insane. Our people far outnumber you. Furthermore, we have Pishue realm experts on our side. Yet, you expect us to kneel down to a lonesome young man like you? What are you trying to act cool for? Besides, compensate your losses for the assault? You have losses my ass. The head of our number 4 is still lodged into the ground. If we are speaking about losses, ours are significantly greater, okay? Stop spouting nonsense with him. Just kill him. Master Mo Yang gestured. The artifact owner nodded his head. Exerting force on the soles of his feet, he charged towards Zhang Xian with his fingers wide open in the shape of a palm. Before he could get close, the rustling of the wind could be heard, as though an eagle trying to prey on a rabbit. It gave others an oppressing sensation, a massive pressure that they were seemingly unable to withstand. It is number 2's battle technique, Soaring Eagle. This battle technique can be considered to be superior even among those in the mortal intermediate tier. Isn't it a little too excessive to be using it to deal with a young lad? It isn't excessive. This lad is able to smack away number 4 with a single palm strike of his. This shows that he is pretty capable as well. However, his luck has come to an end, now that he is facing number 2's Soaring Eagle. Seeing the artifact dealer executing such an incredible technique, the crowd nodded their heads in approval. Soaring Eagle was in the forefront even among the mortal intermediate tier battle techniques. The moment it was executed, one would emit a majestic aura, reminiscent of an eagle hunting down a rabbit, leaving his opponent with the impression of mountains and oceans, as well as a feeling of helplessness before such overwhelming might. Even if their leader, Master Mo Yang, were to encounter it, he would have to retreat temporarily so as to avoid facing it head-on. Soaring Eagle? The moment the other party executed his battle technique, a manual appeared in Zhang Xian's head, and written on it were the flaws and the history of this artifact dealer. Scanning through it with his consciousness, Zhang Xian imprinted this information into his mind, and suddenly, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Due to the lack of time, he couldn't thoroughly ponder over it. The battle technique executed by the artifact dealer was already right before him. A battle technique allowed one to unleash their strength better, thus bringing them to greater heights. As a Pishue realm expert who had opened 10 acupoints, the artifact dealer wasn't weak at all. Complemented with the mortal intermediate tier battle technique, he carried with him a very powerful and oppressive aura. A savage smile appearing on his face was similar to the radiance of a flower. However, before this flower could finish blooming, his eyes narrowed and a ghastly cry sounded. A tragic howl echoed across the night sky, as though a stone grinder had crushed the ears of a dog. What happened? At the very start, Master Mo Yang and the rest thought that Zhang Xian would be crushed in an instant by the strength of number 4. However, they didn't expect that the latter would end up so tragically. Recalling the defeat of number 4, they swiftly turned their heads to take a look, and the sight before them caused their face to twitch, almost passing out on the spot. The young man before them totally ignored the magnificence of the artifact dealer and sent a kick upwards toward his dignity as a man. Kacha! The sound of egg breaking apart caused everyone's face to twitch uncontrollably. So, the next moment, The artifact dealer was sent flying as though he was a rubber ball, crashing into a wall not too far away, forming a word. Initially, it should have been a word, but from the looks of it, there probably wasn't a chance for it anymore. Incredible! Seeing how he was able to easily kick away the Pishue realm artifact dealer who was in the midst of executing his battle technique, Zhang Xian nodded his head in approval. Even though his physical body was significantly stronger than the other party was skilled in fighting techniques and also possessed great speed. If Zhang Xian fought normally, he would have had to resort to several means to cripple him, and even so, it would have taken several blows to do it. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to clearly see through the flaws of the other party. As such, subduing him became an easy task. With a single kick, the bird flew away and the egg shattered. Even if he was a Pishue realm expert, he wasn't too far off from death from that kick. Something is amiss about this lad. Let's attack him together. Seeing Zhang Xian smack number 4 into the ground and kicked number 2 to the point that he no longer possessed his lower companion. No matter how foolish Master Mo Yang could be, he clearly understood that the lad before him wasn't simple, and his previous contemptuous gaze hardened. Walala! Upon hearing the orders, even though the remaining few were sweating profusely and a numbing sensation pervaded their crotches, they dared not disobey the orders and stepped forward to encircle Zhang Xian. Go! With a bellow, the remaining few immediately charged forward. All kinds of powerful attacks fell relentlessly onto Zhang Xian. Their zhenqi gushed through their meridians, and the might of their attacks generated powerful shockwaves. Just like the previous number 4, the rest of them were all Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm experts. Despite the fact that they outnumbered Zhang Xian, due to his ability to see through the flaws of others and his Pishue realm pinnacle-level fighting prowess, they did not pose a threat to him at all. Something is not right. Why are there only these few attacks? Parrying all of the attacks that came flying towards him, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Xian's mind, causing him to pause for a moment. The artifact dealer, who was only the number 2 in their midst, possessed the strength of Pishue realm. Logically speaking, the fake Master Mo Yang should be significantly stronger than him. However, why was he not attacking with the rest of the lot? If he were to attack, perhaps Zhang Xian might have a difficult time coping with the attacks. Just as he was bewildered over the bizarre situation, he noticed a figure who had already retreated 10 meters away. In the midst of his escape, he shouted, "You all kill him. I'll be back soon, huh?" Hearing these words, the attacking crowd staggered. There was no need to guess the situation. It was clear to see that their boss, upon sensing that the situation had gone awry, had abandoned them and fled. Shameless! Zhang Xian shouted in surprising harmony with the rest of the supports. Just a moment ago, he was still bellowing so righteously. Yet, at the next moment, he turned around to flee, leaving his subordinates in a lurch. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of Luzhu Kingdom. He is simply way too shameless to be caught that easily. Chapter 57. Storage ring, you won't get away that easily. This fellow had Zhang Xian surrounded and demanded him to kneel down and compensate him. Naturally, Zhang Xian can't possibly let him off the hook so easily. Zhang Xian does a quick job out of the several Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle supports, and turning his body around, he heads straight for the Master Mo Yang ahead of him. With the significant breakthrough in the strength of his physical body, Zhang Xian's body movement is reminiscent of a frog. Every single time the base of his foot comes into contact with the ground, he will fly forward 10 meters. Despite not possessing any footwork techniques, his speed is swift like a rock. The heck? The frantically escaping Master Mo Yang turns his head, just to see the other party flitting towards him with large strides, his movements similar to that of the immortals. The overwhelming shock causes him to forget to breathe for a split moment, and he almost tumbles over. He thought that Zhang Xian is a lamb that he can easily squeeze to death, so he fervently hunted him down to wash away the shame from the incident earlier this day. Yet, never did he expect that he would run into a lion's den. If only he knew that Zhang Xian was that formidable, he would have never come looking for him. Judging from how young that fellow is, even if he started training inside his mother's womb, it is still illogical for his strength to rise that quickly. Master Mo Yang feels endless regret, to the point that even the thought of suicide pops in his head. If only his mouth wasn't that inauspicious for him to pick out that fellow out of the entire crowd when he was scamming the others in the treasure speculation hall. The other party would not have exposed his deeds, and he could have walked out of the hall pompously under the gazes of respect from the crowd, despite scamming their money. Even after his ploy was exposed, he could have just escaped the capital and nothing would have happened. Yet, he just had to decide on exacting vengeance. Now, not only did he fail to exact vengeance, on the contrary, he became the one who was being chased like a weakling. What the heck is this? Truly, if one doesn't dedicate his soul to committing suicide, one wouldn't die. Ah, my heart. Despite being just 19, Zhang Xian had cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body. His body had been nourished by Jinqi, cleared of impurities, and his bones had been tempered and forged anew, causing him to look younger than his real age. At one look, he looks barely 17 or 18. At such an age, an average person would only be at Fighter 1 Dan or 2 Dan. Yet, the moment they all made a move, it is clear to see that not even with all of them combined could they match up with Zhang Xian. Thus, it would actually be more bizarre if he didn't choose to escape. Stop! While complaining in his mind, he feels a stifling sensation in his chest, following which, a flat voice sounds from his back. Pung. Before he can turn around to counterattack, he feels a sharp pain at the center of his spinal cord. He stumbles forward and with his face in contact with the ground, he flies forward, creating a deep gorge on the ground in his track. My face. Master Mo Yang is on the verge of tears. Without taking a look, it is clear that his face is already ruined. Kacha. As though not sparing the moment for him to wallow in self-pity, a foot steps on his head. You should have thought of the possibility of such an outcome when you came for my life. Zhang Xian steps on the head of the other party with an impassive expression. He had only been an ordinary librarian in his previous life. However, ever since becoming a part of this world, he had comprehended the logic of might reigning supreme here. If his strength turned out to be inadequate today, he might have possibly died already. Don't kill me, Lord. As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to hand over my years of savings to you. Clearly feeling the other party's ability to crush his head by exerting force through the foot that's on his head, Master Mo Yang trembles uncontrollably. Comparing money with life, it is clear that the latter is much more valuable. Oh, show it to me then. I'll see if it is sufficient to buy your life. Zhang Xian replies blandly. Yes, yes. Hearing the other party's words, Master Mo Yang hurriedly takes off his ring with trembling fingers and presents it to Zhang Xian. Everything is inside. I beseech Lord, to take a look. Inside. Zhang Xian frowns. What can be fitted into a ring? However, as an expert, he can't be posing such an inquiry to the other party. His mind jolts and a book appears. Low-tier storage ring. Possesses 3 meters square of space within. Flaws. Inferior method of creation. The book describes the details of the ring thoroughly. Storage ring? To think that a giant fraudster like him would possess such a good item. Looks like I've made a huge earning this time. When browsing through the books on the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he became aware of the existence of the mountain in a seed mystical treasure. Initially, he thought that it was a treasure that was far from his reach. To think that this fellow would possess it. Even though it is a low-tier storage ring, it should be worth at least 500,000 gold coins. Even the elders of the Academy might not be able to afford such a luxury. He can't help but feel surprised by a fraudster possessing such an item. However, after giving this matter some thoughts, he comes to a realization. Without this item, how can he bring away the money he earned? If he were to carry the stack of money around, it would just be a matter of time before he gets discovered, caught, and executed. Looks like this fellow had spent much of his fortune just to buy this. As Zhang Xian expects, a face of heartache appears on the face of the other party as he passes the object over. Recalling the details of storage rings in the book he read regarding it previously, he drips a drop of fresh blood on it. Wong. With a jolt of his mind, a 3 meters square space appears in his vision. It is filled with gold coins, numbering up to 100,000. His character may be subpar, but he does have quite a bit of saving. Lord, since you have accepted the item, I beg you to spare my life. Seeing the young man, Master Mo Yang hurriedly says, Spare your life? It is not impossible for me to do that. If you hand over the banknotes that you have secretly hidden on your body, sparing you is just a small matter. Zhang Xian looks at him with a bright smile. You. With narrowed eyes, Master Mo Yang looks as though he had met a ghost as disbelief shrouds his features. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As an experienced scammer, he has already prepared a course of action in case he gets captured. Thus, when he was running away, he secretly moved to his body the banknotes he had accumulated throughout the years. This is also the reason why he generously offered his storage ring over. The goal of it is to numb the other party so that he wouldn't conduct a body search on him. As long as he was able to get away safely, even if he loses the storage ring and the wealth stored within it, with such banknotes in his possession, he is able to live without worries as a wealthy man and start anew. He thought that his actions were extremely covert. He couldn't have imagined that this young-looking man had seen through his actions from the start. How did he know? Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for him to see through his clothes and notice the banknotes hidden within. Voila! Can't be bothered to argue with the other party. With a claw, Zhang Xian rips apart his clothes, and in accordance with his expectations, 10 banknotes expose themselves between the tattered clothes. Each of them is worth 100,000, and they added up to a massive sum of 1 million. Looks like I have made a huge profit this time. Delighted to see the enormous amount of money, Zhang Xian's eyes radiate light. I have given you all my money, so you can let me go now. Seeing how the other party is aware even of his hidden stash, Master Mo Yang becomes disconsolate, his previous haughty aura gone without a trace as cries threaten to escape from his throat. Yang Mo, an apprentice appraiser. A scammer in Luzhu Kingdom who made his name as an appraiser, notorious for his frauds to earn wealth and the favor of women. Skilled in voice of allurement, which beguiles the mind of others through words, making it easier to convince them. Zhang Xian's foot remains firmly on his head as he revealed the information compiled on this master from the library with a smiling face. You. How did you know? Who the hell are you? Master Mo Yang's eyes narrow as his whole body trembles intensely, as fear reflects on his face. Chapter 58. How did he do it? A moment ago, when his hidden stash was exposed by Zhang Xian, he panicked, but a portion of it was still feigned. However, the current fear that he is expressing on his face at this very moment is completely real. He feels a chill rushing down through his body, threatening to freeze him into a snowman. It wouldn't be weird if the other party could identify him. After all, he can be considered a wanted serial offender, so there's always the possibility of an attentive person seeing through his disguise. However, the fact that he practices the voice of allurement is something that not even Lauer and the rest are aware of. Furthermore, he had not dared reveal the fact to anyone, so how could this fellow be aware of it? This was a secret manual that he attained with much difficulty during a chance encounter. He had hidden this fact in the depth of his heart, and he could proudly declare that not a second person in this world knew of this secret. Yet, the other party was aware of it. The overwhelming shock he is feeling at the moment is about to scare him to death. There are many kinds of secret manuals. There are those on the physical body, battle techniques, cultivation techniques. However, most of these can be found easily. If one had to talk about the most valuable secret manuals in the entire kingdom, most probably, the position would have to go to those regarding secret arts that affects one's psyche. Voice of allurement is an extremely low-tier psyche secret art. However, no matter how low-tiered it is still an attack on one's psyche. Once it is executed, no matter how powerful a person is, if they are unprepared, they will still fall for it. Previously, he had been captured by a Fighter 7 Dan expert. He relied on this to coax the other party into sparing his life. The reason why he intentionally begged for his life is to numb the other party through such a method. Never would he have expected that not only was the other party unaffected by his tricks, he seemed to be omniscient, as though nothing about him could escape his notice. Before Zhang Xian, he feels his facade falling off, and that he is standing buck naked before him, without a single concealment. How can he possibly not feel anxious? If he was afraid a moment ago, right now, he is feeling terror-stricken. You don't have to bother how I was made aware of these. You just have to know that these aren't the only things I am aware of. Your Ming-min and such, I am also cognizant of them. I can spare you, but from today onwards, if I were to find out that you are still scamming others, bringing harm onto others, death would be the only thing that awaits you. Stopping there, Zhang Xian kicks the other party's body. Gotcha! The sound of an egg shattering. The scammer Yang Imo senses a resounding blast from his dantian, and strength derived from his many years of cultivation seeps away. Without strength, he dares not scam others even if he wanted to. My cultivation? Sensing the loss of his strength, Yang Imo is filled with hatred, but he does not dare to snap at him. The other party is simply too frightening. He is no human, but a demon. How can he possibly dare to retaliate when it's a demon who broke his dantian and ruined his cultivation? Scram. After receiving his benefits and dealing with the scammer, Zhang Xian walks back to the academy with widened strides. The other party is just a scammer. He isn't worth soiling his hands over. It is already around 1 in the morning by the time he reaches his dormitory. However, Zhang Xian isn't fatigued at all. Too many things had happened tonight, with events coming one after another. If it wasn't for the godly cheat library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian would have been at a loss for dealing with those situations. Let's see if I can organize those Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals that I got from Master Lu Chun. Back then, he was too preoccupied with cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, so he has yet to take a good look at the Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Now that he has free time, it is a good opportunity for him to examine them. Soon, the correct cultivation method of the dozen or so secret manuals are extracted. However, taking a look at it, Zhang Xian feels his head bloating up. They aren't connected with one another in the least. If I were to cultivate this, my cultivation would definitely go berserk and I will die. Zhang Xian shakes his head helplessly. He might have a dozen secret manuals in his possession, but there are still too many flaws in it. Even if he were to extract the correct methods from them, he is still unable to form a complete cultivation technique set. In fact, the cultivation technique set formed would be filled with even more gaps, making it impossible to cultivate it. Forget it. I better find a way to look for more manuals first. Knowing that the cultivation technique cannot be used, Zhang Xian doesn't panic. Instead, he recultivates the cultivation techniques of the first 3 dawn compiled by the library. Only after ensuring that his cultivation has completely integrated as one does he go to sleep. Zhang Xian doesn't know that in the period that he went to the market to purchase items, in the academy, Elder Shang Chen's backyard is on the verge of exploding. Grandfather, you have to redress my grievances. With tears and snot flowing down his face, Shang Bin's cry tremors even the heavens. As the grandson of an elder, he is born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Furthermore, being talented, he has always been respected by others. Yet, he had suffered all the setbacks he had never suffered in his whole life today. It is already a great blessing that he has yet to go insane. When bringing trouble upon someone, a lunatic dashed out and beat him up to a pighead. When going out for dinner, he sees his goddess dining happily with that lad. He could still take it if his framing fails and if he embarrasses himself. But, grandfather, didn't you say that this sky-shattering lion is very obedient? I ordered it to teach that useless Zhang Xian a lesson, but not only did it not obey my orders, it even beat me up instead. The more he thinks about it, the more furious he gets. At this moment, Shang Bin is full of tears for himself. This sky-shattering lion before him has been squandering off his family, yet, at a crucial period, not only did it not obey orders, it even helped an outsider to assault him. He feels like tearing his hair out whenever he thinks about it. It is usually rather obedient. Shang Chun feels a little awkward. He looks at the sky-shattering lion on front of him with a puzzled expression. He is just a normal beast tamer, and his expertise in the field isn't particularly high. Even if he were to tame savage beasts, he could only interact with them on equal footing, and not that of a master and servant. This is precisely why the sky-shattering lion needs not bother about his emotions and second-guess his thoughts whenever it wants to do something. However, no matter what, they are contractually related to one another. After asking it to protect his grandson, why did it listen to the words of the outsider and assault Shangbin instead? Roar. Upon noticing Shangbin, the sky-shattering lion holds its head up high with a proud expression on its face, seemingly proud of its deed. Seeing the expression on the sky-shattering lion, Shangbin receives another 10,000 damage internally. When it was with Zhang Xian, it licked the other party's hand affectionately and treated him respectfully, as though a pug. Yet now, it is acting as haughty as a king. The heck, is my grandfather your owner, or he is? Cough cough. I'll persuade the sky-shattering lion later when I get back. Seeing his beast pet behaving like this, clearly rejecting cooperation with him, Elder Shang Qin's face turns red as he waves away the matter. Grandfather, this time, you have to teach this Zhang Xian a lesson in my stead. It would be best if his teaching license is revoked and he is chased out of the academy. Knowing that his grandfather is of a relationship of equals with the sky-shattering lion and is unable to teach it a lesson, Shangbin doesn't dawdle on the matter and, gritting his teeth, diverts the topic towards Zhang Xian. A trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination had caused him so much embarrassment and left innumerable wounds all over his body, causing him to almost die even. This kind of grudge cannot be washed away even by the rapid flow of the river. Rest assured, I will settle this matter. But this Zhang Xian, who knows what kind of luck did he stumble over? He actually managed to recruit 5 students. Without a reasonable excuse, even for me, it will be difficult to expel a registered teacher. Elder Shang Chan says. Registered with the continent's teacher guild, Zhang Xian can be considered formally as a teacher. Even as an elder of the academy, the head of the education bureau, as long as the other party doesn't sin deeply, he has no rights to expel him. While shaking his head, doubt flashes across his eyes. As a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination, everyone thought that it would be impossible for any student to acknowledge him. Yet, contrary to their expectations, not only did students acknowledge him, there were 5 of them. Furthermore, a few of them were within the top 100. No one would have thought it possible if they didn't witness it for themselves. In fact, despite seeing the results compiled by the Education Bureau, he still finds it unbelievable. This fellow, how did he do it? It is totally irrational, isn't it? Chapter 59. The frenzied students. I have already found an excuse for grandfather to take action. Chao Xiong Laosher has a student named Lu Yang, and this Lu Yang was coerced by Zhang Xian to become his student. Chao Xiong Laosher has already applied for an enlightenment trial, which will be conducted tomorrow. By then, as long as grandfather makes a move, it would be an easy task to strip him of his license. Shangbin squeezes these words through gritted teeth. The deception Chao Xiong spoke of turned into coercion through his words. There is a world of difference between these two words. Deception only means that there's something wrong with that person's personality. On the other hand, coercion is a matter of morals. Coercion? Are you sure? Elder Shang Chun is taken back. I'm sure. Shangbin nods his head affirmatively. If that's the case, how about this? Tomorrow, I will invite Elder Mo over for him to witness the process. If the result of the enlightenment trial shows that Lu Yang did not willingly become his student, then there is the possibility for him to be stripped of his teaching license. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Shang Chan says, Thank you, grandfather. Excitement shines in Shangbin's eyes. With the presence of teachers comes qualifications, and the organization that protects the identity of teachers is the Teacher Guild. The guild has the authority to inspect the actions of teachers, as well as to strip them of their license. There was a similar organization called the Ministry of Education in Zhang Xian's previous world. Teachers are role models. To guide a student along their path, they must first make the students concede to them, so that they are willing to learn from them. If they were to coerce them, thus causing the student to be jaundiced, it is possible for their licenses to be revoked. As for how to gauge whether one is truly willing to become the student of a teacher, the enlightenment trial is the most impartial method. Brat, you might be gleeful now, But let's see how you can continue being so arrogant when your teaching license is revoked tomorrow. Upon the thought that he would be able to exact vengeance for all of the grudges in the past, Shangbin clenches his fist subconsciously and a surge of exhilaration runs through his body. Zhang Xian doesn't know that someone has already set up a ploy against him. After a night of rest, he feels energized. Looking into the mirror, he notices that after cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body yesterday, his body became even whiter and smoother, similar to that of an infant. There isn't a single scar or such on his body. Overall, he looks much younger as well. Those who are oblivious to his identity might even think that he is a student. Not bad, he says before heading to the classroom with giant strides. Arriving at the classroom, the first thing he notices is that the interiors of the room has been cleaned spick and span by his 5 students, and even the drinking water has already been boiled. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Zhao Ye, and Yuan Tao are all energized. All of them stare at Zhang Xian with looks of reverence and excitement. Initially, these few students had all thought that they were deceived into acknowledging a fellow who was last in the teacher qualification examination as their teacher. However, after the lesson yesterday, they realized that even though his reputation is terrible, he is, indubitably, an incredibly capable figure. This feeling resonates especially so for Wang Ying. After reciting those theories her teacher spoke of to her father and the elders of the family, they were all filled with praises for him. In fact, there were even some parts of it that they were incapable of comprehending. After which, they insisted in bringing Wang Tao over to acknowledge him as his teacher. From this incident itself, his standards are clear to see. How can one not feel excited upon having such a person as their teacher? Seems like everything is in order today. Zhao Ye, take this medicinal herb, crush it into powder, and swallow it along with water. Also, this is a cultivation technique that I have just handwritten. If you cultivate by the methods written on it, you should be able to fully recover in 3 days or so. Seeing the expressions reflected in everyone's eyes, it is impossible for Zhang Xian to not know what they are thinking. Nodding his head, he passes the frigid sun mother grass, which he bought yesterday night, and a book to Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye's illness was caused by her cultivation of a pure yin cultivation technique. After browsing through all of the books in the teacher's compendium pavilion, Zhang Xian used the library of Heaven's Path to derive a solution for her problem. Even though the cultivation technique pales far in comparison to his Heaven's Path divine art, it is still a skill derived from the extraction of the essence of 10 different books, and it is still extraordinarily valuable. There are still flaws within it, but the remaining ones don't really affect the whole situation. Yes, Zhao Ye grabs the medicinal herb and places it into her embrace before casually flipping open the book. She notices that the ink is still fresh, and it is clear that it was just written. After taking a brief look at it, her eyes narrow and she looks at him in disbelief. Zhang Laosher, although I am new here, I have heard of most of the renowned secret manuals in the academy. This manual is several times more incredible than my white jade pure maiden skill. Why have I never heard of it? Furthermore, why isn't there a name on this book? As the daughter of a city lord, Zhao Ye has a massive collection of books in her home. She has browsed through many different secret manuals, which help to build her eye of discernment. This book in her hand is clearly several fold stronger than the white jade pure maiden skill that she cultivated before. However, why has she never heard of it? Whenever one copies a cultivation technique, one would always write the name of the creator on it. However, not a trace of information on its creator can be seen on this book, causing Zhao Ye to be puzzled. Oh, this book is something that I have just compiled and wrote down based on your physical condition, so there's no name for it. If you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. Zhang Xian says. The Library of Heaven's Path extracts the correct portions of each secret manual and compiles them into a book. The book that is compiled by the library does not have a name, and he can't be bothered to name it either. Thus, he passed it to her right after he casually copied it down. He didn't expect for Zhao Ye to ask about it, thus he answers it casually. What? Teacher? Wrote it himself? This means this is a cultivation technique created by teacher? Not only Zhao Ye was taken aback, the others also narrow their eyes and all of them nearly pass out on the spot. Every single one of those who managed to successfully create a cultivation technique were grandmaster-level figures, experts who left a mark in history. For their obscure teacher to be capable of creating a cultivation technique, not to mention such an advanced one, are you for real? You can say so. The Library of Heaven's Path cannot be explained, and these books came out of nowhere. Thus, it doesn't matter whether Zhang Xian says if he is the one who created them or not. Thinking nothing about it, he casually nods his head. Incredible, white jade pure maiden skill. This skill was created by a fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe realm expert in our family. For teacher to be able to create a cultivation technique of much higher tier than this so easily, exactly how strong is he? Seeing him admit to it, the 5 students find themselves on the verge of going insane. Since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there had been less than a few who had successfully created a cultivation technique throughout its century of history. Every single one of them were reputable and influential figures. Yet, their own teacher is capable of the very same feat as well. They find themselves giddy-headed from the reverence they are feeling towards him. Furthermore, the most important of all, what did Zhang Laoshi just say? He said that, if you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. The heck? Every master went through a lot just to create their own cultivation technique. Thus, they view it as their treasure and only pass it down to their main disciples. Yet, after creating a cultivation technique, not only did this Zhang Laoshi freely gift it to others, he is even lazy to name them, allowing his students to name them as they please. One must know that the future generations tend to only remember the one who names the skill, rather than the creator himself. Such an opportunity to leave his mark in history, but he isn't bothered about it in the least. Isn't he way too indifferent to material successes? One's conduct can't get any nobler than that. No wonder Zhang Laoshi still remains as an obscure figure despite being so capable, even carrying the notoriety as the worst teacher in the academy. To think that he would be such a noble person, a person who views fame as dirt. Zhang Laoshi. Upon thinking about these, the eyes of the 5 students redden. They are so moved that they are on the verge of bursting into tears. What's wrong with you all? Seeing his students who were still acting normally a moment ago, suddenly staring at him with reddened eyes, Zhang Xian is confused. These students, could they have gone mad at the same time? Chapter 60. The greatest person Zhang Xian is a transcender. So how could he have known that creating a cultivation technique would result in such astonishment and commotion? As such, he is unable to understand the reason behind the expressions of the students. With a calm face, he takes out another book. Lu Yang, this manual is something I just wrote based on your situation. Cultivate according to it, and your right hand should recover completely within half a month or so. Before anyone can even react, he takes out a few more books again and passes them over. Yuan Tao, you have good defensive abilities. The book I passed you the previous time is your fundamental cultivation technique, while this one is aimed at improving your defensive abilities. Wang Ying and Zheng Yang as well. I have compiled your unique characteristics and wrote a book for you two each. If you two were to train according to it, your cultivation should rise swiftly. Since they are all his students, naturally, he can't favor one more than the other. Thus, there is a gift for every one of them. These cultivation techniques are made from combining multiple secret manuals from the teacher's compendium pavilion using the Library of Heaven's Path. They are tailored specially for Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the rest of them based on their physical conditions. There are still flaws in there, but there are significantly less of them compared to the other secret manuals. These secret manuals, what an impressive cultivation technique! Regardless of whether it is Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Zheng Yang, they are all people who are capable of telling the value of a manual. Just by taking a look at these nameless manuals, all of them tremble vigorously in agitation. The manuals can be said to be tailored perfectly to them, not to mention how incredibly high-tiered they are. Comparing the manuals they just received with the ones they cultivated before, the other ones are like trash among the trash. There is totally no way to put the both of them together. Teacher, these books, we are allowed to name them? Unable to hold it in anymore, Wang Ying asks. Feel free to do so. Zhang Xian waves his hand. His students stare at one another, their fists subconsciously clenched tightly together. Writing a single cultivation technique is already an incredible feat, yet to write 5 of them, and everyone is tailored for each of them, even allowing them to name their technique themselves. This capability and this generosity, it is unheard of in the entire Hongtian Academy. The crux of it all is that these cultivation techniques are made specially to cater to their needs. No matter how vast one's knowledge is and how enlightened one is towards the path of cultivation, they would have surely expended a lot of effort to create them. It is very likely that he hasn't slept for the entire night. Their teacher stayed awake for the entire night to toil on these cultivation techniques for them, and yet they doubted if their teacher possessed the abilities to guide them. This is too. The eyes of the crowd turn red again. This sentiment is equivalent to changing their entire lives. Thank you, teacher. The 5 of them kneel down simultaneously, staring at Zhang Xian, who is standing before them. Unwavering determination appears in their eyes. Zhang Laoshi, rest easy. We promise to never divulge these cultivation techniques outwards. Whoever divulges them will receive any type of punishment you mete out willingly. Never divulge them? All right. These cultivation techniques created using the library of Heaven's Path Pale Far in comparison to the Heaven's Path Divine Art. So Zhang Xian isn't too bothered about it. At this moment, hearing his students say these words, he agrees with it nonchalantly. This is the disposition of a true master. Seeing Zhang Laoshi indifferent to this matter, the students concede to him willingly. What is a master? This is a master. Who is the greatest person? He is. To be capable but humble, misunderstood but unfazed, humiliated but composed and calm in the face of sudden situations. To have such a teacher is a tremendous blessing of theirs. Zhang Xian doesn't know that in this moment, he has already ascended from the ranks of a mortal to a god within the hearts of his students. After instructing everyone to cultivate as soon as possible, Zhang Xian is free once more. A teacher should not be keeping a watch on his students, but rather, allow them to train and learn by themselves. A teacher is only responsible for pointing out their faults and direct them towards the correct path. Now that all of them have suitable cultivation techniques, as long as they cultivate as per normal, they will be able to achieve acceptable results. Hesitation appears on Shun Bai Ru's flawless face. However, thinking about the wonders the young man showed her yesterday, her curiosity burns once more and she determinedly walks over. She is the goddess of the academy, the idol of all male teachers and students. Every day, the number of flowers and presents the teachers and students gift her is countless. Even so, she is nonchalant to it and never tries to approach a teacher of the opposite sex on her own. However, the young man yesterday attracts her as though a mystery, causing her to walk over without any say on the matter. In fact, she wasn't even able to conduct a lesson properly this morning due to it. I'm just going over to expose him. There isn't any other reason to it. Finding an excuse for herself, she heaves a sigh of relief and proceeds forward in large strides. Speaking of this Zhang Xian Laoshi, she has known him since a long time ago. However, as she never really interacted with him, she isn't too knowledgeable of his affairs. Even so, based on the descriptions of others, there are only 3 adjectives to describe him. Worst, worst, and finally, still worst. He is reputed for being the worst teacher in the academy. All along, she has thought so as well. However, yesterday, her thoughts were overturned. He could remember all the contents of a book just by casually flipping through it. Despite scoring a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, he is able to come up with multiple answers for the questions in it. Just by eating a meal, she realizes that he is a gourmet. Furthermore, to be able to persuade the sky-shattering lion to listen to him so easily. What used to be the worst teacher in her eyes became an enigma. Incomprehension clouds over her no matter how she contemplates over it. Forget it. I will stop thinking about it. Today, I will definitely get an answer out of him. Harumphing coldly, she raises her jade-like face. Only then does she realize that she is already standing right before Zhang Xian's classroom. Just as she is about to enter, she sees a mummy-like person standing outside the door. Yao Han is in a dilemma. Yesterday, when he made a move and roared publicly at Zhang Xian in the classroom, he was reprimanded by the young mistress when they returned. After which, when he returns back to his dwelling at night, He thinks about the matter and rage wells up in him. The origin of this mess is that trash of a teacher, Zhang Xian. If not for him committing something indecent to the young mistress, causing the young mistress to be blackmailed by him, how could her face blush completely red as she insists on becoming his student? If not for that, he wouldn't have been beaten up to such a state when he went over to assault him at night. Unable to persuade his young mistress, his original intention was to inform the city lord of the matter, so that he can step forth and settle the issue. However, Bayou City is a long distance away, and even the best horse would take at least half a month for a two-way journey. If he were to really leave, what if that beast of a teacher were to do something immoral? If so, even if he were to die, it would be hard for him to swallow the blame. What should I do? Young mistress would definitely be unhappy with me if I were to barge in right now. However, if I do not barge in, she might get bullied and hurt. Just like that, Yao Han stood at the entrance for a very long time, perplexed. Who are you? While he is still in a dilemma between the two course of action to take, an Oriole-like voice sounds. Lifting his head to take a look, he sees a beautiful lady standing at a short distance away looking at him with a puzzled expression. This beautiful lady is around 20-year-old or so. She is dressed in a light purple robe which brings out her elegant figure perfectly. With skin as smooth as cream, despite not moving much, she is still absolutely gorgeous. I don't think that there's any need for me to tell you who I am. No matter what, Yao Han is a veteran who has experienced the harsh world. Thus, he recovers quickly and harumphs. You are just a little girl while I am the butler of Bayou City Lord's residence. Are you worthy of having me report my identity to you? Besides, most importantly of all, how can I dare to proclaim my identity in such a state? Refusing to identify yourself? What do you intend to do here by covering your face then? The beautiful lady frowns. Her heart suddenly pounds and a thought flashes through her mind. This fellow, it can't be that. He is hired by Shangbin to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. Chapter 61. She loves me. After inviting Zhang Xian out for dinner yesterday, they ended up meeting with Shangbin. For him, the grandson of an elder and a high-level teacher of the academy, to be pummeled to such a state, it would be bizarre instead for him not to seek vengeance. However, since the academy bans private duels between teachers and its compounds, could it be possible that the fellow sent someone else to intentionally mask himself so as to assault Zhang Xian here? It is no wonder that Shinbai-Ru would think so. After all, Yao Han's dress-up is way too bizarre. A thick layer of white cloth covers his entire face, revealing only his eyes. At a glance, the impression he gives others is of one unwilling to reveal his true identity. Furthermore, he refuses to answer upon being questioned. Thinking about it now, the reason why Zhang Xian forbade her from following him yesterday was because he knew that Shangbin would be unable to take it lying down. He knew that Shangbin would definitely find someone to take revenge on him. A cold gleam flashes across Shinbai-Ru's narrowed eyes. She is the cause of this entire situation, so naturally, it isn't right for her to be watching by the sidelines. Do you know the punishment for attacking a teacher in the academy? Attacking a teacher? Yao Han doesn't expect the beautiful lady to ask such a question. He is first taken aback, but he soon recalls the event with Shangbin yesterday. In an instant, realization strikes him. Could it be that you were that Shinbai-Ru? The cause of Shangbin pummeling him was due to Shangbin getting jealous of Zhang Xian, as the both of them were vying for Shinbai-Ru's favor. He will never forget this incident even if he is beaten to death. Yet, at this moment, a beautiful lady suddenly pops up and asks him whether he knows that attacking a teacher can result in a penalty. Who else can this beautiful lady be other than her? Looks like she is here to seek vengeance for Shangbin after he pounded her pursuer yesterday. That's right. Shinbai-Ru puts on a wary expression as her fists clench tightly together. Her aura billows. If you want to avoid any trouble, leave right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Being a fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, she exerts intense pressure on others upon releasing her full strength. Impolite? Aren't you here to find trouble with me? What a lousy excuse. Seeing how she is preparing to make a move when the both of them had barely spoken a few words, Yao Han's face darkens to the extremities. As a butler of Bayou City Lord residence, He is a powerful figure in Bayou City. No matter who he meets, they would always show some deference to him. Yet, over here, he was first beaten to a pulp by someone, and now, a lowly ordinary teacher doesn't even show him respect. Rage surges through him. How can he still tolerate it after hearing these words? His complexion darkens as he clenches his fist. Without a word, he charges forward. The moment he makes a move, the rebuke that Shinbai-Ru is about to direct towards him chokes in her throat. With no other choice, she can only face up to him. Pung pung pung. In a moment, the both of them start crossing blows. Shinbai-Ru might just be Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, but she possesses incredible stamina and profound techniques. Furthermore, even though Yao Han's fighting prowess surpasses her, due to his injury, he isn't able to take her down within a short moment. Shang Xiaoya, what did Elder Shang say? Xiaoya dash, young master on the pavement in the academy. Chao Xiong can't resist the urge to ask the young man walking over. Rest assured, as long as that student of yours did not willingly acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher, he is dead meat this time. Shangbin sneers coldly. This morning, Elder Shang ran over to the teacher guild to find Elder Mo and invited him here. As long as he brings Zhang Xian and his student to the Enlightenment Will Tower, the latter's reputation will be ruined, and he will be expelled from Hongtian Academy. That's great. The moment Zhang Xian is expelled from the academy, Shin Laosher would definitely give in to Gongzi's persistence. By then, it would be difficult for her to stay away from you. Gongzi dash, Gentleman Chao Xiong flatters him with a smile. No doubt about it. Shinbai-Ru was deceived by that lad's flowery talk yesterday. That's why she gave in and had a meal with him. As long as that lad scrams from the academy, I don't believe that my efforts to woo her will remain in vain. The moment Shinbai-Ru flashes through his mind, self-confidence wells up in Shangbin once again. He is the grandson of an elder, as well as a high-level teacher. Not to mention that he is tall and dashing. Regardless of which aspect one is speaking of, he is countless times more outstanding than Zhang Xian. In the entire academy, only he is worthy of an enchanting lady like Shanbai-Ru. As long as he persists on, who else can she fancy other than him? Then, I will be giving my blessings to Shang Xiaoya to bring the beauty home soon. Chao Xiong quickly follows up with a fawn. Rest assured, if I were to become a couple with Shin Laosher, I will make sure to reward you greatly. Shangbin wanted to laugh heartily, but the next moment, he accidentally tugs on his wounded muscles and excruciating pain surges through him. Also, other than Zhang Xian, I will not forgive the one who beat me up yesterday, Yao Han. So what if he is the butler of Bayou City Lord Residence? This is Tianxian Royal City, not a place for him to do as he pleases. That fellow pounded his face in public, leaving him disfigured. How can he possibly forgive him? Naturally. Chao Xiong nods his head. Suddenly, he freezes before quickly pointing forward. Shang Xiaoya, quickly, look. What happened? Shang Bin is bewildered. Unable to hold in his curiosity, he turns to take a look. In that instant, his eyes narrow. Isn't that Shin Laosher? Why is she battling with someone else? That is Yao Han. Right outside Zhang Xian's classroom, the two are fighting intensely. One is the goddess that he thinks of even in his sleep, Shinbai-Ru, while the other is the person whom he just spoke of, the one who makes him grind his teeth in resentment, Yao Han. The two of them aren't acquainted with one another. Why would they be fighting? Shang Xiaoya, could it be? Shin Laosher found out that you were beaten up by this fellow, so she felt angered and wanted to take revenge for you? After hesitating for a moment, Chao Xiong suddenly thought of a possibility and comments. Is that true? Shang Bin is taken aback. Indeed. Otherwise, there is no reason for the two to be fighting one another. Shin Laosher has a gentle personality and treats others kindly. She doesn't get into fights easily. You should be well aware of that as well. Right after you were beaten up, she gets into a huge fight with him. If she didn't do it for Shang Xiaoya, I can't think of any other plausible reason behind this. To be willing to go so far for you. I dare to confirm that Shin Laosher has some feelings for you, and very possibly, it could be love. Chao Xiong says, she loves me? Shang Bin's body freezes, as a wave of happiness gushes through his heart. That's right, there's no other possible reason for Shinbai-Ru to fight with that guy. Never would he have thought that this woman, despite refusing his dates and keeping her distance from him, she would actually love him so much and care so much for him, even going to the extent of battling a Fighter 6 Dan expert despite being at Fighter 5 Dan. This cannot do. I cannot allow her to get injured because of me. Agitation fills his heart. Shangbin feels as though he has been revived and fighting spirit gushes through him. The debt that is the hardest to bear is one from a beauty. The other party has already gone this far. What does he have to hesitate? If he continues hesitating, then he wouldn't be a man anymore. Shun Laosher, I am here to help you. With a furious roar, Shangbin rushes upwards. Yao Han is in the midst of battling with Shan Bairu. After testing her out for a few dozens of blows, he has already grasped onto the offensive methods of the other party. He is confident that as long as he gets serious, he is able to defeat her within a few blows. Just as he is about to execute his ultimate technique, he hears a shout and Shangbin appears before him. As I expected, they are a team. Damn it, damn it. Seeing his arrival, Yao Han's rage flares up once more. He was suspecting whether the incident might just be a misunderstanding a moment ago, but by the looks of it now, the heck it is a misunderstanding. It is obvious that these two are in it together, and they are intent on finding trouble with him. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. As such, he no longer holds back and strikes down mercilessly upon Shangbin. Shangbin rushes and all of the sudden spiritedly and in the turn of an eye, he starts crossing blows with Yao Han. Shin Bairu is unable to react to the sudden change of situation. Upon seeing the two of them battle one another, she can't help but to be taken aback. Can it be that I have guessed wrongly, and this man isn't sent by him? The moment such an idea pops into her head, another possibility flashes through her mind and her face darkens. I see. He is trying to kill two birds with one stone. No wonder I found it weird. If this masked fellow wanted to find trouble with Zhang Xian, he could have just rushed in straight. There is no reason for him to be loitering around the entrance. From the looks of it now, it seems that he wants to play out the act of a hero rescuing the beauty so as to attract my attention. Chapter 62. Shangbin on the brink of collapsing. No matter where a beauty goes, she would always attract the attention of males. For her, many have came up with all kinds of methods just to make her spare them an additional glance. This kind of hero rescuing the beauty is one of the lousiest tricks in the book. In such a play, either he would showcase his incredible prowess, or he would allow the other party to bash him up, thus inducing her to feel pity for him. From then on, the pity would slowly give rise to love. In any case, regardless of which, those are doings with purposeful intentions, and it incurs her irritation. Upon coming to this realization, Shan Bairu retreats from the circle of battle. Since the both of you are doing it purposely, I won't bother with it then. You can carry on doing whatever you like. Pung 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 pung. Seeing his nemesis charging in frenziedly, Yao Han gives his all without showing any mercy whatsoever. In just a few moments, the fearless and resolute Shangbin is beaten to a pulp once again and fresh blood trickles down his face. Yao Han isn't any better either. Blood permeates through the layers of cloth on his mummy-like face. Such realistic acting. Go on with it. Shun Bairu comments with arms akimbo. Shun Laosher, help Shang Xiaoya quickly. He is on the verge of losing. Seeing Shangbin beaten to the verge of death, Chao Xiong can't resist stepping forward to persuade her. Being just Fighter 4 Dan Piga realm, he pales far too much in comparison to the two who are battling at the moment. He will just be courting death if he interferes in the fight. As such, the only viable solution is to plead with the Shun Laosher standing before him. Is it all right for me to help him? Seeing the other party's support coming up to her, Shan Bairu sneers coldly. Yes, if you don't save him, Shang Xiaoya will definitely die. Unable to see through her cold intentions, Chao Xiong hurriedly says, Fine, I will go then. Shin Bairu steps forward. Who? Seeing her walking over to join the fray once more, Yao Han pushes Shangbin away with both of his hands, causing the latter to retreat 2 steps. Then, he steps out of the battle and says, Very well, I will remember this. Your nobility, as well as the favor the both of you have showered me with, I will make sure to return it in the future. He is wounded at the moment. Just Shan Bairu herself is already pushing it for him. Furthermore, even if he is able to defeat the both of them, they are currently in Hongtian Academy. The longer the battle drags on heretofore, the more likely troublesome matters will come his way. If the other party has prepared some scheme beforehand, he might even find himself unable to escape then. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he decisively chooses to leave. The two of them might have failed to exact vengeance upon him, and the other party has been reduced to quite a pitiful state by him as well, but this grudge has been established. It is just a matter of time before he returns it back to them, after which Yao Han turns around to leave. In an instant, he disappears from the vision of the crowd. If a Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm expert were to flee, even Shan Bairu will be unable to catch up with him. Besides, she doesn't have the intention to pursue him either. At this moment, the cold intention on her face deepens. The moment she is about to step in, the other party flees. What does this mean? Simple. It means that the show has come to an end. Naturally, he would have to leave. Shen Laosher, I didn't expect that you would treat me so well. I understand your intentions. Seeing Shan Bairu charging ahead to save him, Shang Bin is filled with joy. He turns his completely swollen red face over, smiles, and strikes a pose that he finds dashing. Actually, I love you as well. Still furious with him, she is curious to see what kind of lousy tricks this fellow would use to attract her attention. Hearing these words, Shan Bairu almost explodes from rage. My intentions? My intentions, your head. You hoodlum. Shan Bairu spits through gritted teeth. Pa. A slap flies over. What? After mustering his courage to confess, just as he thought the beauty would leap into his embrace, he feels intense pain on his face. Uncontrollably, his body staggers and he knocks onto the metal gate. Shang Bin's eyes spin, and he almost faints on the spot. The heck did you slap me for? Didn't you battle with someone else for me? He is almost going crazy. What the heck is going on? Friendly at one moment, furious at the next. Spring at one moment, winter at the next. Did I offend you or what? Jia. Just as Shang Bin's heart has broken down and he is still trying to comprehend the situation, the door to the classroom slowly opens. Zhang Xian walks out and frowns upon seeing everyone else. I am in the midst of my lessons. It is unbecoming for you all to be making a ruckus here. Zhang Xian, you came at the perfect timing. Just as his heart is in the midst of crumbling, upon seeing Zhang Xian's appearance, Shang Bin's rage immediately flurries. Chao Xiong Laosher has already submitted an appeal to the school, accusing you of using deception to coerce his student, Lu Yong, to become your student. The Academy has already approved the usage of the Enlightenment Will trial, so I advise you to quickly bring Lu Yong over. Enlightenment Will trial? Zhang Xian is puzzled for a moment. Then, recalling the memories of his previous self, he comes to a realization and frowns. Indeed, right now, I am passing this message to you as a representative of the Education Bureau. If you don't go, that would be disobeying the rules of the Academy, and similarly, you will be fired as well. Shang Bin sneers coldly. He might be unable to defeat Yao Han, and he doesn't dare to say too much to Goddess Shin. Thus, he can only direct all of his wrath onto this trash of a teacher. Zhang Xian Laosher, don't go. Shun Bairu's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She might not know what trick Shang Bin has under his sleeves for doing this, but regardless of what, this is definitely a ploy directed towards Zhang Xian. The moment he agrees and a problem occurs with the Enlightenment Will trial, not only will he lose his teaching license, he might even get fired. However, before she can finish her words, Zhang Xian interrupts her with a hand gesture and says, "All right, I'll go." It is true that Lu Yong felt indignant upon becoming Zhang Xian's student before. However, at this moment, Lu Yong is already completely impressed with him. Even if the latter were to tell him to jump off from a tall building to practice movement techniques, he would most probably agree to it without any hesitation. With such level of trust, what does he have to fear from an Enlightenment Will trial? Given how confident this fellow is, let's see who will be the one to be embarrassed in the end. If you dare not go, I will inform the Security Bureau in the Academy and have them take you. Thinking that Zhang Xian would be resistant to it, Shang Bin goes on shouting righteously when the situation finally strikes him. Ah? What did you say? You will go? Zhang Xian doesn't reply. With a faint smile, he turns around and walks to the entrance of the classroom. Lu Yang, come with me. Yes. Lu Yang walks out from the classroom. Not expecting the other party to be so cooperative, traces of hesitation appears on Shang Bin's confident face. Shang Xiaoye, don't be worried. This Lu Yang is a student that I brought in specially. I am confident that he wishes to be my student. Chao Xiong says with a suppressed voice. All right. Hearing his guarantee, Shang Bin nods his head and walks forward with large strides. Let's go. Seeing the young man agreeing so recklessly, Shan Bairu feels anxious. The enlightenment will trial is a method of settling disputes when two teachers have fallen out with one another but are still unable to settle the matter. The moment the trial starts, the side that is proven to be guilty of deception will receive a severe punishment. How can such a thing be accepted that easily? No matter what, he should try to push it down and ideally settle it peacefully. Otherwise, he could be in deep trouble. It's nothing much. Knowing that the other party is worrying for him, Zhang Xin smiles lightly. Without explaining anything, he lifts his leg and follows behind Shang Bin towards the Academy's enlightenment will tower. This fellow, seeing how the young man takes her advice for granted, Shan Bairu is furious and anxious. As a beauty, others would always happily listen to her own words. Yet, not only does this fellow ignore her advice, he charges towards what she is warning him against. Isn't this courting death? One must know that Shang Bin's grandfather is the head of the Education Bureau. If he dares to do so, then he must have already prepared a trap beforehand against him. Leaping into misfortune on your own accord, you deserve it if anything happens to you. Shin Bairu stomps her leg furiously. However, after a slight moment of hesitation, she still quickly catches up with the lot. Towards Zhang Xian, she only feels curiosity. Love is not in the equation. However, she is the reason why Shang Bin is going against him. No matter what, she can't just stand idly by the sidelines. Chapter 63. Elder Emo Xiang in the lofty enlightenment will tower. Elder Emo, I will be depending on you this time. Elder Shang Chun looks at the elderly who is sitting by his side. An elder from the teacher guild, Emo Xiang. Elder Shang, there is no need to be so formal. After all, we are already old friends. Elder Emo Xiang is in his 50s and a sparse gray-colored beard can be seen on his face. Worry not. If this teacher really resorts to coercion and forces others to become his students, I will definitely report it up to the guild to strip him of his teaching license. Sigh, it is negligence on my part. Elder Shang Chun shakes his head. With a bewailing look, he laments, when this teacher scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, I gave him an ultimatum. If he doesn't recruit any students, he would be fired immediately. Perhaps due to pressure, he resorted to such means. It is all my fault. He sighs. Elder Shang, you shouldn't blame yourself. Out of sheer kindness, you gave him another chance. Yet, this fellow knows no gratitude and, instead, he chooses to commit such despicable actions. He is truly shameless and vile. Elder Mo's face darkens as he exudes a forceful aura. As a teacher, instead of pondering on how to better nurture others, he spends his time on such underhanded tricks. I would like to see who is the one who gave him the guts to resort to such means. Elder Emo Xiang is well reputed for his hatred towards villains and villainous acts. Upon hearing about a teacher coercing the students, he is on the verge of erupting from anger. If it wasn't for Chao Xiong Laosher's righteousness in reporting the incident to say that his student has been coerced by that teacher, even going to the extent of applying for the enlightenment will trial to resolve the issue, I would still be oblivious to all these happenings. With both of his hands behind his back, Elder Shang Chun shakes his head continuously. His contemplating eyes are directed towards the empty sky, as though he has committed the world's greatest negligence. If Zhang Xian is here, he would definitely be surprised. This fellow's ability at Zhuangbi is far more superior than him. Zhuangbi acting cool, putting on an act. Although the enlightenment will trial wounds the harmony and camaraderie between teachers, it is still worth it if it weeds out the poisonous ones of the lot. Don't blame yourself too much. Seeing his expression, Elder Mo Xiang is secretly impressed. Often, a student whom several teachers favor at the same time would appear in the academy. At such a moment, everyone would try to settle the issue privately. This way, not only is the fellowship between colleagues not wounded, order is also maintained in the institution. Only when the problem is truly unable to be settled privately will they apply for such a method to resolve it. Enlightenment will trial, just as its name dictates, is a test on the heart of the student, allowing him to make a choice based on his true will. However, this means that the relationship between the competing teachers will become totally hostile, thus wounding the harmonious spirit between teachers. This is the reason why in the century since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there are only slightly more than 10 applications for the Enlightenment will trial. They didn't expect that they would be able to encounter such an incident as well. After feigning contemplation, Elder Shang Chun secretly chuckles upon seeing that he has managed to rile up the rage of the other party. He gestures with his hand and passes down an order. Let them enter. Jia. Immediately after his words sound, the heavy doors slowly open and Zhang Xian, Chao Xiong, Shang Bin, Shun Bairu, and Lu Yang walk in. Chao Xiong Laoshi, are you the one who has applied for the Enlightenment will trial? The moment everyone stops in their footsteps, Elder Shang Chen asks with raised eyebrows. I beg of Elder to redress my grievance. Chao Xiong cries loudly. This Zhang Xian coerced my student, Lu Yang, who has already acknowledged me as his teacher, thus violating the rules of fair competition among teachers. As such, I specially applied for the Enlightenment will trial so as to bring Lu Yang justice. At the same time, I hope that the Academy can punish this shameless fellow. Bring justice? Lu Yang is oblivious to what was going on as he was simply ordered to follow the group here. Upon hearing the words of the other party, he finally understands that Chao Xiong is trying to make use of him to deal with his benefactor. As such, he hurriedly sends a gaze towards Zhang Xian, teacher. Before he can finish his words, he sees fluster flashing across the Zhang Laoshi, who was calm and formidable a moment ago in the classroom. Indignantly, he says, Chao Laoshi, you are spouting nonsense. Lu Yang is willing to become my student. I had never coerced him. His voice carries a trace of unconfidence and panic, as though his lie has been exposed. Unable to believe his sight, Lu Yang blinks his eyes. After 2 lessons, he is already completely impressed with Zhang Xian, even to the extent of thinking that he is omnipotent. He feels that becoming his student is a result of fair competition between 2 teachers, and that it can be explained easily. How did the situation evolve to such a point all of a sudden? Zhang Xian's eyes are filled with fear and his body trembles slightly, as though he was caught red-handed in the bed with someone else. Lu Yang is unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Which nerve of Zhang Laoshi's brain is convulsing for him to behave like this? Teacher. Lu Yang looks over, but before he can voice out the doubts in his heart, he sees Zhang Laoshi turning over to Harumph. Lu Yang, you better explain it properly. Did I coerce you or not? As he says so, he secretly blinks his eyes. No. Lu Yang hurriedly shakes his head. No matter how dim-witted he might be, it is clear to see that Zhang Laoshi is trying to pull one over the other party. It will do as long as he cooperates with him. The both of them are aware of what is going on, but in the eyes of others, it seems as though Zhang Xian is threatening Lu Yang to say something against his will. Otherwise, why would Lu Yang answer so hesitantly? As expected, upon seeing this sight, Elder Mo's complexion turns slightly awful. You must be Zhang Xian. I will give you one more chance. As long as you obediently cancel the lessons of this Lu Yang and allow him to come under Chao Laoshi's tutelage once more, I can choose not to proceed ahead with the Enlightenment will trial. Cancel lessons? Zhang Xian scratches his head. Lu Yang has acknowledged me as his teacher out of his own will. It would be unfair to him if I were to push him away. Unfair? Own will? The corner of Elder Mo's lips twitch. Don't you feel embarrassed for saying these words? You are just a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. He can't be happier to push away your lessons, yet you speak of unfairness. Where did your self-confidence come from? Just as he is about to continue speaking, he hears Chao Xiong and Shangbin shouting simultaneously, Elder Mo, this won't do. Why? The enlightenment will trial is something very troublesome. The moment it starts, someone has to be punished. Otherwise, if everyone were to follow through with this process, the Academy would be unable to upkeep with the expenditure. Initially, Elder Emo intends to have this incident resolved peacefully. Upon hearing the obstruction of the duo, he turns around and looks at them. Elder Emo, Chao Laosher has already applied for the enlightenment will trial, and the Academy has already agreed to it. If it were to stop abruptly at this moment, doesn't this mean that the Academy's rules are being taken lightly? Shangbin hurriedly says, "What kind of joke is this?" It wasn't easy for them to set up this situation to push Zhang Xian off the cliff. If they were to settle peacefully, doesn't this mean that all their efforts would be in vain? If so, wouldn't the humiliation he was put under yesterday be in vain? Indeed, Elder Emo, I am also thinking in the stead of the student. I hope that he can follow his own heart and choose the teacher that he favors the most, rather than being coerced into making a choice. Chao Xiong hurriedly says, his words are righteous and emotional. If not for the crimson-red palm print from Shangbin's slap yesterday, he would surely be able to impress many. All right then. Upon hearing the words of the two, Elder Emo nods his head, no longer holding up the process. Since you all have chosen the enlightenment will trial, then naturally, I will have to list the rules out clearly first. After the test is completed, whoever the examinee Liu Yang ultimately chooses to acknowledge as his teacher will be victorious in this trial. Of course, the one who loses will be punished. Thus, let's clarify the punishment first. At this point, the quiet elder Shang Qian surveys the surroundings before saying, this time, Chao Xiong Laosher has chosen the harshest punishment, that is, upon the end of the trial, the losing side will be expelled from the academy. Zhang Xian, do you have any objection to it? Upon hearing that it is the harshest punishment, Zhang Xian looks over in disbelief. With a sincere face, he says, there isn't a deep grudge between me and Chao Laosher. To have him expelled, isn't it going a little too far? Upon hearing these words, Elder Shang and the others freezes. They turn and stare at Zhang Xian as though they are looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with the head of this fellow? You are the one who is going to be expelled, all right? Regardless of your opinion, you will have to agree to undertake the enlightenment will trial. It is already too late to turn back now. Thinking that Zhang Xian is spouting rubbish to reject the trial, Chao Xiong sneers coldly. I am really doing this for your good. I still think that expelling straight away is too harsh. How about this? Zhang Xian hesitates for a moment before saying, why don't we drop with the expulsion? We will just strip the losing side of his teaching license then. Add in another 100 god-slaying flogs. Strip teaching license? 100 god-slaying flogs? The crowd blink their eyes simultaneously and stare at one another. Every single one of them feels as though they are going mad. It seems as though the losing side has managed to retain his position so that he won't end up jobless. However, in reality, this is much harsher than a direct expulsion. Are you sure that you didn't misspeak? Chapter 64. Trust level. If one is expelled from the school, at the very least, he would still be a teacher. Even if not in Hongtian Academy, he can still teach at other academies. On the other hand, if one's teaching license is revoked, it would mean losing their identity. No matter where they go, it will remain as a stain on their history, and they would suffer from the mocking of others. That's precisely the reason why Elder Shangqian got Elder Emo from the Teacher Guild here. After all, despite being the head of the Education Bureau in Hongtian Academy, he doesn't have the qualifications to strip a teacher of his teaching license. He didn't expect that, before he could even talk about it. This fellow has already brought it up. Furthermore, adding 100 god-slaying flogs into the mix. God-slaying flog is a unique object created specially within Tianxian Kingdom. One's flesh will tear apart, and they will feel excruciating pain when beaten by it. Yet, it doesn't hurt their core. No matter how powerful a person is, they would probably be half dead by the time the sentence is completed. Do you find the punishment insufficiently harsh, or do you think that you aren't dying fast enough? Everyone looks at the young man as though he is an idiot. Zhang Xian Laosher, you, from behind, shunned by Ru Laosher, barely managed to avoid fainting on the spot. Are you really unable to tell that this is a trap Shangbin and Chaoxiong specially dug out for you? Their purpose is for you to leap in. Initially, being expelled from the school is already harsh enough. Yet, not only do you not try to push it down, you even raise the stakes up higher. Have you really gone insane? Don't blame anyone else since you are courting death. Harumphing coldly, Chaoxiong looks at Shang Chun, who is standing in the middle of the crowd. Elder Shang, I concur with Zhang Laosher's suggestion. I hope that the Academy can grant our request. Seeing him accept it so readily, Lu Yang slaps his forehead and looks at him with eyes of sympathy. Zhang Laosher is really evil. He first feigns guilt so as to boost the other party's confidence, after which he makes use of the situation to up the stakes. Most probably, Chaoxiong Laosher won't even know what is going on even after he is played to his death. It is fortunate that he became my teacher. Otherwise, my life would be over. Upon recalling how he almost became the student of this Chao Laosher, Lu Yang shudders and cowers backward. All right then. Since both parties have agreed on the stakes, then let's start the process. Elder Shang Chun nods his head. 2 crystal balls, about the size of a watermelon each, are brought forward and placed on a stone pedestal. Completely transparent, they radiate warm light. These are crystal balls made of Will Inquisition stone. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong, both of you will drip a droplet of fresh blood on one of them each. After which, Lu Yang will touch them, and the crystal balls will reflect the true thoughts in his mind in the form of trust level. The one whose trust level is higher, he will emerge victorious. Are there any other questions? Elder Shang Chen asks. None at all. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong nod their heads. The enlightenment will trial is actually a simple process. It only involves making use of the Will Inquisition stone to peer into the innate world of the student. Whichever teacher the student trusts more, that teacher wins. The rules might be simple, but the Will Inquisition stone is an expensive commodity, not to mention that it is the type of product that is exceptionally rare. Furthermore, it is a single-use consumable. Thus, unless required, the Academy is unwilling to use such means. As for the expenditure required for the process, normally, it is compensated by the losing side. In the eyes of Chao Xiong and the rest, Zhang Xian is just an incapable trash who had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. How can it be possible for Lu Yang, a student among the top 100, to become his student willingly? He is bound to lose the moment the trial starts. By then, not only will he be expelled from the Academy shamefully, he will be bankrupt as well, and his reputation will be in the gutters. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's begin. Seeing that the two have no objections to it, Elder Shang Chen gestures with his hand. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong walk upwards to a crystal ball each and drip a droplet of their fresh blood on the crystal balls. A warm glow radiates and their faces reflect in the Will Inquisition crystal balls. Go, Elder Shang Chen says. Lu Yang walks over and places his left and right hands on a crystal ball each. Wang. The crystal balls immediately light up and their radiance envelopes his entire body. The Will Inquisition stone has hypnotic abilities. The moment one comes into contact with it, one will descend into an illusory realm. And there, all actions done will be a result of one's true will, and no external factors will influence one's will. If one was truly forced to become a student, not only will one not hold any trust towards his teacher, one might even hold feelings of abhorrence towards him. As such, the enlightenment will trial is the most straightforward and accurate method to differentiate whether a student is truly willing to acknowledge a teacher. Gazing upon Lu Yang, who had already closed his eyes and descended into the illusory realm, Elder Imo Xiang slowly says, Indeed, trust level represents the level of trust one holds towards another, and the maximum of which is 100 points. Every 10 points is a demarcation zone and 0 points means an absolute lack of trust. 10 points means slight trust, 20 means average trust. The relationship between a teacher and student tends to be around 30. It is said that the more incredible teachers can make a student's trust in them reach 50. That is considered an extremely fearsome result, and it is extremely rare for such results to appear, even considering the entire Tianqian kingdom. After all, a child's trust towards their parents only hovers around 60 or such. Elder Shang Chun strokes his beard as he continues. The conversation between the two is, in fact, telling the others about the concepts behind the Enlightenment will trial. Humans are thinking creatures, and each of them has their own thoughts. It isn't that easy a feat to have one trust in another. Not mentioning others, even one's parents, who have lived with them since young, are unable to reach 100 points of trust. Needless to say, a teacher. Only through long periods of interaction can one's trust level in another slowly rise up. Yet, it has been barely 2 days since the start of school. Furthermore, given Zhang Xian's horrid reputation, how can he induce trust in any of his students? It is clear to see even when thinking with one's toes. Right, Elder Mo? I heard that one of the prerequisites to become a master teacher seems to be the student's trust level. May I know if it is true? After explaining the process, Elder Shang Qian remembers something and is unable to hold in his curiosity. He asks. Teachers can be divided into low-level, intermediate level, and high-level. Zhang Xian belongs to the bottom category, low-level, whereas Shun Bairu and Shangbin have already attained the ranking of high-level. Most people's journey comes to an end as a high-level teacher. The two famous teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun and Wang Chao, are also at this level. Master teachers are a level above that of high-level teachers. Master teachers aren't just famous for their reputation. They possess their unique insights into cultivation. One can only become stronger under the tutelage of such a person, allowing them to eventually becoming a heroic figure of a territory. Emperor Shinjue is neither the queen's son or the eldest son. By logic, it is impossible for the crown to be passed down to him. However, it is said that during his youth, he once studied under a master teacher for a few days, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds, thus becoming the strongest of the younger generation. Eventually, he even became the #1 expert of the royal family, therefore forming the basis for him to inherit the throne to further the country's greatness. It is the dream of countless people to study under a master teacher. Teachers can only be considered as a lower occupation of the upper 9 paths. However, if one were to become a master teacher, then even among the numerous occupations among the upper 9 paths, they are without a doubt and indisputably a member of the #1 occupation. This is especially so, given the occupation's frightening ability to rally people. Even the popular occupations, apothecary, blacksmith, formation masters, aren't able to compete at all. Teachers are known to have innumerable students all over the world. This is even more true for master teacher. It is very possible for any expert one sees or hears of to be his student. The moment something happens, many people will answer to their calls, to the point that even those in authority dare not offend them. It is said that there was once an emperor from a great kingdom who offended a master teacher. With a single call, dozens of Fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe realm experts surged in, and in less than a day the entire kingdom was destroyed. The royal family was completely purged. Not a single descendant of their bloodline remains. This is precisely why it is a known fact among cultivators that one can offend anyone, just not a master teacher. Who knows how many students he has? Who knows how many experts there are in their midst? Offending them is equivalent to stirring a hornet's nest. Even if one doesn't die, he will be crippled. Of course, the title of a master teacher isn't that easily attainable. There are many conditions and prerequisites to it, and earning a student's trust rapidly is one of it. Chapter 65. 10. Indeed, one of the requirements to becoming a master teacher is to have a student's trust in him exceed 60. This is a standard prerequisite. Otherwise, they won't be qualified. Elder Mo Xiang nods his head. 60. Elder Shang Chun can't help but be astonished. This level of trust is equivalent to the position of their parents in the heart of the students. Despite being together for their entire life, the trust level between parents and children are only 60. It is clear to see how difficult it would be for the relationship between a teacher and a student to reach such a level as well. It is no wonder that there isn't a single master teacher in Tianqian Kingdom. The prerequisites are simply too harsh. If Lu Sun and Wang Chao of your academy were to maintain this standard for 30 years or so, there is a possibility of them becoming an associate master teacher. Elder Mo strokes his beard. There's no need for master teacher to do everything by themselves. Sometimes, they would delegate tasks to their assistants to help them. The role of an associate master teacher is just like an apprentice. It is a path one must walk on if they intend to become a master teacher. Associate master teacher? Elder Shang Chun gasps in surprise. For them to be able to become associate master teachers, this clearly shows the standards Lu Sun and Wang Chao possess. I wonder what the trust levels the students the both of them are guiding have towards them are. He can't help but ask. Throughout these years, they have garnered quite a positive reputation. Those older students whom they have guided for many years should be able to reach up to 40. However, it will be difficult for it to rise any higher. Elder Emo shakes his head. Being an elder from the teacher guild, he is knowledgeable about the circumstances of many teachers. That's true. Shang Chun nods his head. It is difficult to accrue trust, and yet, it falls exceptionally easy. Often, it could be torn apart by just a small incident. If that isn't the case, Master Teacher Wild possess such tremendous reputation. I've heard that a genius young lady has appeared in our teacher guild. Despite being just 18 or 19 this year, she has already become a low-level associate master teacher? Upon recalling a news, Elder Shang Chun can't resist asking. She's the daughter of our guild leader. She is indeed a talent. Upon bringing up this person, Elder Emo strokes his beard and nods his head in commendation. Associate master teacher can be split into low-level, intermediate level, and high level as well. To join one of their ranks under 20 is a fearsome accomplishment, even considering the fact that she is only a low-level associate master teacher. Incredible! Upon receiving confirmation of the fact, Elder Shang Chun nods his head in commendation. He might be the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy, but in reality, he is just a high-level teacher. He doesn't have the qualifications to become a low-level associate master teacher. After which, Shang Chun doesn't go on further on the topic. Instead, he looks at Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong. Elder Mo, how much trust level do you think the both of them will receive? You. It's best for you to leave now. Leave Hongtian Academy and never come back. Seeing the young man stand there foolishly to await the results of the enlightenment will trial, Shan Bairu can't help but to walk forward and direct these words to him with a suppressed voice. In her perspective, Zhang Xian and Shangbin are two people from completely different worlds. If it weren't for her, there is no way the two would mix together. Such a circumstance has arisen because of her. If Zhang Xian were to be beaten 100 times by the god-slaying Flog and have his teaching license revoked, she will definitely feel guilty about his plight. You wish to leave now? It's a little too late. Seeing his goddess showing concern towards another man, Shangbin spits these words through gritted teeth. You don't even show the slightest concern when I am reduced to this state, and yet, you worry about this fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Damn it, damn it. His face turns savage, and he is so angry that he might explode at any moment now. That's right, the enlightenment trial has already begun. You wish to leave? Dream on. Chao Xiong walks forward and reveals a face of enthusiastic savagery. The results are about to be out. By then, you will understand how foolish your actions were. Are you that certain that you will achieve victory? Seeing how confident the other party is, as though the winning ticket is in his hand, Zhang Xian shakes his head and asks, Hee. Staring at the young man as though he is a fool, Chao Xiong sneers coldly. Let me tell you the truth then. This Lu Yang was specially invited here by me. I have been living with him for half a month, and our trust level should probably exceed 20. What about you? Do you think you are capable of reaching 10 points? After deceiving him over to your side for me forcefully, I think it is very possible for your score to be negative. While 0 means no trust whatsoever, negative means resentment. The greater the resentment, the more negative the number will be. He still clearly remembers Lu Yang's lingering and reluctant gaze when he was pulled away from him. How can someone who has guided a student to go berserk make this proud fellow concede to them? It is very probable for the relationship between the two to still be frosty. So how can Lu Yang not bear any resentment towards this fellow? Hongtian Academy is the #1 academy of Tianxian Kingdom. If a student were to really hold a trust level below that of 10 points towards his teacher will probably become a laughingstock and the event will be known across the entire kingdom. Shangbin laughs mockingly. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Since your reputation is already as bad as it can get, there is no need for you to worry about becoming a laughingstock. You all. Seeing the two of them putting him down, Shan Bairu's angry face flushes pink. Just as she is about to refute them, she notices that the person in question, Zhang Xian, is still maintaining an impassive and calm face towards their insults, as though he isn't bothered by their mocking at all. To tell the truth, Zhang Xian really doesn't care about it. These fellows can talk as much as they can now. When the result comes out in a while, it will be interesting to see them cry. The two of them? Hearing Elder Shang Chen's words, Elder Emo Xiang hesitates for a moment before deducing. This Lu Yang was recommended here by Chao Xiong Laosher, so his trust level towards him should be slightly higher. Even so, in my opinion, it should only be around 18 or 19. After all, 20 is a large hurdle to overcome. As for Zhang Xian, if he truly coerced Lu Yang, then it is likely for the trust level to be negative. If the trust level turns out to be negative, Hongtian Academy will be embarrassed. At that moment, I will be depending on Elder Mo. Elder Shangchan says. Naturally, Elder Mo's eyes are bright and stern. As an elder from the Teacher Guild, I will not allow such scum to appear in our midst. If it turns out to be negative, then there is no doubt that Lu Yang has been coerced into acknowledging him. I will report the incident up to the guild and adamantly push for Zhang Xian's teaching license to be revoked. Hearing the other party's promise, Elder Shangchan smiles. Then, his eyes twinkle and he points forward. Look, the results are about to be out. The moment his voice sounds, the light the two crystal balls are emanating from the center of the room starts to waver and gradually dims. In the Enlightenment Will trial, the person who is involved in the trial has to go through all kinds of illusory realms before they are able to make a choice from the bottom of their heart. At this instant, the fading of the light means that he has already undergone the experiences required for the test, and the results are about to be revealed. Wong. Numbers lightly waver into existence on the crystal ball by the left. The results are out. Misfortune is about to befall you. Seeing the numbers slowly floating into existence on the crystal ball, Chao Xiong's excited eyes gleam. This time, not only will he be able to accept Lu Yang back under his tutelage, he will also be able to throw Zhang Xian out and earn the favor of Shangbin Xiaoya. With such a pillar of support, won't his future in the academy be smooth sailing? Xiaoya young master probably, in less than a few years, he will be able to rise through the ranks successfully to become a high-level teacher. Just as he is getting excited over the scene playing in his mind, the numbers in the crystal ball finally stop wavering, and they appear before the crowd. His trust level in me definitely exceeds 20. Roaring, Chao Xiong hurriedly turns his attention to the crystal ball. Yet, with a glance, his excitement chokes in his throat, and he feels like a duck who is grasped at its neck. His eyes widen to the point that they are about to fall onto the floor. How can this be possible? The results unfolding before him drives him to the brink of insanity. This is something he dares not to imagine. Lu Yang is a student whom he personally invited over. Furthermore, the two even accompanied one another for half a month, giving rise to their close relationship. How can he possibly only hold such a level of trust towards him? The giant numbers on the crystal ball are clear and conspicuous. As though a long sword, it stabs into his heart. 10. Lu Yang's trust level towards him is a mere 10 points. Anything below 10 means a lack of trust. 10 is right at the boundary, but it isn't too far off from it. Just a moment ago, he even narcissistically boasted that the trust level would be at least 20. Yet, the result slaps him hard in his face. Is this the basis of your confidence? Zhang Xian looks over. Chao Xiong fails to catch his breath and almost faints on the spot. I had gone through so much trouble, traveling the distance to find you and bring you over. After which, we even spent so much time together. Yet, how can your trust level be so low? Brother, what is wrong with you? Looking at Lu Yang, the thought of suicide even flashes through Chao Xiong's mind. Where is the trust? Where is the basic trust between humans? Chapter 66. This can't be true. Only 10 points? Not only does Chao Xiong feels himself going insane, Even Elder Imo and Elder Shang-chun can't help but blink their eyes in disbelief. To apply for an enlightenment will trial with just that meager trust level. May I ask, where did your self-confidence come from? If you wish to take a student off the hands of another teacher, you should at least possess unparalleled standing in the heart of the student. Otherwise, you are just making a fool out of yourself. Initially, we thought that his trust level towards you should be able to reach at least 20. Even though it isn't a really high number, it is still within an acceptable range. Yet, the heck, 10? Are you sure that you aren't joking with us? Elder Shang-chun's face darkens. An inauspicious omen looms in his mind. One doesn't fear a godly opponent, only a pig-like teammate. It is clear that the pig-like teammate has already appeared. By the side, the corners of Shang Bin's mouth twitch and white foam almost spills from it. Before we came here, you declared proudly that Liu Yang would definitely be willing to come under your tutelage once more. With this level of trust, tutelage it was you said? Tutelage your head. The heck? You are trying to fool me, aren't you? So what if his trust level in me is just 10? Liu Yang has a skeptical personality, and he doesn't believe anyone easily. His trust level in me might just be 10, but as long as you fail to exceed that, I will still be the victor. A moment later, Chao Xiong recovers and howls at Zhang Xian. Skeptical personality? If he truly has such a personality, then the situation makes sense. Elder Imo nods his head. Humans differ from one to the other. There are a few who are born trusting, while others are born skeptical. No matter how close and amiable a relationship one possesses with him, he can't help but be suspect of them. This has something to do with the situation one grew up in. If one is born in a treacherous place full of schemes, it won't be an easy task to establish trust with them. Based on his judgment, Liu Yang should possess a trust level of around 17 to 18 towards Chao Xiong. Yet, it turns out to just be 10. If it is true that the former has this kind of personality, then everything fits together perfectly. That's right. As long as his trust level towards you does not exceed 10 points, then it is still unknown who the one laughing at the end will be. Shang Bin's eyes light up and he nods his head. He decides to place his trust in Chao Xiong once more. Chao Laosher might not be famous in the academy, and he isn't a star teacher either. However, he has many good reviews. When put against Zhang Xian, it is like the difference between a delicacy and dung, totally incomparable. If the former only has 10 points, the latter is bound to have far worse results. At this point, the crowd continues staring at the other crystal ball. The light has yet to fully fade from it yet, and it is still shrouded in a thin layer of light. Why isn't the result out yet? Shen Bairu frowns slightly. Different illusory realms appear in the tests of the Will Inquisition crystal, so naturally, the time taken for each of them will be different as well. It is normal for some to be faster than the others. Hearing the words of his goddess, Shang Bin steps forward and putting on a knowledgeable look, he explains. As the grandson of the head of the Education Bureau, he knows quite a lot more about the Enlightenment will trial than most of the other teachers. Normally, this kind of acting cool can attract quite a lot of screams, given his dashing looks and extraordinary aura. Just that, it is a pity that the areas around his eyes are bruised black and his face is swollen red. His lips are as though two hanging sausages, and he isn't much different from the hunchback from the clock tower. In fact, it seems as though the word dashing has nothing to do with him at all. Then, will the results be better if the test is completed faster, or if it is completed slower? Ignoring his attempt to act cool, Shen Bairu continues asking. Of course faster is better. If the trial is completed faster, it shows that the student undergoing the trial trusts his teacher from the bottom of his heart to the point that there is no need to even ponder over his instructions. On the other hand, if the trial takes a long period of time, it means that the student does not trust his teacher, and a negative score could very possibly appear. With his hands behind his back, Shang Bin smiles faintly. With a confident look, he says, Shen Laosher, trust me. I might not have undergone the Enlightenment will trial, but I have read numerous books regarding it. For Liu Yang to be coerced by Zhang Xian Laosher to acknowledge him as his master, he is bound to hold some resentment against him. It would be normal for him to score a negative 10 or so, just as he is declaring proudly, rationalizing the reason behind the theory out for Shen Bairu. He feels a tug on his shirt, interrupting him from his recount on the ending he expects to occur. What are you doing? Shangbin knits his eyebrows together in displeasure. It was hard to him to gain an opportunity to perform before his goddess. Yet, someone just had to interrupt him at such an untimely period. Turning around, it is Chao Xiong. At this moment, Chao Xiong Laosher's eyes are filled with fear and his body trembles uncontrollably. The confidence he had a moment ago has completely faded. He points forward and says, Shang Xiaoya. Look, Xiaoya young master looking towards the direction of the finger. The glow from the crystal has finally disappeared without a trace, and a line of numbers has floated to the surface. Why? Could it be that his score isn't a negative? In the midst of his words, Shangbin glances at the numbers that have appeared on the crystal, and in that instant, he almost bites his tongue to commit suicide. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Shangbin is about to go crazy. The numbers are clearly displayed on the crystal ball, 64. This means that the level of trust has reached 64 points. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination actually managed to get his students' trust in him to reach the level of a master teacher, comparable to that of the trust between a child and his parents. How is this possible? Shangbin looks at Chao Xiong. At this moment, the thought of killing him even flashes through his mind. He feels a stifling sensation in his chest, and blood seems to be welling up at the back of his throat. It was difficult for him to find an opportunity to act cool before his goddess. He proudly declared that one's results will get worse as time goes by, only for such a situation to occur. The heck, are you playing with me? Furthermore, Chao Laosher, can you be a bit more useful? Didn't you say that this student has a skeptical personality? My ass, he has a skeptical personality. How can someone skeptical hold 64 points of trust towards others? Didn't you say that you are confident of winning? 10 points against 64 points. The heck do you intend to win like this? Tears streaming down his face, Shangbin feels a stinging sensation on his face. It feels as though his face has been slapped mercilessly by someone else several times. At this moment, he wishes fervently to find a hole to hide in. 64? Different from the disbelief and mental breakdown of the other two, Elder Mo stands up abruptly and trembles in agitation. This level of trust has already reached the standards of a master teacher. Even for him, it is the first time he has seen such results. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination could actually induce such trust from his students? How did he do it? Furthermore, it has just been 2 days since the start of school. Even if this Zhang Xian Laosher and Lu Yang had stayed together throughout the entire period, at maximum, they could only have 30 hours of interaction with one another. In such a short period of time, to get one's trust level beyond 60, even the legendary one-star master teacher will find it difficult to achieve such a feat. There are also different tiers to master teachers. 1 star is the lowest of them all. Even so, the prestige and influence they hold are sufficient to drive others insane. The 2 elders, is this considered as my victory? Can't be bothered with the stunned Shangbin and Chao Xiong. Zhang Xian directs his gaze towards Shangchun and Mo Xiang. Impossible, there must be a problem with the crystal. Otherwise, how can he have such a high trust level? I will not accept this result. Chao Xiong howls. It is no wonder that he is unwilling to accept it. It is as though a beggar he has been interacting with suddenly turns out to be an emperor. As someone who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he thought that the results would definitely end up as a negative. Yet, not only is it not a negative, it turns out to be an overwhelming 64, surpassing all teachers within the school. His will can already be considered rather strong given that he has yet to go insane at this point. I also agree with Chao Laosher's words. How can he induce such a level of trust in his students? If it is true, doesn't that mean that even Lu Sun and Wang Chao are incomparable to him? Shangbin steps forward and says through gritted teeth. Hearing the words of the two, Elder Mo is about to say something when he sees Lu Yang, who has just completed the trial, walking over to Zhang Xian with glowing eyes that are filled with reverence. Chapter 67. The arrival of the Wang clan. This reverence comes from the depth of his heart. There is no way to feign those bright and clear eyes. That gaze is indubitably the gaze that one directs at someone whom he is impressed with. There isn't the slightest impurity in his gaze. With a single look, Elder Emo Xiang knows that Lu Yang truly reveres this Zhang Laosher, and that it isn't a fault with the crystal. Shut up. Knowing this, Elder Mo's face darkens. Cold intentions exude from his glare. The Will Inquisition crystal tests one's heart, forcing them to make the most correct decision in their opinion. Never has a problem occurred with it, and it is impossible for it to malfunction. If you continue on with this nonsense, I will throw you both out. Seeing Elder Emo so angry, Shang Bin and Chao Xiong go mute, not daring to say a single word more. How did you do it? Upon seeing this result, Shun Bairu covers her mouth in shock, unable to believe that such a result is possible. A trust level of 64, even the star teachers of Hongtian Academy, who have led their students for several years, can't possibly obtain such results. From yesterday, this young man has been bringing her countless surprises. She didn't expect that the surprise today would be even greater. No wonder he is fearless. Looks like he has already known that he would win. Since I have won, should we carry out the terms we had agreed on? Stripping Chao Laosher of his teaching license and lashing him with 100 god-slaying flogs? Zhang Xian looks over. Since he started the affair, then he should have realized that the same could happen to him as well. I am a transcender from the modern civilization with a gift pack. Do you think that I will allow an ancient person like you bully me? This, Elder Shangchun, is in a dilemma. He had intended to help his grandson vent his anger. Yet, not only does he fail to vent his anger, he is slapped in the face once more. With an awkward expression, he is at a loss of what he should do. Let's not let things go too far. Zhang Laosher, since you have won, let's just let this matter drop. After a moment, Elder Shangchun says, Let this matter drop? If I was the one who lost, Elder Shangchun probably won't be saying such words. Zhang Xian frowns. If he was the one who lost today, it is within expectations that the Education Bureau would pursue this matter to no ends. It would be impossible for him to not be expelled. Yet, now that he has won, he actually wants to try to settle this with just a few words. What kind of joke is this? Audacious. Elder Shang Qin's face darkens. Mind your identity. You are just a lowly, low-level teacher who managed to stumble upon some luck that allowed your students' trust towards you to grow rapidly. This is just a one-time exception. Is there anything about it to be gleeful about? If you are truly capable, then raise their cultivation realms before we talk about this matter. You have only earned the trust of a single individual. What significance can this hold? That's right. This Zhang Xian is born with the innate ability to deceive others. But so what if the trust level towards him is high? If I'm not wrong, the reason why the student he had taught previously went berserk is because he had trusted him too much. That's why he was deceived, causing him to regret his entire life. Hearing the chastise, Chao Xiong Laosher quickly reacts and pushes on. Trust level is just a criterion to evaluate a teacher's standards. It isn't reflective of their true abilities. There is only one way to prove a teacher's capabilities. That is, to make their student's strength grow rapidly. So what if your student trusts you as though you are their parents? If you don't have the ability to guide them along, you still aren't a qualified teacher. Berserk? Elder Emo frowns. Elder Emo might not have heard of it, but this Zhang Xian has once caused the cultivation of his student to go berserk. Due to this incident, all of his students fled from him. That's also the reason why his teacher qualification examination ended with 0 marks. Chao Xiong says with a savage expression. I suspect that the reason why Lu Yang trusts him so much is because he used some special deception methods. Otherwise, how can a fellow who has scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination raise the trust level of a student to be above 60 in just 2 short days? It isn't impossible for the words that they speak of to be true. In the past, there was a teacher that used a special method to delude a student, so as to take the examination to become a master teacher. The method he used is similar to hypnotism, causing even the subconsciousness of the student to think that he is worthy of trust. However, these methods are limited by time. After the duration ends, the student's psyche will be severely damaged. Could it be that this Zhang Xian has used a method similar to that? If that's truly the case, it would mean that he doesn't care about the safety of his students at all. Not only is he an unqualified teacher, he would be a criminal as well. A teacher should concentrate mainly on nurturing others. If one were to win the trust of his students, yet not possessing the relevant knowledge to impart to them, his students will only be misguided, causing an even greater catastrophe. That's precisely the reason why no one in or out of the academy trust him, and why he is unable to recruit many students. His results this term are better than the previous one, but even so, he had only recruited 5 students. Shangbin interrupts the conversation contemptuously. Only recruited 5 students? That number is indeed a little low. Elder Imo nods his head. Regardless of the number of students I have recruited, and whether I am able to teach my students well or not, this is the Enlightenment will tower, and my student and I are here to participate in the Enlightenment will trial. We have already come to an agreement on the stakes beforehand. Now that I have one, do you all intend to go back on your words? Zhang Xian says. There's no use rambling on about those useless things. The other party is clearly trying to divert the topic after their loss. Audacious. How can a teacher's teaching license be revoked so easily because of a gamble? Aren't you taking this too lightly? Ever since Chao Xiong Laoshi joined our academy last year, he has been working diligently. He has nurtured a Fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and innumerable talents joining our ranks had identified him as the teacher they want to acknowledge. He has brought glory and honor to our academy. What about you? You are the only person to have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination in the 100 years of history of Hongtian Academy. What rights do you have to be spouting nonsense here? Elder Shangchun flings his sleeves and says, All right, let's just end the matter like that. We will talk about it when you are able to cultivate a student to Fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and when more students are willing to acknowledge you as their teachers. Elder Shang. Shun Bai Ru raises her eyebrows. Initially, she didn't intend to say anything, but never did she expect that an elder would actually help Chao Xiong Laoshi to cheat. Fury rages in her heart. They shouldn't have made this gamble if they were afraid to carry out the punishment. They were the one who proposed the gamble, and yet now, they are trying to push away the consequences upon losing. Aren't they being too shameless? Shen Laoshi, my grandfather is right. No matter what, Chao Xiong is a respectable teacher of our academy. It is making a big fuss to have him expelled over such a minute affair. Besides, firing such a talent is a loss to our academy, Shangbin says with a bright smile. You are being unreasonable. Shin Bai Ru's face flushes red. Just like what Zhang Xian said, if he had lost, will you all let him off just like that? What does he count as? Can he be compared with Chao Xiong Laoshi? Can he nurture a Fighter 2 Dan student? Can he attract countless students to the academy through his reputation? Shangbin sneers coldly. Dong dong dong. Before he can finish his words, knocking sounds echo from outside the hall. Is there anything? Elder Shangchun frowns. Following which, Zhou Laoshi, the teacher on duty today, pushes the door open and walks in. Elder Shang, there are people outside seeking an audience. They claim to be Clan Head Wang Hong and elders of the Wang clan of Tianxian Royal City. The teacher says, Clan Head Wang Hong? Hurry up and invite him in. Upon hearing that Clan Head Wang Hong had come personally, Elder Shang Chun stands up abruptly, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. The powers in Tianxian Royal City are complicated. To become one of the 4 great clans and remain standing even after 100 years, their accumulation through the ages and strength is one to behold. In fact, the standing of Clan Head Wang Hong is in no way inferior to their vice principal. For a person of such standing to pay a visit to him along with the elders of his family, just the honor from the act itself is enough to send him into a frenzy. If word were to spread out, it will definitely add a beautiful and powerful stroke to his reputation and qualifications. Chapter 68. Paying respect to teacher Zhang Xian, grandfather. I have heard of Clan Head Wang Hong. He is listed in the potential Zhongshi board, and he ranks within the top 10 most influential figures within the kingdom. His cultivation has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle, just a step off from Zhongshi. Why would a person of such standing pay a visit to you? Shang Bin's eyes shine in excitement, although he still finds the situation before him unbelievable. In Tianxian Kingdom, those who know of the royal family are aware of the 4 great clans as well. Clan Head Wang Hong, as the strongest individual in the Wang clan, has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle and his name spreads far and wide. Normally, it is impossible to fawn on such a person even if one intended to. Yet, today, he specially made the journey to pay a visit to his grandfather. If it weren't for him hearing the news firsthand, it would be hard for him to think of it to be true. Haha, it must be Wang Tao. Elder Shang Qin chuckles. Wang Tao Xiaoye? Xiaoye young master, that's right. Wang Tao is the eldest son of clan head Wang Hong, and eventually, he will succeed his position in the Wang clan. Not only did I accept him as my disciple, I even successfully brought his strength up to Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm. Thinking of it now, the clan head might be aware of my efforts to nurture him. Thus, he came here specially to express his gratitude. Elder Shang Qian strokes his beard. Indescribable gleefulness can be heard from his words. Wang Tao is his student? Listening to their conversation, Zhang Xian is taken aback. He is aware that Wang Ying's brother was accepted as a disciple by an elder. However, never would he have imagined that the elder would be him. Yes, Shun Bairu nods her head, although her complexion is still awful. It would be better for you to expend your energy on thinking of a solution to your problem. Elder Shang Qian is obviously against you, and now, he has the Wang clan behind his back as well. In the future, he will be even more domineering. Even if you were to stay in the academy, you will be in for a difficult time. We'll talk about it in the future. Zhang Xian doesn't care about it at all. Even if the other party were to pick against him, he isn't someone that can be bullied so easily. At most, he just has to reveal his strength and settle the matter with strength. After all, with the Library of Heaven's Path which allows him to see through the flaws of others, it is hard to say which one of them will emerge victorious. Seeing the fellow behaving so nonchalantly, Shun Bairu stomps her feet furiously. She has been worrying about him, and yet he doesn't care about it at all. How infuriating. Let's go and welcome them. Gleefully, Elder Shang Qin hurriedly leads Shang Bin and the rest to the entrance of the academy. A personal visit from the clan head of one of the 4 great clans. It would be worth the effort even if they had to welcome him from outside the academy. Needless to say, its entrance. If he can strike a connection with them, then it is possible that he might even become a candidate for the position of vice principal for the selection that is going to be held next year. Elder Shang. Before reaching the entrance, a group of 7 to 8 people walks over with widened strides. The one leading the group is a middle-aged man. There is an authoritative tone between his brows. It is clear with one look that he has been in an esteemed position for a long time. The clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. There are a few elderly following behind him, and every movement of theirs exudes the strength of one that is at minimum Pishue realm. Without guessing, it is clear to see that they are the elders of the Wang clan. At the very back, there are 2 youngsters. One of them is Wang Tao, while the other one is the grandson of the second elder, Wang Yin, who was just admitted into the academy this year. It is said that he has been admitted as a student of Lu Sun Laoshi. Possessing decent talent, he is favored by him. I am flattered by the personal visit of clan head Wang. If there is any matter, you can always just pass a message to me. Coming over like this, I am very honored. Elder Shang Chun hurriedly says, there is no need to be so formal. To tell the truth, I do have a matter that I require your help on. Clan head Wang Hong replies with a smile. Clan head Wang, feel free to speak. Elder Shang Chun quickly responds. If he is able to do him a favor, then surely he would be able to successfully climb on the massive tree known as the Wang clan. I'm sure Elder Shang has already heard of my youngest daughter, Wang Ying. I've heard that she had acknowledged a teacher named Zhang Xian. Clan head Wang Hong speaks slowly. Zhang Xian? Is clan head Wang here to find trouble with him? Shang Bin's eyes twinkle. He almost leaps from the overwhelming elation upon hearing those words. Previously, he saw Wang Tao Xiaoye outside Zhang Xian's classroom, and he knows that Wang Ying was deceived into becoming Zhang Xian's student. It is within his expectations that the Wang clan would not allow such a thing to happen. However, not even in his dreams would he have expected that the other party would make a move so swiftly, even having their clan head to come in person to settle the issue. Clenching his fists tightly, Shang Bin roars frenziedly in laughter in his mind. So what if you have won the Enlightenment will trial? This is the Wang clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianqian Royal City. Not mentioning how you are the worst teacher of the entire academy, even if a reputable teacher like Wang Chao were to offend them, he will also be in for a ride of misfortune. Given that Shang Bin is able to think of such a possibility, naturally, Chao Xiong also arrives at the same conclusion. His entire body trembles intensely in excitement, as though he is afflicted with epilepsy. Shut up. This isn't the place for you to speak. Hearing his grandson interrupt clan head Wang's words, Elder Shang Chun quickly chastises him. Even though he is the head of the Education Bureau, he has too much work that requires his attention. All he knows is that Zhang Xian has recruited 5 students, but as for who the 5 are, he is completely oblivious to it. As such, he didn't know that Wang Ying is also his student. Don't worry about. Clan head Wang Hong waves his hand to show that he isn't bothered by Shang Bin's interruption. However, halfway through his words, Wang Tao steps forward and shouts, "Father, what's wrong?" Clan head Wang Hong frowns. That person there is Zhang Xian Laoshi. Wang Tao points. Upon walking into the hall of the Enlightenment Will Tower, he spots and recognizes Zhang Xian. He is Zhang Laoshi? Looking over, clan head Wang Hong's eyebrows shoot up. That's right, this person over here is our academy's Zhang Xian. He never thought that Zhang Laoshi would be so daring to even deceive Wang Ying. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Chin's eyes as he introduces him with a smile. Hee. This time, he is in for a tough time. Clan head Wang is decisive when it comes to killing others. He isn't as law-abiding as us teachers. He deserves it, to dare to even deceive the precious daughter of clan head Wang. Aren't his guts a little much too inflated? Seeing clan head Wang Hong turning his attention to Zhang Xian the moment he walks into the hall, Shang Bin and Chao Xiong laugh heartily in their hearts at his misfortune. Which of those who managed to become a clan head of the 4 great clans aren't vicious? As the academy's worst teacher, he is courting death for trying to coax the daughter of such a person. Just when the two thought that Zhang Xian is doomed this time, an incredulous spectacle suddenly unfolds before them. They only see clan head Wang Hong taking 2 steps forward to stand before Zhang Xian. He isn't as angry as they expected him to be, neither does he assault him as they expected him to. Rather, with an excited expression, he bows deeply and carefully. Wang Hong pays his respect to Zhang Xian Laoshi. His attitude makes it feel as though he is paying respect to some great leader, fearful that his abrupt appearance and words will incur the displeasure of the other party. The heck? Surely my eyes are mistaken. How can this be? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong spasm simultaneously, and the both of them almost lose consciousness on the spot. What is going on? This isn't how the script should go. Shouldn't clan head Wang Hong roar at Zhang Xian upon catching sight of him, then pummel him while he's at it? Why did he suddenly bow and even pay respect? It might just be a formality, but not even his own grandfather, Elder Shang Chun, has the privilege of being greeted like this just now. What rights does a fellow with a score of 0 in the teacher qualification examination have to be entitled to such a greeting? Calm down, clan head Wang Hong. Being angry hurts one's liver. The worst teacher in the academy isn't worthy of your wrath. Cough cough. Initially, Elder Shang Chun had wanted to play the role of a good person, so as to pretend to persuade him otherwise. However, halfway through his words, he sees that sight unfolding before him. In this instant, he feels as though he has eaten a dead rat. His smile freezes on his face, and he almost chokes to death on his saliva. Didn't you say that Zhang Xian deceived Wang Ying to become his student? Didn't you say that clan head Wang Hong is here to find trouble with him? Can someone tell me what the heck is going on here? Chapter 69. Withdrawing from tutelage, clan head Wang. Not just the crowd is shocked, even Zhang Xian is slightly bewildered by the current situation. Even if he had taught Wang Ying, there shouldn't be any need for him to specially make the journey to visit him. You treated my daughter's legs and imparted to her incredibly profound knowledge. It is only fitting for me to come in person to show you my gratitude. Clan head Wang nods his head. The issue with Wang Ying's legs has always been a weight on his heart. Not only did this teacher treat her disability, he even brought about a rise in her strength. His capabilities are already comparable to a master teacher. Before a master teacher, even his identity as the head of the Wang clan means nothing at all. She is my student, so it is natural that I have to guide her well. This is where my responsibility lies, so there's no need for you to be thankful to me. Zhang Xian nods his head. The responsibility of an educator is to impart knowledge, impart skills, and clarify doubts. In his previous life, although he might have just been a librarian in a high school, he was still a member of the teaching faculty. As such, he holds high respect and love towards this occupation. Since Wang Ying is his student, there is no reason for him to feel smug for solving her problems to allow her to cultivate better. Upon seeing the calmness he speaks with, the crowd goes insane once more. This is the head of the Wang clan. It is like a beggar meeting a billionaire. How can he still remain so calm, not anxious in the least at all? This is where my responsibility lies. Good. Taking this scene into sight, Elder Emo strokes his beard and he nods his head in approval. As the winds of the world change, the ancient values gradually corrode. In the pursuit of fame and benefits, many teachers have already forgotten their primary objective. It is respectable for this Zhang Xian Laosher to be able to remain true to his core. With this kind of mindset, along with Liu Yang's high level of trust and clan head Wang Hong's commendation and respect, could Elder Shang Chun be mistaken? At this point, doubts start to bloom in Elder Mo's mind. Before he came, he had heard many criticisms about Zhang Xian Laosher from Shang Chun, causing him to think that he is truly a useless trash who is only capable of deceit, flattery, and bringing harm upon others. However, by the looks of it now, this doesn't seem to be the case at all. However, he chooses to keep his misgivings to himself and continues to watch over the situation. Clan Head Wang, please proceed in. As expected of an elder, Shang Chin's awkward expression recovers swiftly as he invites the group from the Wang clan to their respective seats. Clan Head Wang Hong. Elder Emo clasps his hand. Oh, it is Elder Emo Xiang from the Teacher Guild. What kind of wind brought you here today? Only noticing Elder Emo now, Wang Hong quickly stands up. The Teacher Guild is the #1 guild, rising above that of the Apothecary Guild, Formation Master Guild, and many others. Even if the cultivation of the elders in the guild is not comparable to his own, they still aren't people that a mere Wang clan can afford to offend. There is some minor matter that requires my attention, Elder Emo casually replies. Then, with a puzzled look, he gazes over. Even if Wang Ying Xiaojia were to acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher, there shouldn't be any need for you to come over personally to pay a visit to him. Xiaojia Miss/young mistress, who is this person before him? The clan head of one of the 4 great clans, an incredible expert who lords over a formidable power. Even if his daughter has acknowledged Zhang Xian as her teacher, and Zhang Xian had treated the disability that had been plaguing her for a long time, the situation still shouldn't warrant a personal visit on his part. Looks like Elder Emo is still as wise as always. Indeed, I have something that I need to trouble Elder Shang Chun for. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head with a smile. Oh? Trouble me? Clan Head Wang is too polite. Feel free to speak whatever you need me. As long as it is within my abilities, I will try my best to accomplish it. Hearing that the other party has something to ask of him, Elder Shang Chin's self-confidence recovers. He looks at Zhang Xian gleefully as he strokes his beard, putting on an attitude of superiority. You just happened to treat Wang Ying's disability by coincidence, thus impelling Clan Head Wang to spare you an additional glance. However, if we were to look at the situation carefully, regardless of identity or the ability to nurture others, you still pale too much in comparison to me. Look, Clan Head Wang has something to ask of me. It's like this. My son has been under your tutelage for these few days, and he has been under Shang Laosher's care. I apologize for not coming over personally earlier to express my gratitude to you. With a hand gesture from Clan Head Wang, an elder walks forward and presents something. This is a token of my appreciation for the concern you have shown my son these few days. Clan Head Wang, there's no need to be so polite. Teaching and nurturing the young generation is the duty of a teacher. I dare not accept your present. Elder Shang Chun quickly rejects it. Given that Elder Emo from the Teacher Guild is here, even if he wanted to accept the presents, he would need the guts to do so. Elder Shang's upright character is worthy of admiration. Upon the other party's refusal, clan head Wang Hong waves his hand as he drops the matter. Then, he hesitates for a moment before continuing. Actually, there is something I would like to discuss with Elder Shang today. Recently, my son has been facing some problems in his cultivation. He realized that Elder's lessons weren't compatible with him. So, can you withdraw him from your tutelage? Withdraw from my tutelage? Upon hearing these words, the calm on the surface but gleeful on the inside Elder Shang Chen staggers and almost falls down. Withdraw from my tutelage? Why would you want to withdraw from my tutelage all of a sudden? A student withdrawing from a teacher's tutelage is equivalent to slapping him in his face, as this means that the teacher's ability to impart knowledge is subpar. Initially, he thought that clan head Wang Hong was here to delegate some task to him, so he was feeling gleeful about it. In the end, the reason for his visit turns out to be this matter. The heck, if news of it were to spread out, he might even lose his position as head of the Education Bureau. He could very well die from the shame. Indeed, I hope that Elder can fulfill this request of mine. Clan head Wang Hong says. This, Elder Shang Chun feels a fiery sensation on his face, as though someone slapped it. He feels like throwing a temper, but at the same time, he dares not to. After hesitating for a long period of time, he squeezes out a smile and says, Clan head Wang, don't worry about it. Since your son has already made his decision, then I will grant his request. After which, he takes the identity jade token from the other party and drips a droplet of his fresh blood on it. Wang, his lessons plan on it has been erased. My gratitude, Elder Shang. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head in satisfaction as he passes the jade token to Wang Tao. There's no need for such words. The relationship between a teacher and a student should be mutual. If he is unable to adapt to my teachings, it is perfectly normal for him to want to withdraw from my tutelage. Just that, may I know which teacher Wang Tao wants to acknowledge after withdrawing from my tutelage? As his heart bleeds, Elder Shang Chen squeezes out a smile. Wang Tao is an extremely famous student under his wing. He is an incredible existence that is able to score within the top 10 in the level examinations every year. For such a person to withdraw from his tutelage, just by thinking about it, he feels like pulling his hair out. At the same time, he is also perplexed. Since clan head Wang Hong is adamant to have his son withdraw from his tutelage, who will he have him acknowledge? He is an elder, as well as the head of the Education Bureau. He might not be the best teacher in the entire academy, but he is considered as a star teacher. There are many people who would squeeze their way to come under his wing. He truly can't think of anyone who could make the head of the Wang clan specially make the journey here to help his son withdraw from his tutelage and switch to that of theirs. Oh, I already have a candidate in mind. Clan head Wang Hong stands up and walks over to Zhang Xian. Courteously, he asks, Zhang Laosher, is it possible for you to accept my son, Wang Tao, under your tutelage? Can you accept him as your student? What? This shouldn't be happening? To withdraw from Elder Shang Chen's lessons, just to become Zhang Xian's student? Seeing his actions and hearing those words, the entire enlightenment tower goes deathly silent. Everyone has gone insane, especially Elder Shang Chen. He almost pukes a mouthful of blood and dies on the spot. Clan head Wang Hong, you must be joking. Withdrawing from my lessons just to come under the tutelage of a fellow who has scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong are dumbfounded. The trash teacher whom they had viewed contemptuously before actually made the head of a clan personally step forth to persuade an elder to withdraw his son from his tutelage so that his son could come under his wing. The great heavens and the vast earth, can you be any more unreasonable? However, before the crowd could recover from their insanity, they hear the faint voice of a young man echoing in the room. My apologies, but I refuse. Gudong. Everyone falls to the floor. Chapter 70. Doubts the heck? Refuse? Brother, are you serious? Shang Bin, Chao Xiong and Shen Bai Ru tug on their hair, every single one of them on the verge of going mad. The thrill that they have experienced today is much more than what they have experienced in their entire lifetime. Who is Wang Tao? One of the top 10 geniuses in the academy. There isn't a single teacher who isn't vying to pull him under their wing. Back then, Elder Shang-Chin only managed to rope him in through exploiting his identity as the head of the Education Bureau. A genius like that, accompanied with the personal plea from the Wang clan's head. The hell? You actually refused it? Shang Bin and others feel as though they have just incurred 10,000 damage, and they find themselves unable to catch their breath. Just a moment ago, he just criticized him for being unable to recruit students. Yet, the next moment, the Wang clan's head sends his son over to him. However, what is the most shocking of all is that he refuses to accept him. My heart, my liver. Elder Shang-Chun feels fresh blood coursing erratically around his throat, threatening to spurt out at any moment. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law in the world? I am an elder, not to mention the head of the Education Bureau. It is one thing that you withdrew from my tutelage to acknowledge a fellow who scored 0 in his teacher qualification examination as your teacher. The worst of it all is that he refuses to accept. Elder Shang-Chin feels as though his face has been torn off violently, ground and scattered onto the floor. At this moment, he wishes fervently for a hole to appear in the ground so that he can conceal himself in it. Too embarrassing. He feels as though his dignity has been thrown away all the way to his grandmother's house. Standing by the side, Elder Mo Xiang's eyeballs are also about to fall to the floor. Just a moment ago, his opinion of Zhang Laoshi has improved, but by the looks of it now, it seems that it is still insufficient. Refuse? Awkwardness reflects on the face of Wang clan head. He immediately shoots a glance at his son. I beg Zhang Laoshi to accept me as your disciple. Wang Tao hurriedly steps forward, kneels on the floor and looks at Zhang Xian with a sincere expression. It is true that he has looked down on this Zhang Laoshi before. However, upon seeing his younger sister's legs being healed and an explosive surge in her strength, as well as recalling how his sword was clamped by 2 mere fingers of the other party, he is already impressed with him from the bottom of his heart. I refuse. Zhang Xian waves him away. A student can choose his teacher. Similarly, a teacher can also choose his students as well. Yesterday, this Wang Tao barged into his classroom. Not only was he disrespectful, he even pointed a weapon at him. How can he possibly accept such a student under his wing? Back then, even though Zhao Ya had only challenged him verbally, she was still punished to clean the washroom. If a teacher were to not have any dignity, his students will look down on him. If that's the case, how can his guidance bear any results on them? I know that I was rash and I had offended Zhang Laoshi, but on the account that I am still immature and ignorant of etiquette, I hope that you will not hold it against me. Knowing the reason behind his refusal, Wang Tao hurriedly speaks. The dignity of a teacher cannot be sullied. After he wielded a sword to attack Zhang Xian, it is one thing for the other party to not to fuss over the matter. Yet, at this moment, he still hopes to be admitted under his tutelage. It is no wonder that his request would be rejected. Indeed, my son is ignorant of teacher's greatness, so he was a little rash back then. I hope that you can forgive, clan head Wang Hong quickly explains. Wang clan head, there is no need to say these. I don't think that this is the reason why Zhang Laoshi refuses to accept your son. At this point, an abrupt voice echoes in the room. Tracing the source of the voice, it came from the one who had just lost in the enlightenment trial a moment ago. Chao Xiong. If it was just a moment ago, with Elder Shang-Chin's prestige and standing, he is surely able to annul the punishment for him. If that fails, he can also think of methods to drag the punishment out, allowing the agreement to gradually fade out of view. Yet, at this moment, the clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong, came over to beg Zhang Xian. It is very probable that he would be unable to escape the punishment from the enlightenment trial if the situation were to continue on like this. In any case, the situation is already irreversible. There is no need for him to worry about souring his relationship with Zhang Xian even further. Hearing someone interrupt his words, clan head Wang Hong's face darkens in displeasure. This Zhang Xian only has the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi realm, whereas Wang Tao Xiaoya's current level of cultivation is Fighter 4 Dan Piga realm. Since his strength is unable to match up with him, how can he guide him or give him pointers? The reason why he is reluctant to accept him as his student is because he is aware of it as well. Xiaoya dash, young master with a savage expression on his face. Chao Xiong roars. Indeed, his strength doesn't even match up to Wang Tao Xiaoya. To think that he would even consider accepting him as his student, what a joke. Shangbin immediately reacts and hurriedly adds in, Clan Head Wang, please reconsider your decision. It's all right for Wang Tao Xiaoya to withdraw from my tutelage, but if he were to acknowledge someone whose cultivation realm is lower than him as his teacher, it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation level in the future. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Qin's eyes as well. That's right, the Zhang Xian standing before them only has the strength of a fighter 3 Danjinchi realm. This is a fact well known by everyone in the academy. A fighter 4 Dan expert acknowledging someone weaker than him as his master, this in itself is a joke. This, getting, Clan Head Wang Hong's heartbeats. He has heard of Zhang Xian's incredible theories from Wang Ying's mouth, but he doesn't know his exact level of cultivation. Although Wang Tao had attacked him before, as he had never told him about it, he isn't aware of it either. If what the other party says is true, and this Zhang Laosher only has the strength of fighter 3 Danjinchi realm, then he is truly incapable of teaching Wang Tao. It is true that a teacher who is knowledgeable in theories can impart them to his student, but only by cultivating it and testing it out firsthand will he have a greater comprehension of it. If the teacher himself has yet to reach such heights, then it is unlikely that he is able to teach them well. This is just like in Zhang Xian's previous life. If the teacher himself is incapable of solving a problem, then how can he teach his student to do it? There are many matters that a teacher is required to be precognizant of so that the student can take note of them while cultivating. Otherwise, no matter how many incredible theories a teacher might wield in their brain, they are just like a reflection of the moon on the lake, unable to come to be of practical use. Zhang Xian, even if you wish to teach Wang Tao Xiaoya, do you have the ability to? If you don't, stop putting on an act here. With your strength as a fighter 3 Dan, you might be able to muddle some freshmen who have just entered the academy, but don't dream about doing the same with the older students. Seeing Zhang Xian remaining silent, savagery and excitement gleam in Chao Xiong's eyes. Indeed, Clan Head Wang. What Chao Xiong Laosher says makes sense. Zhang Xian himself has yet to break through to fighter 4 Dan, so it is natural that he is unsure of the method of cultivation at that level. How can he guide a student's Pigu realm cultivation like that? Regaining his confidence once more, Elder Shang Chun says as he strokes his beard. No, your words are wrong. Hearing the mocking of the crowd, Wang Tao hurriedly stands up to explain. Who says that Zhang Laosher's strength is unable to match up to me? Yesterday, when I unintentionally offended him, I attacked him with my sword using my full strength. Yet, he managed to catch my sword easily with just 2 fingers of his. Such a feat is impossible if he is only at Zhenqi realm. Catch with 2 fingers? Haha, Wang Tao Xiaoya. Even if you wanted to spare him some dignity, you need to come up with something more believable. Chao Xiong sneers coldly. You are a fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm expert, and your strength exceeds 700 kilograms. Furthermore, given the weight and the speed of your blade, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to take it on bare-handed, needless to say with 2 fingers. You can't be trying to tell me that our Zhang Laosher, who scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination, has reached Pishue realm, just like the elders of our school. A sword is light and flexible in its movements, and the full strength attack of a Pigu realm advanced stage expert is fast as lightning. If the other party isn't well versed in the opponent's swordsmanship and know precisely where the attack is going to land beforehand, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to catch his attack. Yet, Wang Tao actually said that the worst teacher in the academy managed to catch his attack easily. You must be joking. I've seen it too. Teacher used 2 fingers to hold his sword in place. Lu Yang explains in a fluster as well. He has seen the situation that day with his own eyes, and there isn't any falsehood in his words. However, given his high trust level in Zhang Xian, the moment he says it, it seems as though he is helping him to cover up the lie. Clan Head Wang Hong, you are a great clan of cultivators. Ignoring the explanations of the two, Elder Shang Chun sneers coldly. Do you think that someone who isn't at Pishue realm intermediate stage is capable of catching Wang Tao Xiaoya's full strength attack? This, Clan Head Wang Hong hesitates. catching Wang Tao's attack at full strength with just 2 fingers. This is a feat that average Pishuer realm experts will find difficult to accomplish. This Zhang Laoshi might have incredible theories, but to reach Pishuer realm intermediate stage at such a young age, even he finds it hard to believe. After all, it is too shocking. Wang Tao Xiaoya, I understand that you said those things intentionally to bring up Zhang Xian's reputation because you want him to accept you as his student. However, there is a limit to everything. Sometimes, going too far isn't good. Seeing Wang Hong stumped, Elder Shang Chen opens up his arms majestically and speaks with a wise demeanor. Just as he is about to continue chatting casually with clan head Wang Hong and bring up some profound theories to prove that what Wang Tao said was untrue, he hears the voice of the teacher on duty sounding from beyond the room once more. Elder Shang, what's the matter? Elder Shang Chen frowns in displeasure. Didn't you see that I am in the midst of acting cool? How can one be so incapable of reading the situation? There is someone outside who is seeking an audience with Zhang Xian Laoshi, the teacher on duty says in a fluster. Looking for Zhang Xian? Who? What's going on today? Why is everyone looking for Zhang Xian today? It is the son of Zhennan Wang, by Sun Xiao Wangya. The teacher on duty says. Chapter 71. The Arrogant Young by Wangya by Sun Xiao Wangyi. Xiao dash, young everyone in the room is taken aback. This by Sun may be young, but he is a martial arts genius. At just 17 years old, he has already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, causing his name to spread far and wide in the entire Tianqian city. Emperor Shen Jue once commented that it is very possible for him to become the youngest Pishuer realm expert in the kingdom. Zhennan Wang is preoccupied with guarding the southern borders and thus, he doesn't reside in the capital. As a result, this young Wang yet doesn't attend classes at Hongtian Academy. However, due to his outstanding results, he managed to be admitted into the even more incredible Beiwu Academy. Beiwu Academy is a school with a 1-star master teacher in it. All those who are able to pass the examination to join its ranks are all famous geniuses. These few days, Zhennan Wang returned to Tianqian City to report on his duty. As such, Bai Sun followed him to the capital as well. Just that. What is he doing here, looking for Zhang Xian Laoshi? One is the worst teacher in the academy while the other one is a supreme genius, son of an influential and powerful official. There is no way to compare the two at all. Is it possible for the two of them to know each other? But their social positions are way too different. Hurry, invite him in. Elder Shang Chen may not know what is going on, but he dares not to be discourteous to him. As such, he quickly gestures for the teacher on duty to escort him in. Who? After a moment, a white-clothed young man walks in with large strides. There are a few retainers following behind him. They are all equipped with metal armor, and their eyes are cold. The young man may not be advanced in age, but he exudes a powerful aura. The might of his entire body radiates as though the sun, exerting an intense pressure upon others. Despite being Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle experts as well, just by the aura itself, it is clear that he is much stronger than Shang Bin and Shen Bairu. Paying respect to Xiao Wangya, Shang Chen, clan head Wang Hong, and the others stand up from their seats at the same moment. The Wang clan may be titled as one of the 4 great clans, but compared to the powerful official who is tasked with the duty of guarding the kingdom's south, they are still lacking. Regardless of when and where, those who are in command of military might are always the ones who have the loudest words. Master Zhang, you are here indeed. Casually waving them away, he ignores the respectful Shang Qian and the others and scans the surroundings. He suddenly catches sight of a familiar figure and excitedly rushes forward to Zhang Xian. Why are you here? Zhang Xian frowns. Master Lu Chun has asked you to learn from me, but you don't have to be so obedient to really come knocking. My dad will be leaving after he is done reporting on his duty, so I can't remain in the capital for long. Thus, I have to make use of every second to learn from Master so that I can pass the test. Bai Sun explains. Master, how did Bai Sun Xiao Wangye get acquainted with him? Furthermore, they seem to have a close relationship. Isn't his title a teacher? Why did he call him a master instead? Upon seeing that Bai Sun is indeed here to seek Zhang Xian, and that the both of them seem to be in a close relationship, everyone is dumbfounded once more. What is going on? They actually know each other. Isn't Zhang Xian a teacher? Master, what does this title mean? Furthermore, Zhang Xian, what's with your attitude? Didn't you see that even Elder Shang and clan head Wang bow upon seeing the young Wangya? Not only did you not bow, you even frowned. Frown your head. Who gave you such guts? Audacious. Elder Shang Chan can't hold it in anymore. He walks forward with an intimidating aura. Zhang Xian, how can you speak to the young Wangya like this? Hurry up, bow and pay your respects to him. To think that you would be oblivious to basic etiquette despite being a teacher. Such a lack of propriety, you are truly a disgrace. After which, with a face full of smiles, he turns to Bai Sun. Bai Xiao Wangya, don't get angry. This Zhang Xian possesses weak strength, not to mention that he is clumsy and ignorant of etiquette. Before he can finish his words, he sees Bai Xiao Wangya's eyebrows knit tightly together. A frosty aura appears in his eyes, and he seems as though a lion whose hair is standing on ends, ready to strike. Who the heck are you? Scram to the side. Going by seniority, Master Zhang Xian belongs to my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to speak of such words. Are you trying to court death? Grandfather? Gudong. Everyone falls to the floor once more. What the heck is with this method of addressing? Bai Xiao Wangya's father is Jinan Wang, who is a peer of Emperor Shenjue. Yet, you say that his seniority is equal to that of your grandfather. Doesn't that mean that he is of even higher standing than Emperor Shenjue? Elder Shang Qian, who was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, trembles uncontrollably, nearly passing out from shock. What the heck is going on? What in the world happened? Especially for Shang Bin and Chao Xiong, the both of them feel as though they are going psychotic. Grabbing bunch after bunch of their hair out, their eyes seem as though they are about to leave their sockets at any moment now. Even Elder Mo, who has been watching the situation with composure all along, feels an ache on his chin. Unknowingly, he has torn his beard out. That's right. Grandpa Zhang is a master painter of an era, and his prowess is incredible to the point that even three of me are incapable of matching up to him. Yet, you dare to say that he is audacious and weak? The heck, you must be tired of living. Or perhaps you are trying to look for a sparring partner. Bai Yang. Bai Sun gestures his subordinate forward. Your humble subordinate is here. Immediately, a middle-aged man steps forward from his back. Slap him. Bai Sun commands. Yes. The middle-aged man wasn't conspicuous in any way when he walked in. However, at this moment, when he lifts his eyelids, a bloodthirsty aura gushes out instantaneously, as though a demon that stepped over 1,000,000 corpses to climb out of hell. He might be the same cultivation realm as Elder Shangqian, the both of them being of Pishue realm, but his aura is much stronger compared to the latter. Supreme Soldier. The hearts of the crowd skip a beat. Such bloodthirsty aura can only be tempered from countless life and death situations. Soldiers possessing such an aura are termed as Supreme Soldiers. Every single one of them possesses unwavering will and incredible prowess, capable of dueling with those who are of higher cultivation realm than them. After leaving everyone flabbergasted by his bloodthirsty aura, the middle-aged man, Bai Yang, dashes forward. In an instant, he appears before Elder Shangchun and sends a slap to him. Pa! A crisp sound echo throughout the hall. Before Elder Shangchun can even react, he rotates like a top, turning a complete round before falling to the ground. Fresh blood spurts out of his mouth, and a dozen of his teeth can be found in a puddle of blood. You! Steadying his figure, Elder Shangqian is on the verge of erupting. As an elder of Hongtian Academy, a Pishue realm expert, to think he would be slapped publicly. However, he can't do anything about it despite being so angry. After all, the other party is the sole son of Jinan Wang, Bai Xiao Wangya. If he really dares to do anything to him, Jinan Wang will probably come killing in and flip the entire academy upside down. It is not like he has never done such a thing before. Back then, a person who had backing comparable to the Wang clan went looking for trouble with Bai Xiao Wangya and wounded him. This infuriated Jinan Wang, and he led his army into their residence and purged their entire household. In the end, not only did Emperor Shenjue not chastise him over the incident, he even conferred his son the title of Xiao Wangya to appease him. Otherwise, even though he is the sole successor to the family, he doesn't have the qualifications of being called Xiao Wangya. This is all Zhang Xian's fault. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He can only direct the rage he dares not vent on by Sun towards Zhang Xian. If not for this fellow, how could he possibly be embarrassed like this today? Why are you unhappy with my actions? Seeing his awful complexion, Bai Sun raises his eyebrows and asks haughtily, I dare not to. Elder Shang Chen's heart is bleeding, but he still squeezes out these words through gritted teeth. It is best if you dare not to. Let me tell you the truth. I am actually saving you. If my grandpa Zhang were to make a move personally, and if he were to fail to control his strength properly, you would be dead by now. Upon this, Bai Sun recalls the spar he had that night, and his body shudders subconsciously. What he speaks of is true. This Master Zhang, just by his physical body itself, has a strength of more than 40 ding. What's worse is that he is unable to control his strength. He might not feel anything when he sends a slap over, but you will be gone by then. Chapter 72. Unable to be revoked, save him? Unable to control his strength? Based on Xiao Wangya's words, Zhang Xian Laoshi's strength is superior to Elder Shangchen? How is this possible? Without taking too much time, everyone manages to process the events that just occurred. This is especially so for Shangbin and Chao Xiong, who claim that Zhang Xian is weak and that Wang Tao is lying. The both of them are unable to believe the situation unfolding before them. In the previous examination, Zhang Xian is confirmed to be only Zhenqi Realm Pinnacle. This is something that the entire academy is aware of, and there aren't any news of him breaking through. If so, how can he be stronger than Bai Xiao Wangya? Furthermore, based on his words, it seems that even Elder Shangchen is incapable of matching up to him. It might be bizarre and unbelievable, but no one thinks that Bai Sun is lying. Everyone knows that not only is Bai Xiao Wangya incredibly talented, he is also fond of competing and sparring with others. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't spar a couple of rounds every day. Since he is so in awe of this Zhang Xian, does that mean that he really possesses the strength he speaks of? At this point, every single of them widens their eyes to look at the young man whom they thought was trash previously. There is nothing spectacular about him, except for his white and smooth skin, which makes him look even younger than his actual age. How can he possibly be an expert? Cough, cough. Upon seeing the doubtful gazes of everyone else centered on him, Zhang Xian shakes his head helplessly. He is probably unable to hide his true strength any longer. But, after scoring at the bottom for the teacher qualification examination as a Fighter 3 Danjinshi realm, to become comparable to a Pishue realm expert after a short break, no one will believe it. Is it that difficult to keep a low profile? Zhang Xian feels a migraine working up. He wanted to hide his strength, keep a low profile, and secretly Zhuangbi from the shadows. Initially, he thought that Bai Sun is completely unrelated to the academy whatsoever, so no one else here will learn of it. However, never in his dreams did he expect that in just a single night, that fellow would come rushing over. After making such a huge ruckus, it is impossible for him to hide his strength any longer even if he wanted to. Such ill fortune. Just as he is still perplexed over the situation, he sees Bai Sun Xiao Wangya's face popping up right in front of him with a fawning expression on it. Hee, Master Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, did I settle the matter well? However, he can't blame Bai Sun for behaving like this either. Master Lu Chun has already said it clearly that whether he is able to pass the examination or not depends heavily on him. It is natural that he would intentionally try to please him so as to get in his good books. That's the reason why he woke up so early, and upon hearing that Zhang Xian is here, he barged in along with his subordinates. Still acceptable. Since what's done is done, Zhang Xian can only acknowledge it. Thus, he nods his head. Zhang Laoshi, accept me as your disciple. Aware that Zhang Xian's strength isn't just Zhenqi realm, clan head Wang Hong does not hesitate anymore. He signals to Wang Tao with a glance. Wang Tao steps forward once more and kneels before him. Acknowledging Master Zhang as your teacher, who do you think you are? I haven't even acknowledged him yet, and you want to vie with me? How about we spar for a little bit? Before Zhang Xian can even speak, Bai Xiao Wangya glares at him. I dare not. Wang Tao is startled. Even though Bai Sun is around the same age as him, his strength has already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. Given that he is several times stronger than him, sparring with him? What's the difference between it and seeking death? Fine, Wang Tao, you can listen in by the side of my class tomorrow. If you perform well, I can consider accepting you as my student. Afraid that this by Xiao Wangye will stir up trouble once more and pummel Wang Tao's life away, Zhang Xian immediately interjects. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi. Clan head Wang Hong sighs in relief and hurriedly thanks him. Wang Tao isn't Zhang Xian's student yet, but from the looks of the current situation, this is the only way to settle the situation now. After all, who can he blame for the disappointing actions of his son, barging into the classroom of the other to kill the teacher? No teacher would accept such a student after meeting with such a situation. However, even though he is just listening in by the side for now, as time goes by, as long as he performs well, he is surely able to become an official student. Listening in by the side, Elder Shang Qian is on the verge of tears. He is an elder of the academy, as well as the head of the education bureau. Normally, he is the one picking students out from the lot. It is one thing if someone withdraws from his tutelage to acknowledge another teacher, but he goes on to listen in by the side of the lessons of another teacher instead. Not to mention, the worst teacher of the academy, Elder Shang Qian feels as though his old face is being stepped on repeatedly, and not a shred of his dignity remains. His dignity has been thrown all the way to his grandaunt's house. Why not his grandmother's house? Because he has already passed by it. Master Zhang, is there anything else that you need me to settle? If so, I will help you. After which, teach me painting. Bai Sun turns to look at Zhang Laoshi. There is still some things I need to settle. Zhang Xian turns to look at Sheng Qian. Elder Shang, the results of the Enlightenment will trial are already out. Isn't it about time we fulfill the terms of the bet we agreed on? The reason why he is here is because of the Enlightenment will trial. After the trial has ended, many things have occurred, but it is about time for the bet they have decided upon to be carried out. Zhang Xian, there's no need to be gleeful about this. I lost the Enlightenment will trial, but at most, I will only suffer 100 god-slaying flogs. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to strip me of my teaching license. Knowing that he is unable to escape from this any longer, Chao Xiong chooses to face it, and he walks forward with a ferocious expression. Don't have the ability? Zhang Xian frowns. Indeed, I don't have any bad track records, and I didn't cause any of my students to go berserk either. Even though my result in the teacher qualification examination is subpar, it is still a pass. To strip my teaching license just because of a bet, even the teacher guild doesn't have the authority to do so. Chao Xiong howls frenziedly. Is this true? Unsure of the rules and regulations, Zhang Xian looks at Elder Imo doubtfully. He is an elder of the teacher guild, so he should know of these matters. What he says is true. Elder Imo nods his head. A teacher's teaching license is issued after numerous verifications by the teacher guild. If the person in question does not have a bad track record, it is difficult to revoke his license. Is that so? Zhang Xian frowns. He recalls those who are in the education industry in his previous life. Over there, even if a teacher were to be inadequate in their job, the school doesn't possess the right to fire them. In fact, even the Ministry of Education doesn't have the right to do so, unless they have done something that goes against the morals and values of a teacher. It seems that the situation over here is similar as well. Then, why didn't you say so when we were deciding upon the bet? Zhang Xian can't resist asking. Back then, when he was raising his stake, he thought it would be possible for his teaching license to be revoked, so he brought it up casually. If only he knew that revoking one's teaching license is that difficult, he would have just chosen to expel him from the academy. Cough, cough. I thought that you would lose. Elder Imo says awkwardly. Not only did Zhang Xian score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he had also caused the cultivation of a student to go berserk. If someone were to pursue the matter, it is possible for him to be expelled. As Elder Imo thought that Zhang Xian would definitely lose, he didn't point the matter out. He didn't expect for Chao Xiong to lose so thoroughly to him. It is impossible to fulfill the conditions of the bet, unless... Elder Imo speaks but hesitates halfway through. Unless what? Unless, There is a master teacher or an associate master teacher personally testifying that he is unqualified to remain as a teacher, and the testimonial is reported upwards to the teacher guild. Elder Emo says, Master teacher? Associate master teacher? Where do I look for these? Zhang Xian shakes his head. Regardless of whether it is master teacher or an associate master teacher, they are figures high up in the education circle. So how can it be possible for him to be acquainted with one? Furthermore, even if he is acquainted with one, it is impossible for the other party to bother themselves with such a minor bet. Zhang Xian frowns. At this moment, the teacher on duty, Zhou Laoshi, walks in once more and clasping his hand together, his voice echoes in the room. Shangchen Laoshi, there is a lady outside who has identified herself as Huang Yu looking for Zhang Xian Laoshi. Chapter 73. Chao Xiong's counterattack, Xiao Yu is here too? Bai Sun's eyes light up. Right after Master Lu Chan tasked them to study under Zhang Xian yesterday, he rushed here early in the morning. If so, how can Xiao Yu lag behind him? In the midst of his words, an elegant figure walks through the doors. Her light yellow top brings out her slim and delicate figure perfectly. Her skin is as white as snow, and she doesn't pale in comparison even to Shenbai Ru. Paying respect to Zhang Laoshi, the moment she enters the room, she heads towards Zhang Xian and bows deeply. Knowing that the other party is here for the same motive as Bai Sun, Zhang Xian's head hurts and he rubs his glabella. Center of eyebrows actually. He knows nothing about painting at all, and all he can do is to point out the flaws in them. He doesn't even know where he should start from to teach them about painting. Paying respect to young mistress. Just as he is conflicted over how he should confess this to the other party, Elder Emo walks forward and courteously, he clasps his hands and greets Huang Yu. Young mistress? A thought seems to have flashed through Elder Shang Chen's mind, causing a feeling of weakness to grasp his legs, resulting in him stumbling backward. With a face devoid of color, he asks, Could she be the daughter of guild leader Huang of the teacher guild? The genius who managed to become a low-level associate master teacher despite not even reaching her 20s? Just a moment ago, he was still chatting with Elder Emo about the genius in the teacher guild who became a low-level associate master teacher at a young age, and he was thinking about how she is even more incredible than an old man like him. Never in his dreams did he expect her to be this Huang Yu Xiaojia, and from the looks of it, she seems to be close with Zhang Xian. Xiaojia Miss/young mistress heavens, what is going on? The moment when he accused the other party of being incapable of imparting knowledge to nurture others, the Wang clan sent their son over to him, even withdrawing him from his tutelage to do so. The moment when he said that the other party is lacking in strength, Bai Xiao Wangye ran out to verify the strength of the other party, claiming that he himself isn't a match for him. The moment when he says that only a master teacher and an associate master teacher can revoke Chao Xiong's teaching license, an associate master teacher comes running over. The heck? Zhang Xian, the heavens must have specially sent you here to deal with me. Elder Shang Chen only feels disconsolate, and even suicidal thoughts run through his head. Chao Xiong, who was still arrogant a moment ago, pales in fright and cowers backward. A moment ago, he was at least reassured by the fact that the other party would be unable to revoke his teaching license. However, at this instant, he is truly frightened. Isn't he just a trash who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Why does he know so many people? Why do they all respect him? I will not accept this. Chao Xiong grits his teeth and howls frenziedly in his mind. Before today, the other party meant nothing in his eyes. He isn't even qualified to compete with him, yet now, the other party has already become a tall mountain that he can only look up towards. Shangbin's teeth are also clattering. At this moment, Zhang Xian seems to have transformed from an ant whom he could crush whenever he pleases into a giant dinosaur. Such a transformation is beyond his wildest imagination. You are an associate master teacher? Hearing Shang Chen's astonishing words, Zhang Xian looks at the lady in uncertainty. This lass is even younger than him. For her to be an associate master teacher, it is indeed true that one should not judge a person by their appearance. I just happened to catch Lu Shi's eyes, and he brought me in to assist him. Huang Yu smiles. Her words might be humble, but self-confidence radiates clearly from her eyes. Somewhat a shorter version of Lauscher to become an assistant master teacher. First and foremost, one needs to have talents surpassing others. Secondly, one needs to be granted an opportunity. Even if you possess overwhelming talent and your ability to guide your students and impart knowledge is incredible, if you are unable to gain the recognition of a master teacher, it is all just empty talk. Huang Yu, as the daughter of Tianxian Kingdom Teacher Guild's head, she had the privilege of going through a good education from young. Furthermore, given the contacts her father possesses, becoming an associate master teacher isn't beyond expectations. It is great that you are an associate master teacher. This Chao Xiong Lauscher has lost to me in an enlightenment will trial, and he refuses to fulfill his end of the bet. Previously, Elder Mo has said that Chao Xiong Lauscher's teaching license can be revoked if an associate master teacher speaks up for the case. Against those who are out against him, Zhang Xian will not let them off the hook so easily. To think that there would be such a matter. Huang Yu frowns. As a teacher, to hold grudges over such a minor affair, even resorting to using the enlightenment will trial to frame your colleagues. He will only soil the name of teachers if he were to remain as one. Elder Mo steps forward. I believe that he doesn't have the qualifications to be a teacher. Go and settle the procedures required for it now. Huang Yu says authoritatively. Yes. Elder Mo nods his head. Turning to look at Chao Xiong, he shakes his head. As an associate master teacher, Huang Yu is of esteemed position, not to mention that she is the daughter of the guild leader as well. With just a few words, she has sealed Chao Lauscher's fate. Those who possess the identity of a teacher are respected no matter where they go. If a teacher is stripped of their teaching license, that can only mean that there is a problem with his conduct. With such a track record, no one would employ him no matter where he goes. Hearing the verdict, Chao Xiong collapses onto the floor. His ashen face shrouds in despair. He has spent so much effort just to attain this teaching license. To think that it would be revoked just like that. Just because he challenged a trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? I won't accept this. I refuse to accept this. Right? Chao Xiong stands up once more. He looks at Zhang Xian savagely. Zhang Xian, you haven't won yet. You scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and caused a student's cultivation to go berserk. As long as this matter is reported to the Teacher Guild, after a thorough investigation, you will be stripped of your teaching license as well. Zhang Xian may have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, but that is actually an internal examination within Hongtian Academy and isn't authoritative. Even so, if the matter is reported upwards to the Teacher Guild, and once the matter is proven to be true, he can be stripped of his teaching license because of it as well. Furthermore, he has a case of a student's cultivation going berserk under his records. Just this itself crosses the bottom limits of a teacher. That's right, Zhang Xian, you need not be gleeful over this. You might have gotten Chao Lauscher's teaching license revoked, but you won't keep yours for long either. I will report this matter up to the Teacher Guild right now, and have them carry out an impartial adjudication on the matter. Upon hearing Chao Xiong's angry roar, Shang Bin's eyes light up and flames start to burn in them once more. The relationship between him and Zhang Xian has already torn asunder. Now that the other party is proven to possess a strong backing, he probably won't be able to live in peace in the academy anymore with him here. Thus, he cannot allow Zhang Xian off the hook. Furthermore, even the goddess is speaking up for him now. If he allows himself to be beaten without making a move, how can he lift his head in the future? Shang Bin glares at Zhang Xian as cold intentions emanate from his gaze. Aren't you incredible? Liu Yang's trust level and you exceed 60? The Wang clan urges you to accept Wang Tao. Things might be going well for you now, but let's see how you will fare after you lose your teaching license. Let's see what rights do you have to remain in Hongtian Academy, and what rights do you have to teach your students? Zhang Xian Lauscher's capabilities and morals are indeed doubtful. Associate Master Teacher Huang Yu, Elder Mo, the words that the both of them speak of are true. This Zhang Lauscher has driven the cultivation of a student berserk, and he has scored a 0 in the previous teacher qualification examination as well. I hope that the guild can handle this matter impartially and rid the academy of this cancerous tumor. In an instant, Elder Shang Chun regains the glow on his face. With a straightened and dignified stature, he speaks. He might not be able to save Chao Xiong, but he will not allow Zhang Xian to get away scot-free either. Chapter 74. The Education Bureau has falsified results? Hearing the howling of the three, Elder Imo and Huang Yu glanced at one another before turning to look at Zhang Xian. If what they said was true, the Teacher Guild would have to look into the matter. If the results of the investigation were in line with their claims, it was quite likely for this Zhang Laosher to be stripped of his teaching license. Seems like I have underestimated them. They are also skilled at using rules to their advantage. He didn't expect that after suffering so many consecutive blows, they would still be able to make a counterattack. Zhang Xian frowned. It seemed that regardless which world one was in, some things never changed. If a despicable person were to lay their fangs on someone, they could only await their death. To speak of the truth, the mess that his previous self had left him was indeed troublesome to deal with. If the academy didn't bring it up, he would be safe, and he could continue on conducting his lessons. On the other hand, if the academy decided to bring it up, they could report it to the Teacher Guild and he would face the danger of having his teaching license revoked. If he was stripped of his teaching license, his situation would not be any better than Chao Xiong. Thus, no matter what, he mustn't let them succeed. However, it was a fact that he had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, and he did indeed send a student's cultivation berserk. This was the doing of his previous self, and he was unable to undo it even if he wanted to. That is to say, the mess that his previous self left him with was potentially his downfall. Even if he was able to nurture powerful students through the Library of Heaven's Path from today onwards, it would still be difficult for him to become a master teacher and earn the trust of others. He must find a way to resolve the problem. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian felt helpless. His transcension was something he had no power over, and he was unable to decide the timeline where he would transcend into. Besides, if not for the failings of his previous self, he would be unable to transcend over as well. Could he just stand idly as they report the incident up to the Teacher Guild and have his teaching license revoked? Absolutely not. Aren't I unable to explain the reason behind the sudden surge in my strength? What a coincidence. I can make use of this. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and an incredible idea popped into his head. Looking at Shang Qian and Shang Bin once more, the corners of his lips crept upwards. Since neither of you are willing to leave a path for me, I will be apologizing in advance then. Zhang Xian, aren't you gleeful? Let's see how you can continue being so gleeful after you are summoned to the Teacher Guild. Sensing Elder Imo and Huang Yu's hesitation, Shang Bin laughed in anticipation. However, before his laughter could come to an end, he caught sight of Zhang Xian. His hands were behind his back, and he looked over hesitatingly, with dilemma reflected in his gaze. There seemed to be something bothering his mind, and he was contemplating whether he should speak of it or not. Why? You want to beg for mercy? Seeing Zhang Xian behaving in such a manner, exultation filled Shang Bin. However, it's too late now. Beg for mercy? Zhang Xian shook his head. You're thinking too much about it. I am just considering whether I should speak of it or not. Sigh. At this point, he sighed. His frustration and pain, as well as sorrow and dilemma, could be felt from his sigh. All in all, it was clear from his sigh that worries plagued his mind, and that he was a sorrowful man with a story behind his back. Speak of it? Speak of what? Unsure about what he was up to, Shangbin frowned. Forget it, since that is the case. Ignoring his words, Zhang Xian shook his head. With a bewailing look on his face, he hesitated for a moment longer before speaking, initially, as colleagues and fellow teachers. For the sake of the reputation of the academy, even if you have done something overboard, I should keep the big picture in mind and let it go. From the looks of it now, at this point, with his hands behind his back, his eyes gazed upwards, seemingly filled with pain. HM? What do you mean? Seeing him sigh and shake his head, the attention of the crowd focused on him. Shang Bin and Shang Chen exchanged gazes, unsure of what that fellow was up to. What are you putting on an act for? You are about to be fired at any moment now, The fact won't change no matter how superb your acting is. I think he is just intentionally spouting bullshit to divert our attention. Don't be fooled by him. Zhang Bin harumphed, scoring 0 for the teacher qualification examination and making a student go berserk were facts about him that everyone in the academy knew. No matter what he did, it was impossible for him to clean the stain off his name. So what if you are eloquent? You are unable to deny these facts. Even if you try to deny it, there are archives of your doings. Let's see how you can round up your story then. Master Zhang, is there something that is bothering your mind? Elder Imo and I are here, so feel free to speak up. Huang Yu said. Indeed. Zhang Xian looked at the other party in commendation as he nodded his head. Putting on an act for so long, what he had been waiting for were these words. Now that she had finally posed the question, he could proceed with the story. Actually, I didn't want to expose this. Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly, and a sorrowful expression overlaid his face. Taking 2 steps over to the strength measuring rock pillar in the center of the hall, he clenched his fist and sent it straight at the pillar. Wong! Light flashed on it, and a string of number floated into appearance. 55 ding. He only used half of his strength, but after recultivating the first 3 dawn of his cultivation technique, the zhanqi in his body became even purer, causing his 49 ding of strength to rise slightly. 55 ding? Pishue Realm Pinnacle? If he possesses the strength of a Pishue Realm Pinnacle, then, why does the examination reflect his strength as Zhanqi Realm? Despite hearing from Bai Xiao Wangye that Zhang Xian was stronger than him and the crowd had already prepared themselves mentally for it, they were still filled with disbelief upon seeing how much strength he held beneath his fists. Gasps of shock floated in the room as the lower jaws of everyone in the room seemed to be falling to the floor. Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm. For every acupoint broken through, 1 strength would be increased by 1 ding. Most people only ended up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their lives. Even at Pishue Realm Pinnacle, their strength didn't reach such heights. To possess such strength with just a single fist, this clearly showed that he had reached Pishue Realm Pinnacle. But the examination he had undergone before the break clearly showed that he only had the strength of a Fighter 3 Danjinshi Realm Pinnacle. For his strength to jump several realms in the duration of a break, this was impossible. This was unheard of, even with the most incredible geniuses in the history of the kingdom. Bewildered, everyone looked at him as they awaited his explanation. During the examination that was conducted before the break, I was only Zhanqi Realm. I'm sure everyone is curious to know how I became a Pishue Realm expert all of a sudden. After taking in everyone's reaction, Zhang Xian slowly explained, actually, my cultivation didn't soar within just a week. Just like everyone else, I trained through the conventional method. Even though my strength did not reach 50 ding before the break, I wasn't too far off from it. You already possessed such strength before the break? No, that can't be right. Back then, during the teacher qualification examination, your cultivation realm was evaluated to be. Halfway through his words, clan head Wang Hong suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind and he continued, Hongtian Academy's teacher qualification examination is held under private conditions, and the results of individual teachers are released by the Education Bureau. One wouldn't know how another fares in the examination other than through the results released by the Education Bureau. That means, the examination results of you possessing the cultivation level of Zhanqi Realm from the Education Bureau is not true. Hearing his words, everyone came to a realization. Regardless of whether it was his teacher qualification examination results or his level of cultivation, they were evaluated and released by the Education Bureau. During the examination, no one else was at the scene. That is to say, it was highly possible that the Education Bureau falsified the results. 1. Glabella - center of eyebrows 2. If a despicable person were to lay their fangs on someone, they can only await their death. Translating literally, if a despicable person were to bite you, their fangs will sink into your bones. It describes the scenario where one is unable to redress themselves of their accusations from another. Chapter 75. Shang Chan pukes blood before. When I discussed several questions in the teacher qualification examination with Zhang Laosher, Not only was he able to answer them clearly, he was able to come up with 7 to 8 answers for each of them. Furthermore, I was unable to come up with some of the answers he proposed. His comprehensive knowledge is indeed worthy of respect. Back then, I was puzzled over how he was unable to score a single mark in the simple teacher qualification examination. Turns out that the results being released were falsified. Shinbairu suddenly recalled something and interjected. Rage could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Yesterday night, she tested Zhang Xian, and the other party managed to answer her questions easily. Back then, she thought that it was weird. Now, upon hearing the conversation, she came to a realization. He must have answered those questions correctly, but the Education Bureau didn't give him the marks for it. That was to say, there was nothing wrong with his paper, but the teacher from the Education Bureau marking his paper gave him 0 marks. Why? Why did he do so? It is no wonder that Zhang Laoshe refuses to speak up. After all, you are all colleagues. If he were to reveal the truth, not only will it sunder the relationship among you all, it will affect the reputation of the academy as well. Just for this, he is willing to carry the burden of being labeled as trash. The more clan head Wang Hong pondered about the matter, the more he comprehended and came to a realization of the situation. Didn't you see how Zhang Laoshe was hesitating just a moment ago over revealing the truth? If it wasn't for him being forced to a corner, he might very well have concealed this secret deep in his heart for the rest of his life. Even if he was misunderstood by everyone else, he would bear this burden silently within. In fact, despite all of your efforts to oppress him, all he did was to display his cultivation without explaining a thing. We even had to guess the details of what happened. What was an exemplary role model? This was. What was a non-materialistic and noble teacher? This was. Once the issue of the bias of the academy were to spread out, everyone will start to doubt the authenticity of the results of the academy's teacher qualification examination, and uncertainty will be cast over the other teachers' ability to teach. If that's the case, the academy will descend into chaos. He would rather be misunderstood by others and bear the burden of it by himself silently than to speak of it. This magnanimity and selflessness. An elder from the Wang clan got more and more agitated as he spoke. To think that there would be such a noble teacher in the world. It was laughable that we even thought that he was incapable of anything, and that he was a useless trash. As they spoke, the furious eyes of the crowd turned towards Elder Shangchan. Look at him, then look at yourself. You are both teachers, but why was there such a gap between the conduct of you two? Zhang Laoshe valued friendship, and he would rather take all the insults by himself than to betray his own colleagues. Yet you all? Shangchan was about to go frenzied. The heck? What was going on? What falsifying results? What value friendship? You were indeed Zhenshi Realm the previous time, and your written paper is a mess. Not getting a single mark at all was perfectly normal given those standards. I personally reviewed the papers myself, so it is impossible for a mistake to occur. How did it turn into me oppressing you? Zhangxian, you are really despicable. I dare you to clarify everything up. Elder Shangqin only felt a mouthful of fresh blood swirling in his mouth, ready to spurt out at any moment. Zhang Xian was shocked upon seeing such a commotion break out. Actually, what I meant to say is that the Education Bureau made a mistake while marking the examinations. Why did the situation get so out of control? All of your imaginations are way too wild. However, cough cough, I kind of like the way things are going. There should at least be a reason for me to oppress him. As the head of the Education Bureau, an elder of the academy, there's no reason for me to oppress a low-level teacher. As expected of the head of Education Bureau, Elder Shang Qian swiftly found a dissonance in the situation. There was always a motive and reason behind every action. Given his esteemed identity, there was no reason for him to scheme against an ordinary teacher. Does anything more need to be said about the situation? Your grandson, Shang Bin, wishes to aim for the position of the star teacher of the younger generation, but due to the existence of Zhang Laoshe, who possesses an incredible level of cultivation and capability at such a young age, he is unlikely to emerge victorious over him. Thus, in order to prevent such a situation from occurring, you decided to eliminate him from the race. The one who spoke this time was Elder Imo. The more he spoke, the more furious he got. to the point that his beard was being blown into the air by his breath. I might not have concrete proof on this incident, but I have been looking over the situation today from the start to the end. The enlightenment will trial, the bet, and the oppression. Shangchen, you are indeed incredible. To think that I was friends with you for so many years, I, Emo Xiang, must truly be blind. Elder Emo viewed villainous acts and villains with contempt. Due to the words of the other party, he made the journey here today to clean up the scums of the teaching circle. Yet, all he saw was Elder Shang using all kinds of methods to oppress Zhangxian Laosher. On the other hand, Zhang Laosher kept using facts to prove his innocence. Wasn't it clear that there was a problem here? If even this much was insufficient to prove anything, then wouldn't that mean that I, Emo Xiang, was blind? I can also testify that I saw Elder Shang Chun intentionally oppressing Zhang Laosher with my own eyes. For him to do it so apparently before us, who knows what kinds of methods he resort to behind our backs? One really can't judge a person by his cover. To think that the head of the Education Bureau would commit such atrocities for his grandson. He is a beast. The moment Elder Emo opened his mouth, many people started to chirp in, indignant in Zhang Xian's stead. Elder Shang Qian felt faint-headed, and he was on the verge of going crazy. I really didn't oppress him. It's just that he trampled on my dignity today. That's why I am finding trouble with him. If I said that I didn't know much about him before today, only that his standards as a teacher was inadequate, would you all believe me? However, judging by the furious expression of everyone else, he knew that there was no use trying to explain his way out of it. The current him was as though mud had fallen into his pants. It was feces regardless of whether it was true or not. Turning around to look at the one who started all these, Zhang Xian, his hands were still behind his back and a bewailing expression covered his face, as though he was unwilling to reveal this secret. The heck you were unwilling. This was all because of your bullshit. You were the one who were incapable and scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Why did it suddenly turn into our Education Bureau falsifying your results and me oppressing you? How is this incident in any way related to me or the Education Bureau? Pooh. Unable to suppress it any longer, the fresh blood welling in his chest spurted forth. Humph. To think that you still have to cheek to vomit blood after committing such shameful actions. If it was me, I would have long crashed my head on a pillar to commit suicide. How shameless. How did someone like you become the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy? Not to mention, he is an elder. There is a problem with his character. I think that we should revoke his teaching license. Upon seeing him spurt blood, not only did no one sympathize with him, their words grew even harsher. How did this happen? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the winning ticket was in their hands, and they were about to achieve victory. How did the situation get reversed so suddenly? What the heck was going on? After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Elder Shang Chun felt more comfortable and his head cleared up as well. He gazed at the surroundings and his hand trembled. Then, looking at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred, he said, I am unable to vindicate myself of the claim that you scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination is oppression on my part. However, what about the student who went berserk? This incident happened in your classroom. How are you going to explain it then? You might have millions of reasons and excuses, but a student going berserk in your class is an irrefutable truth. Let's see how you will explain that. Getting Zhang Xian's heartbeat. Chapter 76. The student who went berserk. The student's cultivation going berserk was something that had already happened and cannot be changed. No matter how much you try to argue otherwise, no matter how glib your tongue is, it is all futile. Elder Shang Chun knew that no one would believe him no matter how hard he tried to explain the incident with the teacher qualification examination. Even if he were to produce the papers, others would just accuse him of falsifying the papers as well. As such, he decided to bring this entire matter out of the way for now. Zhang Xian didn't know how to respond to his words. Humph, are you trying to deny the incident? Baiyu Laosher, go and invite Zhao Yinfeng from Lu Sun Laosher's classroom. Elder Shang Chun said. Zhou Baiyu was the teacher on duty, whereas Zhao Yanfeng was the student whose cultivation was driven berserk by Zhang Xian previously. How did this student end up in Lu Sun Laosher's class? Upon hearing Shang Qin's arrangement, everyone looked at him in puzzlement. Even Zhang Xian was carrying a face of bewilderment. Based on the memories of his previous self, ever since that fellow's cultivation went berserk, he had never been to his class. As his previous self was too ashamed to look into the matter, he didn't know that he had gone to Lu Sun Laosher's class. Besides, who was Lu Sun Laosher? Hongtian Academy's #1 star teacher. Even Elder Mo had said that there was a high possibility of him becoming an associate master teacher in the future. There were countless students who wished to come under his tutelage, so why would he pick someone whose cultivation had once went berserk as his student? Upon going berserk, Zhao Yanfeng's fundamentals are damaged, and originally, he had intended to withdraw from the academy. However, he was noticed by Lu Sun Laosher, and eventually, he was accepted as his student. After a few months of guidance and nursing, not only is the damage he sustained from going berserk gone, his cultivation has also reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle, ready to break through at any moment. Elder Shang Chan said, accepted as Lu Sun Laosher's student? His luck is way too good. To be able to remove the damage he sustained from going berserk within a short period of time, even inducing a rise in his cultivation level, Lu Sun Laosher is indeed incredible. Upon hearing Elder Shang's words, the crowd was astonished. Going berserk created great damage to a cultivator, and it was very easy for one's fundamentals to be wrecked in the midst of it. Cultivation was just like building a house. If the fundamentals weren't in place, it was difficult for the building to rise up high. To be able to treat the damage a student sustained from his cultivation going berserk so quickly and even pull him up to Jushi Realm Pinnacle, this Lu Sun Laosher was indeed as formidable as the rumors put him out to be. Not too long later, the teacher on duty, Baiyu Laosher, returned with a student behind him. Around 16 to 17-year-old, he had a slim build, but spirited eyes. This was the unlucky student who was taught by his previous self, Zhao Yanfeng, Elder Shang. Walking straight up to Elder Shang upon entering the room, he was bewildered to see so many people in here. Zhao Yanfeng, do you recognize this person? Elder Shang pointed at Zhang Xian. Zhao Yanfeng turned around and noticed Zhang Xian. His calm face immediately became agitated. Unknowingly, he clenched his fist tightly, as though trying to suppress the rage in his heart. He is my previous teacher, Zhang Xian. These words seemed to have been squeezed out through gritted teeth. Through his actions, it was clear to see that he still held great resentment against Zhang Xian. However, that was to be expected. When a student learns from a teacher, he places his trust in him unconditionally. That was equal to entrusting his fate as a cultivator into his hands. If the teacher didn't take responsibility for him, that would be equal to ruining his student's entire future. His previous self caused the other party's cultivation to go berserk, nearly destroying his future as a cultivator. This made Zhao Yanfeng extremely hostile against him. If it wasn't for his position as a teacher, he might have already made a move on him. I've heard that he had once caused you to go berserk. Is that true? Seeing Zhao Yanfeng behaving in such a manner, delight surged through Elder Shang's mind as he continued to question him. That's true. If not for Lu Sun Laosher saving me, I might already be a cripple. Zhang Yanfeng said. Great. Upon hearing his confirmation, Elder Shang didn't continue posing questions to him. Instead, he turned to look at Elder Mo and Huang Yu with a savage expression. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, you should have heard the conversation. Let's not touch on the matter of the teacher qualification examination first. I believe that one day, the truth of the incident will come to light. Instead, let's touch on the matter of him causing the cultivation of his student to go berserk. The victim is here, and if you all have any doubts, you all can continue to question him. Despite being a teacher, he harmed his own student. Just this by itself forms the basis for his teaching license to be revoked. Huang Yu and Elder Mo looked at one another with brows tightly knitted together. What the other party said was true. The responsibility of a teacher was to clarify doubts and lead his students down the right path. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was one of the greatest taboo a teacher could commit. Even if they wanted to help Zhang Laoshi, there was nothing that they could do. Zhang Laoshi, what else do you have to say for yourself? If you feel indignant, you can argue your way out. However, you will have to get past this Zhao Yinfeng first. Seeing the two of them remaining silent, Elder Shang Chun finally felt as though he had returned the humiliation Zhang Xian had caused him back to him. He turned around to look at him mockingly. So what if you were powerful? So what if you have won the enlightenment will trial? As long as this weakness stays with you, you will lose your teaching license. Without that amulet to protect you, I will be able to do as I please with you. Even if I were to kill you, no one will say anything. Elder Shang Chun had brought the victim over, and the victim had already ascertained it to be true. The eyes of the crowd gathered onto Zhang Xian to see how he would respond. Just when everyone thought that he would try to explain the situation and the reasons behind the incident, the young man simply shrugged and said, "Indignant. What do I have to feel indignant about? It is true that I caused his cultivation to go berserk. I knew that you would try to argue your way out. However, Zhao Yinfeng will recount the incident back then clearly." Elder Shang Chun thought that the other party would try to defend himself, so he was prepared to refute him. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly came to a realization and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. You admit to it? To think that you would admit to it so readily. Could it be that he had prepared something beneath his sleeves? He was already frightened of the other party at this point. After getting slapped in his face consecutively, there was already a trauma at the back of his mind. Of course I would admit to it. After all, why would I not admit to something that I have done? Zhang Xian nodded his head. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was a doing of his previous self. It was impossible for him to argue his way out of it. Rather than wasting time arguing about it here, he might as well just come out clean. The crowd was stunned. His admittance meant that all that was said were facts. If so, the teacher guild would be able to establish this case and strip him of his teaching license. Besides, driving a student's cultivation berserk wasn't something to be proud about. To speak of it so brazenly, where did your self-confidence come from? It is good that you have admitted to it. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, the both of you should have heard it. As a teacher, not only does he feel no remorse over causing a student to go berserk, he even talks about it so brazenly. Such a person is unworthy of being a teacher. Shang Chen roared, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian stepped forward and waved his hand. Enough. How big of an issue is this for you to keep babbling on about it? You are already advanced in age, and yet you still get excited over minor affairs so easily. Aren't you worried that your heart might be unable to take it, causing you to die just like this? You. Elder Shang Chun staggered. You are the one who gets excited easily. Your whole damn family gets excited easily. Zhao Yinfeng, you have been studying under Lu Sun Laoshi? You should have improved considerably. Come, show me your punching routine. Can't be bothered with the furious Elder Shang. Zhang Xian turned his gaze towards the young man. Chapter 77. Innate Sealed Meridians, show his punching routine? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone became stunned. Everyone is concerned about you causing the student's cultivation to go berserk, and yet here you are, trying to get him to execute a punching routine. What are you trying to do? A peculiar expression appeared on Elder Shang Chen's face. Punching routine? We are in the midst of investigating the matter of you driving your student's cultivation berserk. Can you not change the topic? Cough cough. Master Zhang, I think it would be better for you to explain the details behind him going berserk. Perhaps your teachings may not be wrong, and it is due to some other reasons? Huang Yu couldn't help but to remind him of it. There were many possible reasons behind a person's cultivation going berserk. It could be due to the misguidance of the teacher, or the student comprehending the teachings of his teacher inaccurately and cultivating through the wrong method. If it was the latter, the teacher was still partly responsible for the incident, but it wouldn't come down to a punishment as harsh as stripping him of his teaching license. This teacher here, back then, I cultivated based on the method Zhang Laoshi imparted me without changing a single bit of it. In the end, my cultivation still went berserk. After which, when I consulted Lu Sun Laosher about it, he said that the cultivation method is wrong and that one's cultivation would definitely go berserk if one were to cultivate according to it. Aware of her thoughts, Zhao Yinfeng said. He still carried deep hatred towards Zhang Xian. Knowing that this was an opportunity to strip him of his teaching license, there was no way he would allow it to slip by him. Master Zhang. Upon hearing the victim say such words, there were no other possibilities that Huang Yu was able to come up with to absolve him from blame. As such, she could only look towards him helplessly. Try executing a punching routine. Let me see if you have improved. Ignoring the persuasion of the other party, Zhang Xian continued to gaze at the young man. Do as Zhang Laosher says, try executing a punching routine first. Upon his insistence, even though Huang Yu was perplexed over what he was trying to do, she still turned around to instruct Zhao Yinfeng so. Yes, he might not know of Huang Yu's identity, but judging from how respectful Elder Shang Qian treated her, Zhao Yinfeng dared not disobey her instructions. Nodding his head, he walked to the center of the hall. Hoo! The wind whistled along with his forceful fists. That fellow might be young, but the control over his strength was not bad, and he was adept in his battle technique as well. He could be considered a good bud. Not bad. Looks like Lu Sun Laosher has really rid him of the damage he sustained when he went berserk. It is truly not bad for him to possess this level of strength at such an age. Most of those who were in the room were experts on cultivation. Upon seeing Zhao Yinfeng's punches, they nodded their head in approval. Elder Shang Chun secretly sneaked a glance towards Zhang Xian. Since Zhang Xian was the one who instructed Zhao Yinfeng to execute his punching routine, he thought that he would be carefully analyzing his punching routine, so as to come up with an excuse for himself. Yet, this fellow had closed his eyes, and a tranquil expression appeared on his face. What is he up to? Question marks appeared on Elder Shang Chin's head. It couldn't be that this fellow knew that he would be unable to find any evidence or excuse to absolve himself of blame and go insane. Is this enough? Very quickly, the punching routine came to an end. Upon seeing that the Zhang Laosher that he hated had his eyes closed, not even looking at his punching routine, Zhao Yinfeng was on the verge of erupting from the accumulated rage as he spat out these words through gritted teeth. Zhang Xian opened his eyes. All right, let's stop wasting time. Since you have already admitted to causing Zhao Yinfeng's cultivation to go berserk with your guidance, and he himself can testify for it, then why don't you just confess to your crime? This way, we can skip on a lot of trouble. Afraid that the situation would go awry the longer this was dragged on for, he said. Calm down. Zhang Xian interrupted his word. Sweeping the surroundings with his gaze, he said, since all of you are interested in listening to my explanation, then I will explain the incident to you all. Everyone's attention jolted and focused on him, curious to hear what he would say. Even Zhao Yinfeng couldn't resist turning his gaze over. Actually, I intentionally drove his cultivation berserk. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the room. Intentionally? Everyone stood dumbfounded in their spot. What kind of joke was this? There's no way to go back once you say such words. You will surely be stripped of your teaching license like this. Haha. Elder Shang Qian didn't expect that the fellow before him, after making so many mysterious and baffling actions, would actually confess to it so brazenly, even phrasing his words in such a manner. His eyes radiated with excitement. It is good that you have confessed to it. As a teacher, to intentionally guide a student erroneously and putting him in danger, you have truly transgressed beyond what a teacher should ever do. If he isn't stripped of his teaching license, it will be hard to appease the furious masses. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Imo, there should be no problems this time, right? Huang Yu stared at Zhang Xian helplessly. His admittance left her without a single means to help him. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhao Yinfeng clenching his fist tightly and gritting his teeth. He glared at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred reflecting in his eyes as he said, I wonder how I offended Zhang Laosher. For you to find the need to push me off the cliff? I am your student, but you intentionally guided me erroneously, causing my cultivation to go berserk. What kind of resentment do you hold against me? Everyone else seemed to have thought of the same point, and one by one, their gazes turned towards Zhang Xian. Clan head Wang Hong was also starting to contemplate whether having his daughter and son to come under the tutelage of this teacher was a correct choice. So what if his theories were profound and he was proficient in teaching others? What if he suddenly threw a temper and intentionally taught them erroneously? If so, the lives of his children would be doomed. A fighter one Dan going berserk could still be saved. However, the more advanced one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to save them when their cultivation went berserk. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and the gaze of one who was unable to comprehend the world reflected in his eyes. Sighing, he lamented, "Sigh. Looks like you have yet to understand." Understand? A dark line appeared across Zhao Yanfeng's face. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he would have dashed forward to bash him. Understand what? You intentionally drove my cultivation berserk, and you still expect me to understand? Understand what? Understand death? Do none of you really comprehend? Zhang Xian looked at Huang Yu, Elder Imo, and the rest of the crowd. Comprehend? The one sentence left the two of them dumbfounded. You intentionally guided someone erroneously. What did you expect us to comprehend from that? Comprehend? How you played your student to his death. All right, since none of you can tell, then allow me to explain. Zhang Xian shook his head. Sweeping the faces of the crowd, he said, I wonder if any of you have heard of the physique known as innate sealed meridians? Innate sealed meridians? Huang Yu frowned. Then, recalling something, she said, I have heard of it. This isn't an innate body type, but a type of disability. Those who possess this type of physique have many points of constrictions along his meridians. As though a river blocked by silt and mud, Shunqi is unable to flow through them easily. Even if one is able to cultivate, there would be a limit to their achievements. Fighter 1 Dan would normally be their upper limit, and Fighter 2 Dan is an impossible goal for them. Hearing this explanation, the crowd nodded their heads. Innate sealed meridians might be a rare physical condition, but there were cases of it. As teachers and leaders of powerful factions, most of them have heard of such a physique. Zhang Laoshe spoke of innate sealed meridians. Can it be? Mo Xiang Laoshe suddenly thought of something, and he turned to look at Zhang Xian with widened eyes. Indeed, Zhao Yanfeng possesses this kind of physique. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Me? I possess innate sealed meridians? Zhao Yanfeng was unable to believe it. That is impossible. I have never felt shackled when I cultivate, so how can I be afflicted with innate sealed meridians? Never felt shackled? Zhang Xian looked over with a meaningful smile on his face. Then, let me ask you, before your cultivation went berserk, did you feel short of breath when you cultivated in the past? Every time you gather spiritual energy, did you feel as though your entire body was being severed apart? How did you know? Initially, Zhao Yanfeng did not pay any heed to Zhang Xian's words, thinking that he was just spouting nonsense. However, upon hearing the latter part of his words, his eyes narrowed and his body froze. Chapter 78. I will make you break through in an hour. The words that the other party spoke of were completely true. Before his cultivation went berserk, he did meet with such a problem. Gathering spiritual energy was an exceptionally difficult task for him, and he would feel pain as though his body was ripping apart. All along, he thought it was due him cultivating in the wrong manner. Could it be that it was really due to him possessing innate sealed meridian? It was said that one who possesses innate sealed meridian would feel as though their meridians were shackled, causing their blockages in their breathing. If one were to try to forcefully cultivate, it would generate pain as though their body was being ripped apart. This breathing probably refers to their body. However, he had never told of it to anyone, not even to Zhang Xian when he was his student. In fact, even his parents were oblivious to it. So how did he know it? Upon seeing Zhao Yanfeng's expression, everyone shuddered. Could it be that what he said is true? Stop trying to force logic in here. So what if Zhao Yanfeng possesses the physique of innate sealed meridian? What does it have to do with his cultivation going berserk? Elder Shang Chen harumphed. Innate sealed meridians was a disability that one was born with. There was no way to cure it, and those who possessed such problems were fated to be unable to cultivate. Even if Zhao Yinfeng had this kind of problem, he would only lack the potential to become an expert at most. There was no need to intentionally drive his cultivation berserk. You think that it has nothing to do with it? Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Then, let me ask you, what are the symptoms of one's cultivation going berserk? Going berserk? One's internal energy will go on a rampage and become uncontrollable, causing one to lose his sense of self and going into a deranged condition. At this point, Elder Shang Chan stopped abruptly. His eyes widened into perfect circles in disbelief. It can't be that. You are trying to use the symptoms of berserk to break through the constrictions in his meridians, so as to dispel his innate sealed meridians? How? Is this possible? He wasn't the only one who arrived at this conclusion. The others have also thought of it, and their mouth opened wide in shock. When one goes berserk, the energy within their body goes out of control. It was true that one was able to execute strength several times beyond what one was capable of usually, but that was a state of derangement. It was easy for one's cultivation to be completely crippled. No one had tried it, and no one dared to. To actually try to use berserk as a means to overcome innate sealed meridians. Are you for real? If that's true, then you are way too bold. Such a notion will revolutionize the entire world of cultivation. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, he turned to Zhao Yinfeng and questioned, let me ask you, ever since your cultivation went berserk, have you felt the sensation of your body ripping apart whenever you cultivate? Zhao Yinfeng's body trembled stiffly. With a quivering voice, he replied, I haven't. Back then, he felt intense pain whenever he cultivated, as though his body was going to explode. Yet, after he went berserk, he had never felt such a sensation anymore. Previously, he attributed it to Lu Sun Laosher's guidance. Could that really be the case? When going berserk, the internal energy of one flowing through his body will be incomparably violent, allowing them to exert a might beyond what they are usually capable of. Even though it is incapable of resolving innate sealed meridians, it can alleviate the situation, allowing one's spiritual energy to flow through. Back then, when I induced your cultivation to go berserk, I was trying to solve the hidden problems within your body. Initially, I had prepared some steps afterward to allow your cultivation to go on more smoothly, so that you would be able to reach greater heights. Yet, not only did you leave without bidding me farewell, you even viewed me with hostility. At this point, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Solitude reflected in his gaze. Ever since Zhao Yinfeng awakened from his berserk state, he had never visited to Zhang Xian's classroom. Even so, he treated him as his mortal enemy, spreading malicious rumors about him everywhere. Even if Zhang Xian were to seek him, the latter would not have trusted him. Seeing Zhang Laosher's expression, everyone could almost feel the burden and pain he felt in his heart. However, under such pressure, he didn't try to explain himself. Rather, he shouldered it silently, bearing with the mocking of others. In an instant, the figure of Zhang Xian grew massively in their heart. Rubbish. How can that be possible? Besides, even if it was true, if you explained the situation to him clearly beforehand, Zhao Yinfeng wouldn't have left. Elder Shang Chan gritted his teeth. If one was able to control the process, then it wouldn't be called berserk. If I were to inform him of it beforehand, given Zhao Yinfeng's fearful character, do you think that he would be willing to take the risk? Zhang Xian flung his sleeves. One would become uncontrollable upon going berserk. If one knew that they will go berserk during their cultivation, they would start to feel fearful and cower from it subconsciously, making it hard for them to successfully go berserk. No matter how well you put it, you cannot prove that him going berserk had resolved the issue of his innate sealed body. In any case, I don't believe your words. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Shang Chan harumphed. I know that this incident is much too unorthodox and shocking, but it doesn't matter whether you all believe it or not. Zhang Xian turned around to look at Zhao Yinfeng. I've taken a look just now, and you have already reached Fighter 1 Danjushi Realm Pinnacle. You are just a step off to breaking through. If you were to train normally, how long do you think it will take for you to break through? 6 months. Lu Laosher told me that if I were to put in effort, within half a year, it is possible for me to break into Fighter 2 Dandantian Realm. He was still a little doubtful to the words of this Zhang Laoshi, but his tone had become much more respectful, and he answered his question seriously. Emo Laoshi and clan head Wang Hong nodded their heads in agreement. They have seen Zhao Yinfeng execute his punching routine previously as well. Given their experience, they could tell that Lu Sun Laoshi's judgment was accurate. Zhao Yinfeng's talent could only be considered as average, and to be able to break through within half a year could be considered as good progress. Half a year? There's no need for that. I can help you break through within an hour. Zhang Xian looked over. An hour? How is that possible? It is hard to tell whether he is even able to break through within half a year. And you said to help him break through in an hour? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone went insane. None of them dared to believe his words. Cultivation, unlike eating or drinking, cannot satisfy one at one go. It has to be done a single step at a time. One can only progress after countless accumulation over time. Even for Zhao Yinfeng, who is already Jushi Realm Wandan Pinnacle, if he isn't able to control the spiritual energy adeptly, he is unable to open up his dantian. This accumulation is an extremely slow process. Without accumulation of experience over time, it is impossible for him to succeed. Yet, Zhang Xian claimed that he is able to do it within an hour? Even if you wanted to brag, you shouldn't brag about something so impossible. Be careful of your nose reaching the heavens. Why? You all don't believe me. Ignoring the shocked crowd, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth crept upwards as he continued gazing at the young man before him. Zhao Yinfeng was hesitant. He felt that what the other party said about him possessing innate sealed meridians was true, but about helping him break through Fighter Wandan in an hour. This was like a dream to him. If he was really able to break through Fighter Wandan within an hour, then this Zhang Laoshi was really way too incredible. That would also mean that his decision to induce his cultivation to go berserk to break through his innate sealed meridian was a success, as well as a correct decision. After all, why would a teacher who could help others break through their cultivation realm so easily lie about such a minor matter? Since he was able to come to this conclusion, others were able to as well. Every one of their gazes slowly gathered onto Zhang Xian. I don't blame you for not believing in me. After all, your cultivation have gone berserk once upon listening to my words. Zhang Xian flung his hand, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. However, if you pass by this opportunity, you will need to take half a year, or perhaps even longer. It's your own choice. Zhao Yinfeng stood on the spot with clenched fists. After a period of time, he lifted his head and determination could be seen in his eyes. Zhang Laoshi, I want to give it a try. Chapter 79. Teacher Acknowledgement Fever. Just as what Zhang Laoshi said, the moment he passed by the opportunity, he would need to take a significantly longer period of time to break through. Once he was a single step behind of others, he would always be a step behind of others. He didn't want to be chasing after the footsteps of others all the time. He didn't really trust the words of the other party, but with so many teachers here, he doubted that this Zhang Laoshi would cause his cultivation to go berserk once more. Good. I will rejoice over the decision you made. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian's gaze swept around the surroundings before retrieving a box of silver needles. Then, he instructed, sit down with crossed legs. Don't allow your thoughts to wander. I will use the silver needles to help you open up your acupoints so as to increase the speed of your accumulation of spiritual energy. You just have to try to break into the Dantian realm. All right. With his determination resolute, Zhao Yinfeng didn't hesitate for long before he sat down with crossed legs. Zhang Xian walked forward and retrieving a single needle, he placed it into one of the acupoints of the other party. At the same time, a surge of zhenqi gushed in. As he cultivated the heaven's path divine art, his zhenqi was as clear as mineral water. The moment it entered the other party's body, the shackles in his acupoints were immediately broken through. The acupoints of an average cultivator were similar to small holes filled with silt, and the murky zhenqi was similar to muddy water. It was impossible to wash their acupoints clean with zhenqi filled with so much impurities. On the other hand, superior zhenqi was equivalent to clear water. While others might not be able to wash their acupoints cleanly even with 2 years of effort, he was able to do it easily. The moment the acupoints were opened, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gushed in frenziedly. Hoo 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 hoo. With hands as swift as the wind, he consecutively jabbed another 8 silver needles onto the body of the other party. The 9 silver needles opened 9 acupoints on Zhao Yinfeng's body. The spiritual energy that had been flowing like a small stream in his body instantaneously turned into a torrential river and gushed through his body before gathering at his spiritual sea. Boom! Zhao Yinfeng felt as though an explosion had happened in his brain. The withdrawn dantian in his abdomen was broken through in an instant. As though a massive basin, it accommodated all spiritual energy that came flowing in. Standing up abruptly, Zhao Yinfeng pressed his palm against the strength-measuring rock pillar not too far away. Boom! 150 kilograms. Fighter 2 Dantian Realm Primary Stage. Upon seeing the numbers float into appearance, Zhao Yinfeng was stunned. Initially, he thought that it would take at least half a year for him to successfully advance into the next realm. Yet, with Zhang Laosher's assistance, he managed to succeed within a few moments. It seemed that it didn't even take an hour. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Pada. All of the doubts Zhao Yinfeng had of Zhang Laosher cleared from his mind, and he immediately knelt before Zhang Xian and kowtowed continuously. In this instant, from the depths of his heart, he was convinced that all the other party did was for his welfare. How could a teacher, who was able to help others break through so easily, teach erroneous theories and cause a student's cultivation to go berserk? To think that he doubted such a noble teacher, even insulting him. He was worse than a beast. He must have been blind then to leave this teacher before to acknowledge Lu Sun Laosher. If a chance presented itself, he would withdraw from his lessons and return back to him. He really broke through? To help a fighter one Dan successfully break through in slightly more than 10 minutes. Surely there's something wrong with my vision? How did he do it just by jabbing a few needles? While Zhao Yinfeng was feeling conflicted and remorseful, clan head Wang Hong, Elder Mo and the others who had taken that scene have their eyes widened and mouth agape as they felt the world around them crumbling. They thought that Zhang Xian was just bragging and assumed that it was impossible for him to succeed. Yet, viewing personally what they deemed impossible occurring, the striking visuals left them on the verge of tears. Looking at the other party once again, this time, their eyes were burning passionately. Back then, when they broke through one Dan, they had to go through numerous troubles and struggles. Yet, looking at Zhao Yinfeng, he seemed to have taken as much effort as it took to eat or drink. Why didn't they meet with Zhang Laosher back then? Zhang Laosher, please accept me as your student. Wang Yin, who came with Wang Tao and the others, walked forward and knelt before him. Back then, he thought that Lu Sun Laosher was the superior one, and thus, he didn't agree with the decision of the clan head and his grandfather. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Laosher helping Zhao Yinfeng break through within 10 minutes or so, he was unable to suppress the temptation any longer. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. I know that Yinner's talents are average, but I beseech Zhang Laosher not to reject him. The second elder from Wang clan walked out. With a face full of smiles, he continued, as long as Zhang Laosher accepts him, I am willing to be your disciple as well. I'm sure that Zhang Laosher's name will spread far and wide upon accepting a Pishue realm student. No one will dare to doubt you. Second elder, can you have some decency? To think that you would try to bargain and do a buy one get one free. How shameless. The grand elder flung his sleeves and looked over respectfully. Zhang Laosher, ignore them. The second elder is lacking in decorum. Cough cough, how about me? I am a Pishue realm pinnacle expert, and I would like to acknowledge you as my teacher as well. If you find it inconvenient due to my identity as an elder of the Wang clan, I can always retire. What is there to compete about? Each of you are already old enough to be his grandfather, and yet you still want to acknowledge him as your teacher. Don't you all feel embarrassed? Not expecting the grand elder and second elder to act so shamefully, clan head Wang Hong reprimanded them. Upon being reprimanded of the clan head, the faces of the two flushed in embarrassment. Indeed, they were no longer young and their bone structure have already solidified. It wouldn't be an easy task for them to break through. Wang Tao and Wang Yin turned to look at the clan head in reverence. Do you see that? Our clan head has self-restraint and wits, being able to see through the crux of the problem with a glance. However, before they were done revering him, they saw clan head Wang Hong turning around to look at Zhang Xian with a bundles of smile. Zhang Laosher, I am still young, just 42 this year. Can I acknowledge you as my master? Zhang Xian. Everyone else. Cough cough. Let's talk about the matter of acknowledging masters in the future. In the end, Zhang Xian had to speak up to stabilize the chaotic situation. Turning towards Zhao Yinfeng once more, he asked, do you still think that I caused your cultivation to go berserk because I am incapable of teaching? I beg of Zhang Laosher to forgive me for repaying your grooming with ingratitude. Zhao Yinfeng hurriedly kowtowed to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, turning around to look at Elder Shangchuan, he asked, Elder Shangchuan, do you still have anything else that you would like to say? Elder Shang Qin's face stiffened. He was unable to explain the issue with the teacher qualification examination, and now that everyone believed that Zhang Laosher sending Zhao Yinfeng's cultivation berserk was to help him, what else could he say? His face was slapped on once more. Furthermore, it was the type that causes a swelling instantly. Impossible, impossible. How can he help others to break through so easily? By the side, Chao Xiong seemed to have gone dim-witted. His eyes were filled with confusion. This Zhang Xian Laosher had entered the academy at the same time as him, and all along, his results were superior to his. When did he become so incredible? Furthermore, to be able to help others break through so casually, even the elders and principal of the academy weren't capable of such a feat. How did he accomplish it? Chao Xiong Laosher intentionally slandered his colleagues, proving that he is lacking in ethics as a teacher. I will report this up to the teacher guild for them to revoke your teaching license. At the same time, the 100 god-slaying flogs will be carried out now. With the issue settled, Elder Mo waved his hands. Yes. Chao Xiong gritted his teeth. Even though he was unwilling to accept it, he knew that his fate was already sealed. Shangbin, as a teacher, for your own benefits, you intentionally framed another teacher. Your teaching license will be suspended until further notice. After dealing with Chao Xiong, Elder Mo looked over at Shang Bin and Shang Chun. As for Shang Qian, as an elder, the head of the Education Bureau, not only did you not spare a consideration for other teachers, you intentionally made things difficult for them, even altering the results of the teacher qualification examination at your whim. You will be stripped of your position as an elder and the head of the Education Bureau. The issue will be reported to the Teacher Guild, and a verdict will be passed down on your conduct. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.